my family, injured my family members, and then just killed my nephew in the penitentiary. God knows what they're doing in their war on us, much less to help them go fight a war somewhere or support them in the bombing anywhere on 940,000 square miles of the planet Earth. Who left us in charge of bombing? It's something terrible that they have done to us. But with their propaganda machine, even more horrible things have been done to us. As I land my plane just on the facts as they are. They're saying, my. Just that one statement, bringing the right consciousness. No Vietnamese call me a nigger goes miles to stopping the war. Don't worry, it's a steady war no more. There's a serious meaning. The cancer producing products in the body should make the bombs when I had no knowledge. Yes, they're building these ships, these great Navy vessels to go out and challenge the world for a Navy. We didn't have no Navy. We didn't have no army of sharpshooters, as my colleagues coming in for equipment now from a weekend of just attempting to get some sensibility over to we the people. But if it does not meet logic, if it does not meet METE, what is logical and what is practical for your circumstances, why would I allow you to drag me on into a war? You say, well, I supported that. No, the sake and possibly now I'm totally against bombing anybody. Bomb ye not, for ye shall be bombed in the most horrible fashion. You can't bomb anybody back to the Stone Age. You shouldn't be walking around in leadership with that mentality. Oh, if they give us too much trouble, we just bomb them back in the Stone Age. You really like flexing that kind of power? It's not nothing nice, brothers. War, revolution, especially revolutionary war, will get muddy and tend to get bloody. And if you ain't willing to kill or live, then you shouldn't have war in your vocabulary. I say, my.
So, I mean, like, is the uranium enrichment concern being overblown in y'all's opinion? Because, I mean, like, that's kind of what I'm understanding. Like, because anything that we do, like, especially under this administration, is going to be, like, in some sort of interest of Trump or some sort of interest of the U.S. Like, it's not for, because they want to liberate the people. I don't have any illusions about that. I don't think Trump really gives a fuck, or people in his cabinet or in his administration. But, like, the stated, kind of what the U.S. gets out of it is, we have to deter development of nuclear weapons, and, I guess, like, this is a quote-unquote imminent military threat. So, I mean, is that overblown? Or, I mean, because if true, like, wouldn't we have kind of a duty to respond in that situation and ensure that we are mitigating that possibility? No, just let them.
Would argue that.
So let them make an atom bomb.
Answer to that
nuclear
question
bomb?
is
Uranium.
I would argue that it's no. When America, it should always strategic reasons that will benefit hegemony or within the region that we're trying to protect. Now, if the rational the Iranian people patient. That's the way of doing it, but we have merely were people who had got, they were just fighting with their mowed down like ants. You just simply start clear that they could fight for their freedom. We coordinated with that, he calls themselves knocking off heads of governments as Americans harm. Ones who seem to are harming his buddies. All dictators. That's what he himself to be. I think this bombing will benefit because which is what they're wanting. I question whether this is, quite honestly, we have enough here. We don't have any in our land there.
Yeah, we didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. You in the Matrix, bad.
I was arguing that with the you
Brother, you're not arguing anything right now. We're gonna move the mic around. We cannot hear you. You have a bad signal. So just come back when you or turn your Wi-Fi off. Go on data. Every other word is coming out. So.
Shoot, I thought that was me.
Should work if he goes out and comes back in. So, I mean, our propaganda machine again is governing the mind. The sentiments of the people are being governed. Propaganda, the axis of evil is over there. If we don't get the axis of evil immediately, we're going to be through as a government. They're going to destroy our world. There's a boogeyman coming in your window any minute. So, to vilify and say things to cause people to be in favor of bombing and wars it's not the way. Maybe a way. Those that have done it in the past at some point live to regret those decisions to bomb others. And they're using, I'll take personal, you ready, on my land. My land is here. 10,000 history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Another history connected to our people land, to the Africa, especially Burkina Faso, or the Ibri. We try to bring enough red berets, enough black berets to curtail or to stop this unrelenting energy to war or to bomb somebody. Now, you don't know the feeling until your people bombed in Philadelphia, the whole goddamn block. No one has sensitivity for that. It's a terrible report to tell the captain, but I have to tell you the truth. They bombed out Tulsa, Oklahoma, streets, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, and burned it to the ground, leveled it so we no usage value left. Well over 3,000, maybe over 4,000. I have 3,000 and some odd numbers of people bombed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Another few thousand bombed and burned in Tanzania and South Africa to match it. And it is not a comfortable feeling when you feel your blood lineage, your blood people are being bombed It's a terribly uncomfortable feeling. You don't walk around thinking about anything else except your people just stop out.
We got some breaking news.
Just stop out.
Hey, Master, we have breaking news.
It's crazy.
Shout out to our brother Neil Liberal. Thank you for the update. Satellite imagery shows an Iranian ship ablaze in Qanar. Hold on, it just jumped. Ooh, the chat is busy. Iranian ship ablaze in Qanar, a port city southeastern Iran on the Gulf of Oman. Source Van Tortek. So it's going down, guys. Keep the breaking news coming. We appreciate you, citizen reporters, because social media is definitely letting us know what's going on.
And I've been trying to get us fresh clips. However, I just don't want us to keep repeating information, even in these clips. So sometimes I'm not able to listen to the conversation in the room because I'm just trying to grab some fresh clips. But let's just please keep it to current events, as long as they're germane to
See, what happened was,
you know what, Haitian? Oh my God. So, yeah, I don't want us to jump on over because then people get confused, because when I came back to listen, I was confused. So, Iran, Israel, that's it, that's all.
So I sent the link of how we are going to do the transition, and this is what His Majesty gave us. And you can have all the informations you have, you want to know there, and we would be happy if you have anything like doesn't make sense there. We would be happy if you inform in the website. There is a place you can just give your comment about this, but this is the official document.
So I think I might have found a new clip. Let me just start streaming.
The Middle East. It is not an artificial creation like many of the countries in this region carved up after World War I. It is an ancient bedrock of the region, and now it is up in the air. It is profoundly destabilized, and that has potential consequences for the entire globe. Now the Parthians and the Sassanians and the Afsharid Empire. I mean, Iran and the Persians have this extraordinary history and culture that you so importantly bring up. But also, I think, Richard, the impact of the 1979 revolution in Iran that was brought to it from Paris, aboard an Air France plane, with the coordination and help of the West, mostly the United States. But that regime has had so much impact, as you were saying, but not only with Richard, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. Let's go to the Israeli Prime Minister.
This fateful campaign will continue as long as it is needed, but you need to really be resilient and strong. I would like to thank President Trump for his historical leadership. I spoke with him again this morning, and I would like to thank him and bless him for this close collaboration. It has truly reached a record of all time, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been calling out for death to Israel, for death for the Americans, and it has brought about the deaths of many Americans and Israelis. Everyone knows that a murderous regime to end this threat completely. On the second day of that war for our revival, we said we would change the Middle East. We did it, and the rising lion, and now we will do so even more so with the roar of the lion war. This morning was a surprising hit, a blow. We hit out at the tyrant Khamenei. For 3 decades, he had been sending terror with proxies and has made his people miserable and continue talking about the extermination of the state of Israel. This plan and program no longer exists. This tyrant no longer exists. We targeted the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all the general staff and others. We would like to thank the brave Iranian people that they are being freed of those horrific ties with that regime. This is an opportunity. Do something. Do not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come and you will be demanded to go out of the streets in the masses, because you have to complete this work and you have to bring down and eradicate this regime. Your suffering and your sacrifice will not be in vain. We promised you the help, and the help has arrived. And now the time has come to reunite all of you, all the Persians, the Kurds, the Baluchis, the Iranians. The time has come to unify yourselves and to truly topple this regime and ensure your future. Dear Israeli citizens, during the entire war, I watched your resilience. You did not fall into those traps of depression. On the contrary, you stood tall and you gave backing to the government, to the heroes fighting, and to me in order to lead that struggle for our existence. That is exactly how a people of lion fight. Over the next few days, we will still need to stand steadfast and adhere to all the demands and all the instructions of the Home Front Command.
So let me pause this. So then I turned it to
No, I know what it is. No, I'm saying what is it? No, I know what it is.
Okay, so keep playing. Okay, I'm sorry.
Tremendous symbolism that today is Purim, 11th day of Adar. Yosef Trumpelbor fell at the Tel Hai battle. His heritage, his heroism is burning within us. At the monument in the panhandle of the Galilee, you can see the roaring lions monument. For many times I always visited there and looked at that monument, and I always thought you, our people, us, the entire nation of Israel, and with the help of God, that roar of the lion of our soldiers and our pilots will be heard throughout the world. And today, more than ever, the entire world knows Am Israel Chai, the people of Israel live.
The Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly at the end of his comments directly to the Iranian people. I want to bring back Richard Engel. He is in Tel Aviv. Richard, the Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly to the Iranian people, calling them the lion, and President Trump also, at the end of his overnight comments, directly speaking to the Iranian people, telling them that their future is now theirs to take.
This message that we just heard, I was listening to his Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments as well. This mission that Israel has launched is called the Lion's Roar. That is the name that it is given. And he was saying to the Iranians, Now it's up to them that they should go out onto the streets and take down their government. It's the exact same message that we heard from President Trump earlier in the day, saying that help has arrived, that there will be these military strikes, and that eventually, when the government is weak enough, that the people should take power and overthrow their government. It's unclear which people. It's unclear how that's supposed to work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There'll be communication. There'll be covert actions to try and direct this. But it is an incredibly risky and difficult thing to accomplish. I can't think of a time when this has ever been successful. Generally, regime changes can happen in one of three ways. You can send in American troops or foreign troops in general, like the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they bring in opposition leaders like Karzai or Chalabi with them, and then install them as puppet leaders. The U.S. did that in both Iraq and Afghanistan and ended up staying there for many years, and the country still collapsed in both cases into infighting and internecine war and civil war. Or you can hope that there'll be some sort of popular uprising, which is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are encouraging. Or they can try and engineer some sort of coup, which I think there are many in the U.S. Military who would prefer that third option, that if there was enough military power that there are those in the Iranian government or those in the Iranian military who realize that they have entered into a fight that they cannot lose, and they overthrow the top leadership. But this middle path, the path of hoping that there'll be a popular street revolution and that it will turn out well in a country of 90 million people with deep historic risks, is far from certain. But that is the message that we have been hearing almost word for word from President Trump, and now just moments ago from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Indeed, Richard. I mean, President Trump also, part of his comments, he spoke directly to the armed forces and police of Iran, saying that if you depose your arms, you will have total immunity, or if you don't, you will face certain death. It's really all about the reaction now to, first of all, Richard, how effective the decapitation of the top echelon of the Iranian regime has been, and then what remains of that regime does going forward.
Well, in every war, you would want to know how it ends. What is the day after? What is the exit strategy? And I have not heard really from anyone involved in this military campaign how it is supposed to end, other than this hope that the government will sort of crumble and that an opposition will return. There has been talk in the past about reinstating the Shah. I'm not sure that it's a total accident that Israel chose to name this operation the Lion's Roar. The lion is a symbol of Israel. It is also the old symbol of the Shahs of Iran. If you look at some of the posters and placards that the protesters were holding up, calling for the return of the Shah, many of them had the sun and the lion on them. And going back to the days of the Shah, before the 1979 revolution, the Shah was a close ally of the United States. The Shah was a close ally of Israel. When the Shah was overthrown, he escaped and ultimately ended up in the United States. That is why, according to the Iranians, they took over the U.S. embassy and held the diplomats hostage because they wanted the Shah to be returned from the United States, sent back to Iran so he could be tried for war crimes and crimes against his people. I was just in the former U.S. embassy a couple of weeks ago. It has now been turned into a museum celebrating that takeover, celebrating the kidnapping of those American hostages, which Iran thought was a historic triumph, because inside the embassy compound they found espionage equipment. Like in many embassies, there are also intelligence stations. So there is this
desire that isn't being openly talked about to potentially change the regime and bring back what was there before, which was the royal family.
So much has changed in just the last couple of months. I mean, even the operation that was carried out in Caracas on the 3rd of January, how that was carried out and the repercussions of something like that. But Richard, much more to discuss. We're going to continue with our breaking news. I appreciate your contributions, but it is the top of the hour right now, 2 p.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 p.m. in Tehran as Iran carries out retaliatory strikes after both the U.S. and Israel staged a major joint attack on the regime. Video shows what appears to be a plane or most probably a drone, which he was telling us, slamming into a residential building in Bahrain. We're also seeing this strike near a U.S. naval base, also in Bahrain. Take a look at that. Officials say Iran's retaliation has targeted U.S. military assets there. Also in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Saudi Arabia has seen its territory attacked. At this hour, there are no reported American casualties. Now, within the last hour, U.S. Central Command posting this video of the early morning coordinated strikes. Officials telling NBC News that these attacks are significant in scope, much larger than last year's attack, and that the ongoing operation could last for several days. The Prime Minister of Israel saying that there would be definitely some activity the next couple of days. NBC's chief correspondent, Keir Simmons, is with us from Dubai once again. Keir, the fact that Morocco would step up and say that they show their complete solidarity and support of, among other places, Saudi Arabia. We have to remember that Morocco has been plagued with the Polisario Front, supported by Iran for decades now, but also other countries in the Middle East also supporting what is going on and opposing Iran, including a conversation that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia just had with Egypt.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Iran, what's happening in this specific region in the Gulf area. The Arab countries here in the Gulf and more widely in Jordan, Turkey, Middle Eastern countries, as you mentioned, North Africa, they weren't united in their view of the potential for a strike by the Trump administration on Iran. They are now united in their reaction almost entirely. There are some differences. The Omani foreign minister who was mediating the talks between Iran and the US put out a scathing statement earlier today questioning why the Trump administration would launch these strikes when negotiations were continuing. But as you mentioned, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who is an increasingly towering figure in the region, he has been speaking to other leaders, including to the president of the United Arab Emirates, where I am, and that is a kind of uniting of those two leaders that we haven't seen for some time. And Mohammed bin Salman, offers complete support for the United Arab Emirates because I am here in Dubai and we have heard explosions right the way through the day. You mentioned CENTCOM. CENTCOM, just as we came to air this hour, Jose, putting out a statement saying it has, this is US Central Command, for people who don't know, saying that they have successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched in retaliation to the strikes. Now, that doesn't surprise me from what we've been hearing. What has surprised me, though, is the images that we have seen. You showed the really frightening one at the beginning there, but the images that we have seen of civilian infrastructure being hit, that apartment block in Bahrain. There's also pictures of a substantial fire outside of a hotel here in Dubai on a very famous part of Dubai called Palm Jumeirah. And the authorities here in the UAE, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Saudi, they are saying that they have intercepted many of these missiles and drones. They say that it's been a successful operation. Some of the damage on the ground that we're seeing will be the debris from those interceptions landing. But that drone flying into that apartment building is clearly not that. And that is going to stiffen minds. It's going to stiffen views here in this region. And when we talk about whether this is going to escalate, Jose, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. At what point do these countries who are very cautious in their approach to things, always look for stability, at what point do these countries start to act on what they're now saying, which is that they reserve the right to take their own measures in reaction to this targeting? What the Iranians are trying to do is just try and help people understand who may be thinking, why is this happening? What the Iranians are trying to do is not just target bases with US servicemen and women in the region, but also by hitting countries that are allies and partners of the United States in this way, hope that those governments will go to Washington and say, listen, you need to stop this. Now, that may still happen, but we're in the first day of this, clearly, and this can shift and change the way war does, and there can be a change of view. It can all become too much. But right now, what the Iranians are doing is effectively uniting the region against them, and that cannot be, frankly, for a regime that is weak and is isolated, it is now even more isolated. That being said, there are signs that the kinds of things that we have worried about with an operation like this are playing out. So there are reports that there is simply no marine traffic in the Strait of Hormuz at this point. That's probably not surprising given the threats, but that, as we've been saying again and again, carries 20% of the world's oil and gas. That will impact the oil price and potentially the world economy as we look towards next week, because I think that we have to assume that this is not going to be over in days. I think, frankly, this certainly will stretch into next week, if not beyond. So there's all of that to take in and comprehend, Jose. There are many ways in which this can get out of control, escalate, not go the way that President Trump has planned and hoped for.
I was particularly interested.
Okay, I'll pause it for a second. Did anyone have any comments?
To say the way that Donald John Trump, president, has proceeded without the consent and the volition of the people. I don't know there's an overwhelming number of people supporting the idea of bombing somewhere that has not bombed you back or did not intend to bomb you. So that becomes, again, the syndrome of the bully that's on. Yes, sir. The that's on the playground. No one took his basketball. He'll walk up and take somebody's basketball, and then block access to him getting his ball back. So that reputation is because we have not cleared the mode who can and cannot have weapons, etc. So we have been self-declared the war commander-in-chief of wars, etc. And that's not a good sign right now to people who are in the know of this.
Serena, you asked to come up. Would you like to speak? Serena Ava? Well, we can't hear you. You might want to leave and come back. I saw that you raised your hand.
Can I give a comment, please?
Yes, I saw you had a lot to say in the chat as well as others. Go ahead, but please make it a short flight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear Tiandria, for playing that for us. As you could hear at the beginning of what Tiandria played for us, you could hear about some militias that the disband of the militias and so-called ethnic minorities, which they say they are oppressed. This is about how to say it? This is about loyalty to the regime. There is some parts of Iran that people are not loyal to the regime, and they have been fighting for a long time. And Israel and a part of EU plans to just arm them, and then they make a civil war in Iran so that they make it free somehow. But I'm one of those so-called minorities, which we don't accept it. We are all Iranian. And these problems are made by the regime, so when they are gone, we won't have problems like that. Another plan is by the Republicans, that they have worked on it for a long time, and it's called MEK. They want to install a new republic. There is a figure there. It's called Mariam Rajavi. She's hatred. She's really hated in Iran. Nobody likes her, and she's actually a princess from a dynasty before Pahlavis. So the people abolished that kind of power. It was a really corrupt power, a really corrupt system that we abolished, and then we established the Pahlavi monarchy after that. And the third plan is the Pahlavi that we fought for it in the last 3 years. And it all started with the Women Life Freedom Movement in 2022. EU was intervening about this protest. Some parties of Israel were doing it. US, everybody was just trying to install their own puppet there, and they were doing propaganda really good. And we fought in the West. You saw us. We were protesting a lot, and that was the reason that we wanted to have our own plan, no puppet. And the son of the Shah, the Crown Prince of Iran, kind of stepped in about the same time in 2022, and people actually trust him because we are sick of our politicians. They are all corrupt somehow. And he has a team of 300 to 400 opposition figures. Many of them were former political prisoners, former officials who didn't like the regime. They wanted to reform it, and they couldn't. Many of them have been to prison for a long time. Many of them are from these so-called ethnic minorities. And he has gathered a group, and they have a plan to change and transition to a free Iran after that. And they have, as I said, and I sent the link, there is also a plan designed by these people so that we don't lose our sovereignty and just cancel these stupid projects. Everything we need is that these defected armed forces and these policemen who were arrested 2 months ago, they refuse to kill people. They just come and join this movement. They're ready. They want to just come and help the people. The people are the first thing here, and then the plan. And people also supported him. They chanted his name in January. They chanted his father's name, his grandpa, and everybody is ready. The reason you see Iranians are saying that leave us alone somehow, and they're saying we like the bombing, something like that, is because they are nervous. If you lose this opportunity, we will never have it. Either we will have civil war, or we will have one of these foreign projects designed for many years to destabilize us. And it went in January 8th and 9th.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
You get to speak again. Okay. Is Serena there? Serena, you asked to speak.
Hello, guys.
Serena?
I hope. Can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Yes. I want to say that I'm from Iran, and I have a message to European leaders. You have gone pacifically.
I'm sorry, are European leaders here in this room?
Yes.
What are we doing?
Because I have a message for the leaders and European and other.
Are they here?
Let him talk, man. He doesn't have good internet from home.
Okay, go ahead, Jesus.
Okay, the internet is so weak because of the Islamic barbaric regime that occupied my country, and people in Iran not only support a peace for the world, but also want to remove this barbaric Islamic regime from Iran and bring peace for the world. And Israel and America and all people must stand with Iranian, because this barbaric Islamic regime is very dangerous, not only for Iran, but also for the safety, for the world's safety. Please understand, more than 45 years, we are occupied with this Islamic regime. Please stand with USA. Please stand with Israel. Please stand with Iranian people. Please stand. And don't listen to propaganda that this barbaric Islamic regime have in the world, and by lots of European leaders to get their support. People, they are also attacked to residential area. You know, they are attacking Bahrain. They are attacking Qatar. But if your war is between you and Israel, why do you attack Qatar? Why do you attack Bahrain? The world, the people must hear our voice. Must hear our voice. I'm stressed because maybe my internet will be down because I'm connecting with cell phone that the people out of the Iran support us for to have a poor internet. People, I wanna that you send a message, to send email to European leaders, because some of the European leaders don't support us. Please tell European leaders, you have gone pacifically south and lost your zeal for confronting evil, apparently unless it's on your front porch. The Islamic regime will be danger for you. When the regime don't be changed, they attack all of the world. I promise you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Maybe my connection is poor. Maybe I can't speak. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Okay, I have a clip of the news here from Iran, Gallego. Would we like to hear that? I queued it up for us, so let me just go ahead and play.
Well, I woke up this morning and was trying to start breakfast for my son, and of course turned on TV and just started seeing this. And look, for me as an Iraq War veteran, someone that had to go into some very dangerous situations, saw way too many of my friends die in the war. It really is scary how quickly we just lurched to war without any plans, and for something I don't think is in actually our interests, especially putting the men and women of our community, of our country at risk. It's disgusting, and I think that we should do everything we can to stop this war and pull out before it gets worse.
Have you spoke with Democratic leadership? The House is set to take up a war powers resolution. Will there be a similar move in the Senate?
There will be a similar move in the Senate. We've been, myself and a couple other senators led by Tim Kaine have been actually working to make sure that we put a war powers resolution together to make sure that we try to stop this illegal slide to war, which is again very dangerous, not just for our U.S. troops, our allies, but also for the Iranian people themselves.
Now, Senator, so far only a small amount of Republicans have come out publicly against the move. We know Representative Tom Massey has been vocal since the beginning. Are you hearing anything behind the scenes from your colleagues?
Not yet. Look, I know there's some senators that have had misgivings before in the past, but I think there will be some, and I think there has to be some, because this is a very dangerous situation. We went to war without a plan. We went to war without permission from the U.S. government. Went to war with a country that is even significantly bigger than Iraq. And is not exactly going to give up as easy as I think people. This is why you don't do this types of things. This is why you actually work with Congress, and actually this is why you don't go to war. Again, this is not in our interest. It's not our interest to go to war. Maybe it's in the interest of the Gulf Coast countries. Maybe it's in the interest of Saudi Arabia, Israel, but it does not mean that we need to be expending our own energy, our own blood for those countries, because at the end of the day, there are better ways to handle this, and we are going to end up, unfortunately, in a worse situation than when we started.
Senator, you're a veteran of the Iraq War. You've spoken about how you lost friends in that war. Today, the president came before cameras and said U.S. members may lose their lives. What's your reaction?
Look, it's typical of just him and all these other people that are very, they're just dismissive of what happens. They don't understand what actually it means to go to war. They don't understand being a young man and being told to go into combat, having to put on that armor even after your friend died, and going into a war that is also illegal. Going on patrol every day after my friends had been blown up, and then having to do my job effectively and having to protect myself, protect my fellow Marines, was a hard job, and all the consequences that come from that for years and years. And that's a danger when you have these show horse leaders who've never actually had to sacrifice, never understand the full element of what it means to actually have to put your life on the line. And that's why it scares me when they just decide to go to war, without actually thinking about the full consequences, about how to get in and out of it, and whether we should be doing it at all. Because people are going to suffer because of this, for generations. Again, because you have a president, you have a lot of people around him, including Republicans, that were just there to cheer him on instead of actually put a check on this, some of these stupid moves.
Senator, you mentioned consequences from this war. Right now, New York and Los Angeles, they're on heightened alert. Should Americans here at home be confident in their safety in the coming days?
Look, I think they should be confident, very professional law enforcement all over the country. But what I think we should be worried about is, again, that you have an administration that didn't think thoroughly all this through. We don't have to be in this situation. For many years, we actually had Iran's nuclear ambition contained. The president basically got rid of that plan, had no plan of how to actually stop Iranian nuclear proliferation without going to war. And that's the main reason why I voted for the first time around when it came to the Iran nuclear deal in 2006. And now we're in this situation where men and women are putting their lives at risk right now. Our regional partners are also putting their lives at risk. There are innocent civilians in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and UAE that are also not being put at risk because of these leaders that were so gung-ho and were so ready to go to war. They don't actually understand the full fallout, what that means for everybody.
Now, Senator, as someone who has seen war up close as yourself, how do you weigh the administration's, argument that these strikes were necessary to deter Iran from more conflict in that region?
There's a lot of ways you can do this, and it doesn't mean that we have to just let Iran do whatever it wants. There's a lot of limited ways that you can actually, deal with Iran. Some kinetic, in terms of warlike things, surgical strikes of that nature. Some it can be outside of Iran. Some it could be cyber. Some it could be, economic sanctions. There's so many ways to stop this. The last thing that we need to be doing is starting a full regional war, especially one that, again, in the long term is not in our interest, and we could have handled a lot by diplomatic routes and by agreements like we did with the first go around when it came to nuclear war with the Iran nuclear deal.
All right, Senator Ruben Gallego, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For more on the potential threats to the U.S. homeland, let's bring in ABC's Andrew Dimber. He's here right now. Andrew, what are you seeing here at home in terms of security?
Yeah, so there are.
Okay, I'll just pause it for a second. Did anybody want to say anything?
No, I'm just glad to hear somebody who's been there saying there's no point in doing this bullshit.
No, it's really. I'm sorry, Patty.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, while it's playing, I'm seeing the clips. Like there are people in the streets. I saw one of the missiles hit the apartment buildings. Really, really just devastating. And I just, this is crazy. In the previous newscast, they were talking about how in Israel, they're more prepared, but in the places that are currently being hit with the drones and other, they're not used to it. So not prepared. And people are dying. This is just really sad.
really piss me off when people think that shit is easy. It's not easy. Like, wars are not easy. It's going to cost a lot of money. You're not going to be able to stabilize that fucking country. Relations at the Army War College, right? In Carlisle Barracks. It's in PA. They do it with, in Iran, is the simulation war. There's never been anything that's came good from it. Nothing. I don't understand why. Like, I don't get it, man.
Because they're not going to go there, Patty. That's why. That's why they're so gung ho.
No, they're going to go. They're going to go.
After this draft.
Because, like, even draft, they got draft memos. Like, joke. Like with they got, you know, the simulation for lots, like draft memos of what it looks like to leave someone behind. So you might not get your kid back. You might not even, you know. So it's like, leave them off the terrain in that country, even the estimates, right? So it's through the strategic leadership class is anywhere from 20 to 30 personnel. Where the fuck are we gonna get people for night? Where the fuck are we gonna get Americans to fight a fucking war with over 90 million people in a country? Last night, Haitian was on the phone. Haitian Lisa Allen was in the room when I had to freaking do something, right? You know, one of the senior leaders said, he said, fuck MAGA. It again, and I put it on speaker so that he could say, he said, fuck MAGA. He said, these motherfuckers ain't gonna die. These motherfuckers don't know. They don't know shit. We're on high alert now. Like, anybody, you could be you think you're safe in a nominative position, they want us to have our A-bags and B-bags packed. Just for alerts. That doesn't mean that we're gonna have boots on ground, but that's an alert in case they decide that they want to fucking send some fucking leaders out there to fucking manage some troops that's gonna die.
I have a few updates. So, according to the Red Crescent in Iran, already 200 people killed, something over 700 people injured. In about 2 hours, there is going to be the UN Security Council meeting at the request of Bahrain, and Turkey's Erdogan said that the US-Israeli strikes on Iran violated sovereignty. Has called them to cease, also said that retaliatory strikes on Gulf countries are also unacceptable.
I don't know.
What you mean they gonna die automatically, Daddy? Or you saying they just
They're not letting us use their country.
You're in the Matrix.
You're in the Matrix, Patty.
Am I in the Matrix also?
No.
Thank you, brother. So wait, what are the Negroes in this room saying? I don't know. I need to catch up on this because I've been living my life. But it sounds like y'all are defending Iran. Could someone let me know what the Negroes are thinking? Or y'all just hate Trump so much that y'all are like going? I don't know. I'm literally not joking. So Is it y'all mad because Trump doing this, or y'all saying we don't need this to happen?
Let me tell you something. If Obama would have did it, I would have said, "What the fuck is he doing?"
Okay. Thank you for that.
What is you talking about?
So this is just some BS. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's BS if they're talking about putting extra security in New York and LA. It's like our government worried too. So,
of course they is.
What's going on, BT?
Of course they are, but the thing I was gonna say with it, and I don't know if it already came up. I personally feel like this some shit a lot of us miss, because outside of us in this room and the other rooms that's actually having this conversation, niggas is standing in line for Jordans and worried about other shit, where this shit is going to be a domino effect. It's not just going to stay in Dubai and Iran. You know, like, this shit going to hit home at some point.
Yeah, they're going to have to guarantee you that the cells are getting ready to move within the country.
Yeah, they're reporting extra security measures at religious institutions in New York and LA, but I think they might need to take it to like transportation too.
Everything, because you don't know where that shit could come from.
Can Jordan stop catching strays? Seriously.
I know, like, the attack on Jordans is ridiculous.
It's not even the attack on Jordan, it's the attack on the people. We ain't talking about that, but we talking about the niggas standing in line.
We got niggas still start standing in line.
Nobody's standing in line anymore.
You think of us automatic.
Niggas are literally standing in line. What are you talking about?
You gotta stay on topic.
Because I see a lot of hate comments to Iranians on in the comment section. You know, I just wanted to say.
Iranians, I don't see no hate.
It's alright. You know, I don't care to even hate on. I don't blame them.
Someone in there writing all sorts. Fuck Iran, fuck all that. There's someone in there writing that.
Yeah, you know, that's why we wanted them
one
to go.
And that's hate. That's everyone hating. Is that one?
Yo, BT, did you hear for the conversation or just up the room? Which one?
No,
I think this is supposed to inform us Americans about what's going on. BT. So listen.
You know, I just wanted to tell them that the same people who shoot missiles toward your country today, they also killed our people a couple of months ago.
Yeah, so has Saudi Arabia, so has UAE.
Yeah, I'm
they
sorry,
funded
brother.
terrorism too, and we're not over there fucking blowing shit up. So please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother, that they targeted your country. We tried everything to stop them, but
that's assessment,
they were just killing us.
Can we get back to what is the point of that?
Seriously.
Let's just keep Jordans out of it. For the less educated like myself, could someone just give me
Gayle has the boot.
BT.
I did.
BT, you ain't even laugh, son. Damn, cousin.
I don't know, this might be a stupid question, but was this all a part of the plan? Like, you know how we hear they got these 10, 20, 30, or even more year plans? Like, was this all a part of the plan?
Can I answer you?
Whose plan?
Whoever's plan. The powers that be. I don't know.
A plan for what? Like, I'm real now confused.
So Brooklyn, yeah, have you heard like whether it's something going on in your inner city, anywhere where the people in power, they planning ahead. They planning 10 years down the line, 15, 20, some even 30 years down the line. And that's for infrastructure, different systems, different organizations, just different things.
I'm not in the know, so I wouldn't know. I don't know what they planning.
Right, so why are you coming on my then?
No, but I don't think none of anybody in the know. Ain't none of us has a stake in it. So I think everything that you're going to get from that answer would be an assumption. We don't know if it's a plan or if it's not a plan.
Okay, that's why I said...
Unless somebody is in the know that I don't know about.
That's why I specifically said, does anyone think it's a part of the plan?
We don't know.
Very important. No one asked you if you knew, Arthur.
Well, you just asked the room. You just asked the room. So I'm answering. Said we don't know. That's an answer.
You can't speak for everyone, so you're not weak. So thank you.
Yo, what the fuck is that he's talking on some dumb shit? Somebody told him I'm fucking to the group.
It's not more.
Stop doing that.
Be easy with the guns today, guys.
Not gonna be easy, though.
Not if you don't let me like that on answering the question. Like, I'm just simply answering the question. You want to come in like, we can pull up the guns.
No. What's going on?
The clip that I was playing, they have now moved to talking about how Pakistan declared war. So I'm trying to find a different clip. So I mean,
you talking about Pakistan with the Taliban? With Pakistan Taliban?
Yeah. So it's a lot going on. So I'm trying to keep us on the current topic.
And Tiaja, India is supporting them as well, Taliban.
Yeah, the last thing we want is the Indians and the Pakistanis coming in here to start their own war here. So.
What, you don't like Curry?
Now, you look, when they come into this room and start their shit, ask her what's her name, First Lady here, she will tell you what happened last time they came in.
Man, it was in here. I can't do this shit.
Y'all let that lady talk for like...
Is it just me or she in the Matrix?
Patty in the Matrix real big. She must be by the airport.
That lady from the area.
All right.
So she knows more than any of us in the room.
Did she speak about anything that she knew?
If you listen,
she gave us a lot of emotion. It was a lot of feelings.
Can you give more emotion for first experience from over there?
I mean,
like y'all are weird, yo. If there's some shit affecting your community or our community, you want somebody to be like, fuck it? When you're there speaking on it? When you know firsthand? Don't we always tell motherfuckers stop speaking on our shit?
I don't necessarily.
Shit weird, yo.
She didn't speak on nothing that was happening today, though. That was the gag. Nothing. Like, she didn't say nothing about... She didn't give us no information. So I don't understand.
What more information I'm not up in order. I'm saying, what more information did you have? When there's no communication outside of this, no internet, no thing there.
What?
There's no internet over there for to get information from anybody over there right now.
Well, let the people, we're the Iranians. Tell us what else happened, guys.
I don't think you're going to be able to hear anybody from inside there for now because the internet has been cut off. So I mean, I would love to speak to them because I'm not. This is not a shot at anybody, but most of the Iranians outside of Iran are not like in support of the government. So you're not going to hear. You will hear more of a one-sided kind of talk, like yes, we want them gone. That's what you're most likely to hear from those outside. There are a few outside that are not like that, but most of what you hear is that.
Okay, I found the clip for former Ambassador Dennis Ross. Did we want me to go ahead and play it?
Please.
Great seeing you. Your reaction to what we've been seeing over the past hours.
Well, I think the number one word that captures everything is uncertainty. It's uncertain exactly how long this will go on. It's uncertain exactly what the status of the Iranian leadership is. It's uncertain what are the capabilities that they have remaining. Now we're just talking about they could be a wounded animal, but a wounded animal that has been substantially disarmed is not the same as a wounded animal that actually doesn't have a lot left. Much of what the U.S. and Israel have clearly been trying to do is not only ensure there's no remaining air defense, so there's complete mastery over Iranian airspace, but they've also been going after the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, the drones, the depots, the launchers. The key to the ballistic missiles are the launchers. In the June war, the Israelis have been able to destroy about 80% of those launchers. So the real question is, how much has the Iranian offensive capability been depleted already? And what impact is that likely to have if we've seen the leadership of Khamenei has been killed? If he has been killed, one question you have to have in mind is, even if you want to negotiate an end to this, who are you going to do it with? Has the administration created in advance of this some contacts within the regime so that you are in a position where you can say, okay, if you want to stop, we're able to stop. Here's what we need to be able to do it on our side. So do we have those kinds of contacts? The only thing I'll say that's certain at this point is Iran is dramatically weaker militarily than it was before. How one takes advantage of that remains to be seen.
And so what is it that made it weaker than it was before? And I'm wondering how that plays into the possibility that if the top leadership of that regime have been eliminated, there is something that could evolve with those that remain. And President Trump in his remarks overnight said to those in the armed forces, the police, and the Revolutionary Guard, if you put down your weapons, you will have total immunity. If not, you will face certain death. What are the probabilities that something like that could carry out if the top echelon has been taken out, but there's that important segment left of those who have been enjoying the fruits of power there for many years, but that may be seeing how they could survive?
You know, one of the interesting things, if you look historically at your previous segment, when you were talking about Yasmin, you said you do want to be aware of the history, quoting Santayana. In 1988, when Iran was involved with the Iran-Iraq war, but the U.S. was reflagging tankers. Iran had been attacking Iraq and had tried to cut off all of its revenue by going after oil tankers. We reflagged those tankers. Suddenly, we were destroying the Iranian platform. They then had a prime minister in Mosawi, and with Johnny, they went to this what is now a shooting war with the U.S. The regime is going to collapse. And Khamenei said it was like drinking poison from a chalice, but he ended the war with Iraq. Now, why do I mention that now? It is conceivable, apropos of your question, that there are some in the regime who basically look at the Khamenei policy and say, you invested over the last almost 40 years $500 billion in the nuclear infrastructure, and that's gone. You invested huge amounts of money in a proxy network, and we don't see any of them coming to our defense. Basically, that's been wasted money. We can't provide water. We can't provide electricity domestically. We have a currency of no value. And it's only a matter of time before our own public in this circumstance is going to basically overwhelm the regime. So maybe this is a moment to save what's left. Now the question, that's why I come back to what I was saying before. Is it possible that at the second or third level of this regime, somehow we have been able to create a set of contacts? I'm asking that. I don't know the answer to that. I would have hoped, I'm going to put it that way, if we were going to engage in this kind of an operation,
we would have had those connections in advance. We would have built them in advance, recognizing the only way you have a chance to sort of bring this to a conclusion early and on a track that is a track that we would like to see, meaning one that does create the potential for understandings in a transition, that does create a circumstance where we and others then could be helpful to a success or transitional regime. Under those circumstances, you actually could manage this. You know, I talk a lot about statecraft because I write about that. Good statecraft is always characterized by marrying objectives and means. What's clear here is we have a lot of means. What's less clear to me is what exactly the objective is. If you had been thinking about an objective along the lines that we've just been discussing, which is creating an environment where those within the regime who realize there has to be a fundamental change in terms of Iran's orientation, both towards the outside and the inside, and how do we create a connection with them, then the use of force would be in a certain particular objective. Right now, it feels to me like the use of force may be more geared towards imposing a high price on the regime for what they did to their citizens, to show you don't get away with that impunity, and to weaken Iran. Its ability to threaten any of its neighbors. That seems to be more of what the objective is, and there seems to be more of a hope that you'll have a public that will take advantage of what President Trump was talking about as a one-time opportunity. And that's more hope and aspiration than it is a plan.
You know, I just, with the fortune that we have of being able to speak with you in these such critical moments, I want to, you talk about diplomacy, right? And I'm thinking there have been so many times in our history where there are good faith attempts to reach agreements with other governments, or in the case, for example, of July in 2000, for the United States to play a part in reaching agreements between two essentially enemies, right? Yet sometimes those groups aren't willing to do what is the best for their own existence or their own people. And so I'm just wondering, is there a possibility that some forces inside that regime could turn the page and look for the best interests of the Persian people?
Look, it's a wonderful question. Obviously,
He's in the Matrix real bad, but I'm getting a call. So did you guys want to discuss what we heard so far? And then there's information that I need to confirm.
Yeah, I have one comment and a question. Who was speaking? That's the question, and the comment would be, the problem is that Reuters earlier reported that US-owned CIA report said that their estimation is that Ali Khamenei is gone. What would replace him possibly is hardline IRGC, which is, I don't think that's what that person who was speaking intended, right? Like, he's right that may open a space for change. What type of change is also a consideration, right? And CIA's own reporting indicates that it would be RGC hardliners, right? There's also the notion that Ali Khamenei, he still does, whether we think it is real, I think it's real, for example. Ali Khamenei is the one pushed against nuclear weapons program. He famously has a fatwa against nuclear weapons development. So who's radical between the RGC hardliners and the Ali Khamenei kind of depends on specific issue, right?
I don't think, even if he's dead, right, I don't think that stops anything, because, I mean, they have a chain of who is going to take over next. It's there. Now, they might not announce it immediately, but they have a chain, so it really doesn't change anything for now. But the bigger picture is this. If, let's assume that everything goes right and they topple the regime successfully, the other groups that are behind that are trying to take over are going to fight themselves to the death to this. This is a country of 90 million people. Iraq was just like, what, 40-something million. Syria was like 30-something million. Look at the kind of refugee crisis and immigration crisis it caused to the rest of the world. So look at the effect. Now you're talking of like 90 million. And all of them are not, they're not going to be ready to give up for the other guy. They'll look at it like this is their opportunity for what they are thinking about the country. So what's going to happen next? You're talking of a crisis of crazy proportions. And as of now, Trump cannot just stop and say, okay, we've attacked them and that's the end. You have to go all the way right now. But what will largely happen will depend on the way the rest of the countries, the UAEs, the Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the rest of them, how they react is what is going to determine how badly or how good this war is going to go, depending on what side they're looking at it from. So right now, we might have just stepped into something, I don't know, man. We have just stepped into something crazy right now.
There are contradicting reports. Israeli ambassador and media saying that Supreme Leader is dead, and then Iranians are saying he's safe and sound.
It depends on who's the supreme leader. I mean, like, is it Jesus? Is it like Gaddafi? Or is it what?
It's Ali Khamenei.
Yeah. I mean, God, right?
No,
God, the Father.
What's going on?
God is the supreme leader of the world, right?
What are you talking about?
And I'm sorry, neoliberal. It was Dennis Ross. He was a former ambassador during the Clinton administration that was talking in that interview. And I was getting a call, someone saying that Netanyahu was saying that he seen the body. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis Ross. Yeah, there are contradicting reports. Netanyahu, Israeli ambassador, the whole Israeli media are reporting that he's dead, and Iranian government person responding to those news saying that he's safe and sound. So.
I thought they said he was due to give a speech today, so let's just watch out for that. If he gives the speech, then we know he's not dead. Except he says he's dead in the speech. But if he doesn't give the speech, then we could start to think that yes, maybe he is actually dead.
He also got a pre-recorded, so like Bin Laden did.
That too.
Did you guys want me to continue with the clip?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second.
I had a brief phone conversation with him that began by asking him how the military campaign was going and if they had succeeded in taking out the Iranian leadership. And he said that it's very well, very strong, great unity. A lot of the lead, he said, is gone. It's gone very well. And then I specifically said, well, what about the Ayatollah? Has the Ayatollah been taken out? And he answered me by saying that a lot of it, meaning the Iranian leadership, is gone. But we don't know if it is all, but a lot of it is. It was a very powerful strike. And I asked him a very key question that a lot of people are asking, looking at this operation. If the intent here is to take out the Ayatollah and the Iranian regime, what happens next? So I asked him point blank, do you have an idea what the next leadership looks like? Have you identified anybody? And his initial answer was a simple yes. And then he added, we have a very good idea. He wouldn't elaborate any more beyond that. Another part of this conversation, I asked him how long he expected the military campaign to go on. And his answer was interesting. He said, as long as we want it to, actually. He said, we've done such damage already, it's like they are incapacitated to go on as long as we want it to. But by saying they are incapacitated, I think what he was saying is that it is doing his work. But that the campaign can go on because their ability to hit back, in his view, is largely limited. He's saying they are incapacitated.
John, you know his tone and instincts well. How did he talk about the risks of escalation and the possibility of a wider regional war? Did he talk about that at all?
I didn't get the sense that that was a concern for him, at least nothing expressed in either the words or the way he was saying them. As a matter of fact, he emphasized at the very beginning of the conversation great unity, and I think he was referring to the unity of the Arab governments in the region who have all been targeted by Iranian strikes, and we've seen statements condemning Iran for those strikes from some of those Arab governments, most significantly Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, both condemning what Iran has done. So I have to say that this did not sound like a president that is anguishing over the decision. He has just made a decision which is one of the most important that he will make as president, with repercussions that we just don't know. There's no way to know at this point. But he did not appear to me like he was, the possibility of those repercussions was weighing heavily on him. He was very much touting this as a successful operation.
All right, Jonathan Karl, thank you for your reporting. Joined now by Marcus Moore in Doha, Qatar. Marcus, we know Qatar was targeted by retaliatory strikes. I understand we now have more details on how the country was attacked, as well as those injuries, right?
Yeah, we are getting a sense of the enormity of this and the impact on Qatar. A diplomat who was briefed on the day's events, telling ABC News that the Iranians fired 44 missiles and 8 drones at Qatar, and that there have been 8 injuries, and that one person suffered critical injuries. And so this is the first time we are learning details about the impact of this on the ground here, of the fact that there have been 8 injuries reported, and that one person is said to be in critical condition. It has been an incredibly active day, where we were hearing the air defense interceptors being launched into the air to intercept these Iranian missiles that were presumably targeting a number of locations in the region, including the largest U.S. base in the Middle East, the Al-Udeid base, that's not far from where we are here tonight. So quite an
active day. So people here hoping for a bit of calm. But there's certain concern that this is not over yet.
Marcus, we can see it's late at night where you are right now, but have you noticed any changes to life in Doha since these strikes?
Well, it is Ramadan, so there weren't a lot of people out today, and certainly we've been reporting on this. The emergency alerts that went out on all of the phones, that has impacted life here. People told to prepare for incoming missiles, and we're also told to shelter in place. The orders to shelter in place not only went to everyday citizens here in Doha and across Qatar, but also at the U.S. Embassy. The embassy personnel, they were told to shelter in place as well. And so that's had a huge impact on everyday life. Schools are also closed. Children will be doing remote learning for the foreseeable. And public events and gatherings have also been canceled until further notice. So a very huge impact on everyday life for people here in the region.
Now, Marcus, have we heard any further reaction parts of the Middle East or seen any other security measures?
Well, of all of the various countries and the Gulf countries here in the region, everyone is on high alert. And we know that officials throughout all of this have been calling for calm and for diplomacy, because as you were talking with John Carl there, the big question is, will this be contained? Is this over yet? And what is the risk? Potential for this to spread into a regional war, and that's what everyone is paying particular attention to. I can tell you that the U.S. embassies in Bahrain, obviously here in Qatar and in Kuwait and the UAE, they have all been placed on high alert in days, as this remains a very fragile situation with no one knowing what's going to happen next.
All right, Marcus Moore, thank you for your reporting. Let's bring in White House correspondents Karen Travers and Selena Lang. Selena, I want to start with you. President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there since the onset of these strikes. What are you learning about his movements?
Yeah, that's right. Here in Mar-a-Lago, we're told by the White House press secretary that the president was monitoring the situation along with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and other national security leaders. We've also learned that the president has spoken to some allies in the region, including with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, as well as NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Now, it appears that this was really a unilateral U.S. action along with Israel. It's unclear just how much of a heads up our allies received ahead of this major U.S.-Israeli operation. But look, President Trump, he is speaking to reporters from here in Mar-a-Lago. He just spoke to John Carl about the brief phone call they had. He also had a brief phone call with Axios where he made some remarkable comments about how despite this major military action, he still believes that there could be an off-ramp here and an opening still for negotiations. The president said, I can go long and take over the whole thing, or, quote, end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile program. In any case, it will take them several years to recover from this attack. Now, finally, after the strikes happened, the president laid out exactly what his justification was for this major military operation. It is not just the Iranian nuclear program. It is not just the ballistic missile program. It is also the president explicitly saying, encouraging the Iranian people to seize this moment for regime change. But again, after weeks of threats and building military in the region, it was only after the fact that the president told the American people why this is justified.
Now, Karen, the White House has said diplomacy was the first option. President Trump was even saying that this week during his State of the Union address. But yesterday, he made clear his patience was running out. So what appeared to change his mind so fast?
The president told reporters yesterday here at the White House, Ike, that he had not made a final decision about whether he would launch a military strike, but he had very strong words about the state of the negotiations, saying he wasn't happy with where the talks had been after that round of indirect talks on Thursday between the U.S. and Iran. That was in Geneva, mediated by Oman. The president said, I'm not happy with the fact that they're not willing to give us what we have to have. Now, the White House has said for weeks that diplomacy was still the first option for the president. But About 10 days ago, the president issued an ultimatum to Iran. He said that they had 15 days to make a deal. This is what he told me on Air Force One. And he said that if Iran did not make a deal with the United States, things would be really bad for them. It would be very unfortunate. Now, that window did not get closed for Iran. He launched these strikes before the 15 days came up due. But we're also hearing from senior administration officials that they felt that the negotiations were just not going anywhere, specifically on the issue of enrichment of uranium that Selena was mentioning there. One senior official said that Iran basically said enriched uranium, no uranium enrichment, that didn't work for them, that they needed to do it, and that the administration was saying back, that makes absolutely no sense to us. So there were significant sticking points, significant gaps after those 3 rounds of indirect talks. That is likely why the president was saying yesterday he just didn't like the direction they were going.
Now, Selena, you're also learning more from your sources about plans for the White House to speak to Congress this week. Is that so?
Yeah, that's right. I just spoke to an administration official who told me that the White House is working to arrange full Senate and House member meetings on Iran this week. That is according to an administration official. And this comes after we have learned from the U.S. official as well that the U.S. did notify the Gang of Eight on Tuesday ahead of time to brief them on the situation. It's unclear though just what level of detail they received, if they were given notice about the time.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it and see if they go for it because we've already heard that information like 20 times over. Did anybody have any comments?
I think, the information is moving so fast, we just all trying to take it all in, But yeah, I appreciate the video clip, audio.
I was just talking to people I know on the ground there and, checking to make sure they're good. And they're saying, yeah, it's just odd watching missiles explode over your head. It's just crazy to me.
And Ms. Cleo, the crazy thing is in the clips, you can see it. Like people are outside, like in some places where the missiles have actually made contact with buildings, you see maybe the building on fire, but like you see them in the air and then they just like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he said he was
in the air. Angels?
What? Missiles.
Missiles. Oh, missiles? Okay, missiles in the air. Okay. But have you seen the... Yeah,
like
have you seen the...
intercepted.
Okay, so have you seen the Kanye video from yesterday of him in Mexico? And Jesus like comes back to life with the missile.
I've seen no Jesus propaganda. Sorry. Thank you. I'm like, what is happening?
I've experienced missile attacks in Iraq. It's not nothing to be. What do I want to say? There's nothing celebratory about that.
Yeah, I wasn't celebrating. I was.
Oh no, I know you weren't. No. I'm not saying it that way. I'm just.
Yeah, they've definitely pivoted to online. They're hoping it's for a couple of days, but yeah, it's kind of sad to me. But like knowing people there and that being a place like I once lived,
Is it true that Ayatollah is dead? Is that true, or the reports are
conflicting?
I don't think we reported that yet. I did see someone put in the chat that his family members are dead and a lot of their leadership is dead. So they definitely suffered some losses. Oh shit, Gemini, what's up, brother?
Until there is a confirmation from Iranian sources, this should all be treated with caution.
Hey, because Neo Little Bro, my timeline has Canadian, Iranian celebrating. That's what my timeline's got right now. Celebrating the death of Ayatollah, but I don't know.
I'm sure there will be people celebrating.
Yeah, this was in Ontario, Toronto.
MG says Fox News reporting he's dead. I don't know. I'm running around. Does anybody else see that?
They're getting the information from Israel, who's not there to see, so it's like unconfirmed. Is it likely?
Yeah, Israel has put out a strong statement saying that their intelligence services have confirmed the body of Khamenei, so they have confirmation of death. They have a video. They haven't shared the video. That's what they're saying, right? The Iranian government spokesperson saying Ali Khamenei is well and good.
Yeah, with the 77 virgins.
The question would be, if they get regime, let's play this out. If they get regime change, could they start using nuclear technology for advancement of power and different things? If you take away the Ayatollah, would they be treated any different?
They're not gonna let someone take power that's gonna do the same shit. You would think.
You see what I'm saying? Like, let's be clear, the Ayatollah is not a friendly thing to be doing, but I'm just saying the rest of the world uses nuclear power for a bunch of things, whether it's energy and all other things, but they're saying that somebody just can't have it just because they're Iranian is, you know what I mean? That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, okay, let's change everything. Let's say they become a democracy. You think they still gonna allow them to have it?
Nuclear power or nuclear weapons?
Nuclear power. Hell, they can't even have nuclear power at this point.
Iran is a signature. Anyway, I don't know. Why are we discussing this hypothetical?
I do see where they have started reporting that 60 students at the girls' school were killed, which is up from, I believe I heard the number 40 earlier.
It's going to keep going up, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's in the number 80 again.
What do people think? Say he is dead. What do people think that says about what's going to happen next?
Guess who was going to replace him? You know what I mean? We'll figure out what that's going to be.
Some people think that they're going to install the Shah's son. Like, they don't know. Like, we don't know. I'm just trying to see if I can find something. So
yeah, no, we don't know. I was just curious about people's thinkings about possibilities of like
weird, different ways.
Is nobody asking the people who live in Iran under this shit who they want in charge versus what the American government wants?
It's divided.
It's not going to be anybody from it making decisions. When the last time you seen it happen where the country that's involved was part of decision making?
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm bringing that up as a point to, in some stories, there ain't no fucking good guys. And listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sick of the U.S. trying to be fucking imperialistic and just fucking with people for no fucking reason sometimes.
Yeah, when has the U.S. ever asked anybody who do you want to replace in the league?
Right, that's my point. That's my point.
Uncle, option A, option B, or option C? Which one y'all?
That's my point.
Or is it going to be option C, option C, option C?
Like I said earlier, I think anybody they try to force on them, not everybody's going to be on board. So you're still going to have the same Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan situation all over again. You're trying to force all this.
Yeah, another power grab.
Yeah. But from what I know about the way they operate, they usually have, except if taking out the whole leadership completely, they usually have people in mind to take over from one person goes.
Of course, they have somebody that's going to take over to succeed. Now, who the unlucky son of a bitch is going to be? We have to wait.
So I thought I might be mistaken. I'm not the best with this stuff. I thought one of Trump's positions was no wars.
Well, it's not a war, Miss Cleo. It's not a war. This is Trump. Being Trump?
Right.
That was a nice approach.
You're absolutely right. No new wars.
So you said technically this one's not news, huh?
And I thought it was no prolonged wars as well, never-ending wars. And I thought his statement, did he actually say it could end quickly or go on forever? Was that him who actually said that?
Not that so much Israeli.
You said, wait.
Someone spoke with him, and then he basically told them either they comply, it ends quickly, or it could go on forever.
Okay. So, also a forever war. Okay.
Yeah, Barack Ravid, the guy from Axios, had a 5-minute phone conversation with Trump about an hour ago. And quoting from Trump, I can go long and take over the whole thing. I'll end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile programs. And end of quote.
Thank you.
Hell, I've heard something else. Basically, him saying, be back in a few years. Well, that only implies that he's still going to be in the fucking White House in a few years. Or the next election. Or the election after that.
U.S. official confirms to Fox that the United States believes the Khamenei and 5 top Iranian leaders killed in initial Israeli strike on compound agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. This is a senior U.S. defense official. So this is the first confirmation of the Israeli confirmation by the United States.
ABC News is talking with the retired Army colonel, I believe. Did we win or?
Sure.
Okay, let me cue it up.
He's now the vice president of the United States and Israel against Iran. Iran retaliating with its own missile strikes against countries across the Middle East. Let's bring in retired Army Colonel Seth Crumbrick. He's now the vice president of Global Guardian. Colonel Crumbrick, thank you for joining me. Your firm is conducting evacuations from multiple countries in and around Iran. How's that effort going?
Hi, Harry. Thank you. So it's been going very well today because we spent the last few weeks preparing our clients for this very day. As we've seen the force buildup occur, it became obvious that action was going to happen. So we let the clients know exactly what the plan was. Ahead of time, hey, look, have your bags ready to go, your passports set, and then so when this morning kicked off, we were able to move right away to begin to get our clients out of harm's way. And we've been doing it across the entire Middle Eastern region and Israel. Because make no mistake, this is just the beginning. This is like the prologue. We're not even at chapter 1 of this fight, because we're talking about regime change, which is the most extreme option for the United States. This is a massive shift from the last 47 years. So we're prepared with teams in every single country in the Middle East and in Israel and 145 countries to be able to respond. Because the threat's real, it's going to grow. There's going to see more threats, more globally. So we're protecting our clients around the world in real time, and they're prepared to evacuate if that's what should happen.
You know, Colonel Crumbrick, we know the United States air defenses are robust in the region. However, we've already seen missiles hit some U.S. bases. So how vulnerable are those U.S. bases in the region right now?
If you're in the U.S. military, there's always a level of risk in the Middle East.
I'm not sure what happened.
What kind of retaliation from Iran concerns you the most?
This is a true unconventional adversary. No one has done more with less than Iran. We've seen it with Hamas and Hezbollah, but they can do that and replicate that around the world. And so think about what they can do with all of the networks that they've been building for decades. 47 years of friction with the United States. They've been investing all over the world to be able to put in action arms should they need to use them. Well, today's that day. traveler, business interest anywhere around the world, you need to be prepared for any eventuality because today's the day for it.
Colonel, how do you think the U.S. can avoid a prolonged conflict here?
Look, I don't think we get to decide that. Honestly, it's up to the Iranian population and the Iranian military. If they break away from the regime, then that is going to shorten the conflict for sure. If they don't break away and they stay with the regime, this is going to drag on. Remember, we can start a war, but there's two sides to this. They get to vote too on how long this is going to go. So we've entered into that dark room, and we're going to figure out exactly what's in there the hard way. And if the Iranian population and the Iranian military don't break away from the regime, I don't see how we achieve our strategic goal.
Colonel Seth Krumrick, thank you for your time. I'm Mike Mazzazzi. Thanks for streaming with us. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. And if you're on the go, we're on the ABC News app and abcnews.com. And you're looking at a live picture of Tel Aviv as night falls after missiles striking the Middle East. We'll be right back.
So killing, what was it, 63 of their children is what's going to make them potentially break away? Or are we hoping that's going to make all the people just break away from the regime? I'm not saying that's what he is insinuating, but I wonder what he's trying to communicate here. That it depends on whether the Iranians are willing to walk away from the regime all of a sudden, then things are going to be just normal. This Warhawk Kool-Aid, whatever it is that some of these people drink, is pretty bizarre. And he started off his entire thing like he was making a sales pitch about his business. We've been prepared. We've been doing a lot of evacuation. We were waiting for this day. Our company has been doing... What the hell? This is weird. The one piece of good information he left, though, is if you're an American citizen that does business internationally, or you love to travel around the world, watch your back. Our government is making us literally targets of countries that, for all I know, there's going to be some kind of retaliation. In what form, fashion, I can't predict exactly. And I'm not hoping for any innocent American, because I don't think American civilians want this. But if you have a dumbass government and a head of state, whatever catastrophic consequences we're going to face, you do know our national security comprises of Kristi Noem, Kash Patel, at least for the homeland, and Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth. These are the people that are supposed to ensure we are protected, we're safe around the world. Good luck with that.
Head to your pickup.
Uncle, were you planning to say something?
Oh, no, it's not like you're driving Uber. That's an Uber.
Yes, I put on the Uber app. Because I wanted to do Uber on my way home. I was going to say something, and everything just clicked in together at the same time. So I was struggling. But I wanted to say, well, at least they have diplomats and career civil servants to advise them if they're going to listen to the advice. But that's where they are political figureheads and probably don't know shit. So the civil servants will do the rest.
I'm well aware the civil servants are going to do the rest. individuals like this, people that openly defy actual technocrats that know this stuff.
100%, I agree with you.
Yeah,
100%.
these are the decision makers. So whether you can dismiss them all you want, but these are Senate confirmed individuals. And let's say we just ignore all of them. We still have Donald Trump, the ultimate decision maker. I don't know if I trust Donald Trump with my safety and security based on his ability to be, his tendency to be a reckless human being. That's all I'm saying. So while I was dismissive of that colonel or general, whatever he is, the one piece of advice he did give out is something worth listening to. If you're an American, be careful wherever you go around the world. It doesn't matter. You could be traveling to London, or no American likes to go to London unless they're fish and chips. But you know,
how about you be traveling within the U.S.?
Exactly. Yeah. You know, I don't know. Anything can happen to you.
Don't forget the World Cup is around the corner.
Yeah.
Lord, Donald Trump does not drink, and I still don't trust him with a cup of beer. So, yeah, don't worry about it.
It seems Trump is talking right now. I'm getting a bunch of Twitter alerts, but I can't read it because I'm heading home. Neoliberal. Your boy Walter Bloomberg is tweeting from his terminal.
Thank you, my lord.
You know, that's blasphemy. You have one lord. Don't ever call me my lord.
My liege.
Okay, even better. I can't change my name again. I was going to go with El Balfour after that Mexican operation, but apparently Clubhouse has a 15-day thing, so I got to wait for 15 days before I can remove the Lord thing. This is blasphemous. I don't know what I was thinking.
And I was going to say, when we tried to call you your previous name, you said, don't call me there. Call me my new name.
You got to understand. Sometimes I haven't, man, what was I going to say? What's the terminology for the individual that flip-flops back and forth? If I figure it out, I'll tell you. That's what happens. I forgot to take my medication. That's all.
I was just going to say, you picked the weirdest hills to die on.
Bipolar?
Yep. Neoliberal to the rescue. That's exactly what that was.
You gotta.
But Johnny.
What were you reading? Were you reading the Balfour Declaration?
No. I'm talking about the Balfour Declaration, the one from the Old Testament, the one Mike Huckabee was talking about a few days ago. Oh, we had a whole room here, Neoliberal. You remember this, right?
Yeah.
When Ben was trolling Mike Huckabee, that's how Lord Balfour came about. Yep.
The next day you woke up and realized that it wasn't as cool as you thought it is?
No, that's what I realized. I was like,
it was a few days later.
Mexico happened, and I decided, you know what? El Mencho, El Balfour. I was like, okay, that's what I was going to go with. But then Clubhouse was like, no, son, you're going to have to wait a few more days before you can change this bitch. Yeah. So there's that. Balfour is not going away anytime soon, so you better get used to calling me that.
You're going to change your mind again. Like, what are you talking about?
That's Clubhouse. It's every 6 months. You gotta come up with something new, character, new personality. You change with the times.
Okay, we have a poll from YouGov. Approval for bombing Iran on Saturday. Disapprove 44%. Approve 34%.
Well, the Wicked Witch of the West is dead. Or I guess the East. The Middle East.
Sorry? I'm directionally confused now.
TC, did you have anything else to say besides that?
Well, no. Did you guys hear that Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed? They shared the photos of his dead body with Trump. 14-hour operation, gone, just like that.
Do we have a statement on it from Trump?
He hasn't issued a statement yet, but the reports are coming in that he has viewed the body, and the military has confirmed that it's Ayatollah Khomeini. But again,
I'm sorry. Did Trump have a carnal knowledge of Ali Khamenei's body to identify? What is going?
Well, I guess some assets in Iran has provided the verification that it's him, and they provided the video or the footage to Trump to confirm, for him to see it for himself. So I guess a statement will be soon coming, but there's really no way of guaranteeing that this represents regime change. This simply shows that the Ayatollah is dead and that somebody else is going to come and take his place. And we know that the Khomeini has said to the IRGC that if I'm assassinated, you guys take over. So it's not as if there's a vacuum in Iran right now. It's not as if the United States has any type of operational insight into a opposition strategy with the Ayatollah. So I think this is chapter one in a very long saga of what's going to happen in Iran and how does it affect the United States geopolitically.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we're just following the news.
Did you see von der Leyen thing saying that she's going to convene something on Monday? And people are trolling her saying, "Oh, the Europeans can't be bothered."
They're very concerned.
Yep.
They're expressing concern.
Can you hear me? Is somebody speaking?
We can hear you now.
Oh.
I guess this begs the question: what does it say of the United States? The United States and the Trump doctrine abroad in terms of his ability to simply strike wherever he wants to strike, and it creates a ripple effects around the world, but nobody can do anything about it. He's done it in Iran now twice. He's done it in Nigeria. He's done it in Venezuela. Of course, he's done it in other areas, and it's just like, this is the new Trump doctrine. He draws the red line, they cross it, there's military repercussions to pay. See, it's pretty effective, if you ask me.
Nigeria is a little bit different.
What's the effect that, in terms of
deterrence?
You said it was effective in terms of changing the world. So in Venezuela, they got rid of Maduro, but all the Maduro people are still there. So what is it? Just personal?
Make no mistake about it. The Maduro people that are, quote, still there are 100% puppets of the United States. The vice president is filing licenses for U.S. oil companies to reopen business in Venezuela. There's been a bilateral opening of relationship between Venezuela and the United States recently, and of course we know that Venezuela is interested in
resurging their economy through investments from the United States, particularly related to oil. That's the biggest example you have right there. Go ahead.
I'm in a little delay. I apologize. My signal's crazy. I'm sorry. Can you?
No, the answer to your question is deterrence, right? You draw the red line, you engage in negotiation, the negotiation goes nowhere. It creates a natural deterrence for bad actors on a geopolitical scale from crossing the Trump administration. I think that's highly effective, at least demonstrably so. You can look at what's going on in Iran. They engaged in negotiation, drew the line was drawn, the line was crossed, and effectively you have uprising in the middle in Iran.
So I don't know what's going on in Iran because it just happened a few hours ago. So that doesn't tell me about its effect in like 6 months, a year, 3 years, 4 years. So it's hard for me to say. I remember when they captured Saddam Hussein and people were also exuberant, and we saw the sinkhole of ISIL, etc.
Wait, Ben, were you talking about when the Brits caught Saddam Hussein and handed him over to us? That part?
No, I think it was some ragtag dudes in the desert. They found him hiding in the garden of his girl in the back, one of his side pieces. But anyway, no, I remember. Anyway, to the so Maduro had a bunch of bloodthirsty, repressive lieutenants who were bigger Chavistas than he was. And because they decided to do oil contracts with the United States during the Trump administration, by the way. I mean, I know many people think Trump's going to live forever, but he's not. He'll be president forever. Because of that, that means that it's a puppet. Remember, Diaz actually still calls Maduro the legitimate and is a bigger Chavista than he was. She was the head of their secret, the secret police or whatever. There's no torture game. She didn't win. Anyway, so because they're doing oil contracts with some American companies, that means that things have changed. That one, the government is a puppet of the United States. I'm not asking the question. I'm just getting my mind around it. And two, Venezuela's ill effects in the region and the hemisphere are no more. Okay. So I'm understanding that. And then in this instance, I'm just keeping up. I'm not asking a question. I'm just keeping up. I just want to make sure I get it. And in this instance, I don't know what red line they crossed, but okay. They crossed the red line. The old man is dead. Looks like the old man is dead. The old man is dead. He's 80 years old. Obviously, they have a succession plan put in because they're not stupid. The people will, in between bombings, rise up to install something like a Jeffersonian style democracy, perhaps, or constitutional monarchy, like the British with Pahlavi at the head. And all it took is the assassination of the leader. Okay, I'll wait to see. Maybe it will open up Iran to all kinds of bilateral, trilateral, multilateral agreements. Maybe this will also solve the Sunni-Shia conflict because we all know that Trump can solve that too. All right, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, you've said that you don't know what's going on in Iran, but one thing I'm sure you understand is that Iran has just gotten bombed in the last 14 hours, massively so, and there are reports that Khamenei is dead, and that those could be.
Yes, I know that. I'm talking about the conditions of installing a democratic or constitutional monarchy.
Nobody's saying there's going to be an installation of a democratic.
Well, that's what. Did you hear Netanyahu's speech?
No, but
did you hear Trump's speech?
Yes.
Okay, so they're saying that the people, this is the time, I guess, in between the bombings, to go and overthrow the regime and to install a democratic that is the most people-led government. That's what they said. Something about the lion, whole thing around the lion, Israel, the lion of Persia, and all that kind of stuff.
Putting that to the side, like I said, nobody knows what's going to happen. This could be Afghanistan all over again, right?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
But the very least, we know that, again, you are asking me what was the effectiveness of Trump's strategy and his positions on these issues. And I said, clear as day, and it's proven here now, it's deterrence. Deterrence. And as long as you have a strong leader, especially a strong American leader, that's able to draw a red line and effectuate some sort of now, I'm not suggesting that he continues to engage in his conduct here without authorization of military force or some sort of congressional declaration of war.
Why not?
I'm not advocating for that. I would be advocating for more. Well, let me finish, though, and then I'll entertain your questions.
It's bad.
Okay, bad. So, I lost my train of thought. The idea is that if Trump continues to conduct himself this way, I think it portends positive ramifications for American foreign policy in the future.
Right, but you're saying that while also admitting you don't know what the future will bring. So if it becomes an Afghanistan, it was not positive. So when I say I don't know what's going on, it's because it happened today, between, what I've been doing today and following on the news and listening to the news or whatever. That's when I say I don't know what's going on. I'm following the bombing stuff very closely. I know the specifics of that. Like, I listened to the Netanyahu speech. I understand. I'm just saying that I don't find, and I thought we understood this, but it now turns out that MAGA is a neoconservative movement. And anybody suggesting they're not neocons is just being disingenuous. I know neocons is. This is full neocon stuff. We're back in neocon territory, right?
Well, it would be a course to the MAGA movement because MAGA certainly wasn't neocon. The whole thing.
I know, it's a betrayal.
The whole reason why MAGA brought Trump in was because he campaigned on non-interventionism.
I know.
So
it's a betrayal.
Trojan horse for that. But I guess you could argue the same thing for the Epstein files.
No, I'm saying it's a betrayal of the MAGA movement. And there are MAGA people who are very upset about it. But I was going to say, it could be effective, but I learned the lesson that simply by removing the head of the snake, or who you think is the head of the snake, I'm going to be honest with you. Now I'm going to give you my conspiracy theory. I don't think Khomeini was running things anyway. I think he was an old guy. That was who inspired all. He was a religious figure, and people were in thrall of him. But I think he was having dinners and delicious tea. They have delicious tea in Iran. And delicious teas and stuff. I think a lot of the people who were in charge for the day-to-day operations of the repression of the Iranian people are still very much alive. And there's a chance that they may get even more power. So I thought the lesson of the neocons was one of the major lessons was that just removing a head, Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, doesn't mean the outcomes are going to be any better, especially from an America First perspective. But now that everybody generally, obviously there's some critics, now that MAGA is full neocon, I see where we stand. It's fine. I get it.
Well, there are some cracks in that armor, and I don't know if I wholeheartedly disagree with you. There are some cracks in that armor. Again, I would point to Venezuela as an example. Venezuela, the vice president, I forget her name,
Delcy Rodriguez?
Yeah, thank you. She is proven to be a strong ally of the United States, particularly as it relates to the economic strategy that the United States wants to engage in extraction of oil resources from Venezuela. They're starting to stand up an entire 2027 plan to re-cement the licenses that the oil companies in the U.S. have with Venezuela. That's 100% consistent with Trump's strategy, and that's why they're not, criticizing her leadership. And she's put it on her face to criticize America, but everything she's doing, she just had a tour not too long ago. She was doing a walkthrough with American companies. It was video. It was spread via media. DC, the United States, on social media and everywhere. So I think if you're going to make the argument that MAGA has been taking neocons and that it's going to prove to be fruitless, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily proven at this point.
Yeah, I got a question. Oh, go ahead, Pat. Sorry.
I don't know if it's going to be fruitless. What I'm saying is whether there's neocon or other ramifications, I don't know what it looks like 6 months, 18 months, 24, 36 months from now, because again, I remember when they came, I remember where I was. Kimberly Foster would be interested in this. I was in the dorm room, the Adams house. Shout out to that sister, but that's a different discussion. I remember where I was. And I remember, Saddam Hussein is gone, and it leaves this vacuum there. So it'll be interesting to see. I think it will be foolish of the American citizens, because the government knows this. They're thinking just getting rid of this Ayatollah means the whole thing crumbles. I was told Iran had this sophisticated ballistics missiles program. I was told they were the number one funders of terror. I was told that their terror networks and ability to strike in the Middle East, in the Western Hemisphere, in the Eastern Hemisphere, but no one's going to strike in the Eastern Hemisphere, at least Iran would. From the Hezbollah, from the Hamas, and from other unaffiliated entities was real, and it was substantial. And so for me to now listen to everything I've been told and to think just because this one guy is gone, all of that stuff goes away, I don't know, man. But somebody else wanted a question.
Yeah, on Venezuela quickly. If the United States unilaterally first imposes sanctions, exit the country, all of that, and then unilaterally lifts the sanctions and starts doing business, that is not something that has changed in Venezuela, right? It is all United States. Trump is selling it as if companies were driven out of Venezuela when he sanctioned American companies doing business in Venezuela. Later, more or less giving some exceptions to Chevron, etc., etc. You can look for videos of Maduro saying he's open for business with the United States, right? So the United States had to, because some sanctions are still in place, had to concoct Qatari business account to circumvent its own sanctions to do business in Venezuela, which Venezuela was open to doing business even under Maduro. And now Trump is selling it as some type of a outcome of Maduro kidnapping. Come on.
That's one of the consequences of Americans not wanting to read or being interested in the details of actually what happens around the world. And the other thing is, let's just say everything neoliberal just stated wasn't a thing, and whatever Trump said was actually true. Don't you think Delcy Rodriguez, in her calculations, understands that this is going to be Trump's final term and that there will be a future U.S. presidency that might not give two shits about Venezuela, and that she and her people can continue doing whatever the hell they wanted to do? That's one thing. And the second thing, you brought up Nigeria earlier and said that this proves Trump's doctrine of, he's a strong leader. Whenever he, basically when he draws a red light, he will act on it. Again, if you were really interested in the details, you'd find out that the Nigerian government not only orchestrated the whole thing, they actually have used that as a pretext to get more money that they've been dying to try to get from the US government for so-called counterterrorism efforts. That the whole thing, from the intelligence end up, was something that the Nigerians provided to the US military. Trump didn't just wake up and start bombing Nigeria. But that's what he led his supporters to believe, because that's the kind of crap he would tweet on Truth Social. Anyway, I'm done.
The Nigerian one is an interesting one to me because, and I'll never understand it, and it feels like somebody got played, and I'm not sure who. Bello is here. He may be able to correct me. Even though he's an Edo boy, he might know this. He's been in Maryland is. But Boko Haram, if I recall, is in the northeastern part of Nigeria. The bombings, I believe, were in Sokoto and other northwestern, hold on, bro. Oh, sorry. And Sokoto and other northwestern areas. So much so that they didn't really hit anything of consequence. I don't know if people remember it. It was kind of y'all like to use the word performative incorrectly, so I'll use performative incorrectly as well. It was, to the degree a bombing can be performative, they didn't even hit the strongholds. And what has come as a result is the releasing kinds of monies in the commitment to fight terror from the Tinubu government. So I just think that if you just kind of go with the headline, oh, they bombed, and he may be dead. That may be dead. I'm not sure. There may be somebody now who already is in charge. I have no idea. So, we'll see. He may have already been dead. I have no idea. Like, I believe George Soros is dead. I don't know. But when we put our understanding of geopolitics, I think, in like one man is running it all, and when that one man falls, the good thing comes after it. That's never happened in at least my lifetime. But maybe it will happen this time, and maybe people in Iran will be able to install a secular Muslim who's westernized, who is a trust fund baby, and who hasn't been in the country in nearly a half century. Like, in what world would he have the majority of the people's support? What are you going to deal with the people who were chanting death to America? They weren't just doing that simply because they were because they had to. Those people exist. There are actual enemies of Israel in Iran, but none of that matters, I guess, because the Khomeini is dead. So I don't know, man. I hope y'all are right now.
I don't know why we have to do this thing where we jump to massive conclusions that are not even proven or even demonstrably could be suggested. Nobody's expecting for this westernized Muslim savior to fly into Iran and everybody rally around this puppet and says, yes, this is the new supreme leader of Iran, and he's gonna usher us into the modern age with his Western ideology on Islam. That's the weird thing. Maybe if we do some sort of constructive analysis, we could come to the conclusion that maybe, possibly, the strategy is not to completely supplant the regime and supplant the IRGC or Ayatollahs or what have you. Maybe the strategy is just to fracture it enough to where it devolves into chaos, and they beg for outside intervention from a political lens to help stabilize the country. Possibly, it's not all-out complete regime change and changing them into Zara-wearing Muslims. Maybe the idea is that we fracture the regime enough that it devolves into chaos, and then the inevitability of their need for Western support creates the perfect conditions for the Trump administration to sweep in with economic, revitalization of Iran. Maybe that's the strategy, but I'm just a dreamer.
The problem with all of that.
One second, the other, but let me just finish so you can follow up. So, in fact, and this may not be your fault. In fact, there are lots and lots of people who are expecting that very thing to happen. That's exactly what respectfully, I need to read about. That's exactly what this big millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars campaign that these people have been pushing online, that people talk about, they come in here with their scripts. That's exactly what people expect. So that's the first piece.
Well, you'd be silly to believe them, though. I mean, come on, be honest. Where has it happened? We're going to go back to the de-Baathification of Iraq, right? That shit worked.
That's exactly what. That's so funny you put that. If you go and listen to Netanyahu's speech, which to me is insane to think that, if you were in the middle, but if you had a speech, that's exactly what Netanyahu was suggesting. That's exactly what they're saying.
That's exactly what they think could happen. But I want to go back to the larger point. This is the more important one because a lot of this stuff is kind of silly. I agree with you. This is fascinating me. So, you said maybe you, I don't know, do something to the regime so that they like are fractured enough that Trump can. I mean, well, here's the issue. Almost 100 million.
Is it just me or is he in the Matrix?
It is.
Is it me?
No.
Nah, he's chilling with Neo.
Man, you're in the Matrix right now. Try again.
It sounded like he had something really important he wanted to say. He just couldn't get it out. Anyways, look, this isn't the first time that Netanyahu has come out and tried to subterfuge and convince everybody that, hey, there's a political expect here that we're going to see, and then we know again political subterfuge. Nobody believes him. The fact that you're using him for evidence, exhibit number A, as to what these people believe, is kind of demonstrates why you guys believe that Trump was going to lose the election. It's not believable, and you should be able to see. You should have pattern recognition by this point. This is not new. This is not, there's nothing new under the sun here. This is the same play over and over and over again. We come in, we blow shit up, we take the oil, we introduce new economic realities, and America benefits. And that's why I'm saying this is such a great position for Trump to be in.
All right, I heard the second part. Being able to predict an election has nothing to do with recognizing patterns from studying something.
So much, a little sore.
So, not sore at all, brother.
It does.
Well,
it does.
Well, I am sore. No, I'm not sore that the bedrock. I'm sore that the country is where it is. Poor president.
Man, you're like heavily in the Matrix. About that. I'm getting every other word. I'm not hearing anything you're saying.
I'm almost done there. Oh, hold on.
Wait, you're in the Matrix, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I got full bars. Y'all go ahead. I'm in the Matrix.
Can y'all hear him, or is it just me?
No, I'm in the Matrix. I'm in the Matrix.
No, you were. You're good. Go finish your submission. You're back.
Hey, you back out of the Matrix, man, if you can hear us.
I can hear you guys. I apologize, y'all. I was in and out of the Matrix, but I had full bars. I don't know what's going on.
I think it's
Can you hear me, Omari?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying, I don't see, so you said this is what America does. So I guess it's what they do with Trump. How is the United States benefiting from Venezuela? I don't see it. The oil money that they seized, the $500 million worth of oil, we didn't get that. In fact, what Donald Trump did, Mr. America First, was to put the money in the Qatari bank account and sign an executive order that shielded the money, because Venezuela still owes American companies monies. Shielded American companies from suing Venezuela. How's that America First? What has been the benefit? Stocks haven't, skyrocketed for Schlumberger and Halliburton and with the Chevron or Citgo, I forget which one is traded. I think Chevron, etc. So I don't really see the benefit. Now you just made a claim, so you're the first to make this claim. I'm kind of interested in this. This is about seizing Iranian oil? Good luck. There's no world in which the United States is seizing Iranian oil.
We don't even have Iraqi oil.
I know. I always go back to the Iraq.
What's going on here? Why is he in Matrix constantly? And it's funny, like when he starts talking, and I can understand him, and then I get a call.
We heard a majority of what he said. You might have missed out, but
can you summarize it for me, please?
Well, Devon brought up a good point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. I can. Oh, he popped out. He's driving. But Devon brought up
Bro, just summarize what he said so I can understand, because I got a call when he was talking.
He was in the Matrix for the last 3 seconds. You didn't hear the rest of it?
I literally got a call. Yes, when he was out of it. What was his point? He arguing? I missed it.
Oh, don't worry about it. You guys are your own point. It's okay. We'll see how it plays out. It's good to talk to you. It's good to talk to everybody.
I think we agree on more than we disagree on this. I mean, I don't think there's going to be this savior coming in from the West. So I think we don't disagree there. But I think where we do disagree is the argument that I made earlier, which is that this shows that Donald Trump is effective at creating deterrence through military intervention. Be it as limited as it has been, it's been effective. And, maybe when you come back, you might want to...
What is he deterring? What is he deterring?
Well, I said it a minute ago, right? He creates a red line in conflict negotiations. That if that red line gets crossed, as is the case in Venezuela and in Iran and in Palestine, there's repercussions and consequences that ultimately lend to better geopolitical outcomes for the United States of America.
So what is he deterring again?
But guys, I'm not going to keep answering the same God bless America question. I said it like three times already. You engage in negotiation on some threat to, an America or its allies. You cross a red line. There's military consequences for crossing that red line. Deterrence being that China sits tight and doesn't move a muscle. Deterrence that Russia effectively acquiesces to American alignment with Ukraine and don't engage in more, potential nuclear rhetoric, right? Deterrence being that the corrupt governments in South America, like that of the Maduro regime, as is as evidenced by Colombia, reducing its efforts to interfere with United States national security and our and the waters that surround our trade routes. So those are the deterrences that I'm referring to.
Okay, do we have any evidence of any of those things? And by the way, I'm open to the argument. I think the deterrence, it's fair to bring up madman theory and credibility of United States threats of use of force. I think that's a fair point. But again, when we talk about deterrence, let's go one by one. Let's choose China, Taiwan, Ukraine. Yeah, let's do China. How is any of this deterring China?
Well, let's see. The pundit said that China would invade Taiwan if Donald Trump was elected president. And we know that's not the case. It's not been the case. Stop it. That was the governing wisdom on the left.
No, it wasn't.
Right? That we were going to lose democracy.
No, we're not talking about punditry. We're talking about...
Well, that's what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm talking about, right? The wisdom was that if in fact Donald Trump was to get elected president, that Russia would take Ukraine, which hasn't happened, that China would take Taiwan, which hasn't happened, and that Iran would take Israel, which hasn't happened. And so all three of those things demonstrate effective deterrence.
Iran would take Israel? Who said that?
Iran, through its proxies, would take Israel. Yes.
Who said that?
Okay, well, maybe you're living under a rock.
That's really silly. Who said that?
Because remember the JCPOA? Remember that?
Yes.
Remember when Trump completely demolished the JCPOA? You remember that? Remember they said that would create a pathway for Iran to get a nuclear weapon. Remember that? Remember the doomsday clock that they were 11 days away from acquiring uranium from the ability to enrich uranium to nuclear grade levels. Remember that?
Well,
none of that shit happened.
Hold on, calm down. All of that. You sure you remember that? Can I respond to it or no? Okay, go ahead, man. You're doing your rhetoric now because you're not actually making the point.
I'm trying to find
China from Taiwan. Did you hear about the weapons cancellation with Taiwan recently? Did you hear about the weapons with Taiwan this week?
How is generally U.S. Asia policy doing? Have you read about the?
No, he hasn't read about any of it. He doesn't know about what the
Have you read
weapons.
about North Korean new nuclear policy? Like, the United States has been going through the worst strategic, self-inflicted environment in what supposed to be Sorry. Yeah, the United States is going through the worst strategic self-imposed environment in Asia, thanks to Donald Trump and North Korea policy, right? The strategic posture of the United States, just because of North Korea, has worsened so bad.
I don't think it has worsened, actually. We have a denuclearization pact between the United States and North Korea. So I actually think nuclear relationship has gotten better between North Korea and the United States after Trump.
What are you talking about?
Great point, Tisha. Can you talk more about that? How is it gotten better?
Yeah, so here's the thing, right, guys? This liberal thing that you guys do where you ask questions of conservatives. Hold on. Where you ask questions of those.
Yeah, it was cool till you turn Mr. Left and Right. We're not doing this liberal thing that you do. You're only here because Patty's not in here. Because I'm going to turn to you going against the pundits. Man, we was having a good conversation. You said he was deterring. Was it on the brink of invasion? You're just saying stuff. I'm not here to thank you, sir. I'm not hear that dumb shit. This is a liberal thing you guys do. You should be a liberal. We've seen your writings online of when you were a liberal. Fuck out of here with that bull.
Iran was going to take over Israel.
Donald Trump said that Iran was going to take over Israel and they saved them. What is he talking about? Through their proxies, they were going to take over. So the anti-Trump people were saying they were pro-Israel. They were nervous that Hamas and the Hezbollah were going to take over. That doesn't even make any sense. Man, with that guy, you can only go for about 10 minutes. And what happens is he exhausts his prepared statements and his rhetoric, and he begins to crash because he doesn't know the issues. And we just heard it. We use a liberal thing. Well, nobody talking like that. That was insane.
By the way, for people
we have a denuclearization pact. When did North Korea denuclearize? Where's he getting this stuff from? That's what happens, y'all. He runs out of rhetoric. When people run out of rhetoric, you can tell. He was like, nobody believes that they're going to install this guy. There are millions of people who believe that this guy is going to go back and take over as the head of state.
So, for people that don't know, North Korea has shifted to a 5-year plan of nuclear weapons development and moving to preemptive strike capabilities. Nuclear strike.
I was going to say, right now, Poly Market has Kim Jong-un at 6% chance he'll be out as a leader by 2027. So very low. So yeah, that's not a good bet, but.
Oh, that's free money.
Yeah, it's free money like a motherfucker.
I'm still trying to get my head around the idea that the United States had sanctions. They removed their own sanctions. And somehow that's a result of getting rid of Maduro. They could have removed the sanctions with Maduro if they wanted to. So there was no deterrence. That one is still puzzling. I don't know. Spitballing. That makes no sense. The United States put sanctions, whatever.
No, I was going to just tell Neil that it's Putin had a higher chance. He had 11%. So there you go. Go ahead.
Then it makes sense because Marco Rubio became Secretary of State and he couldn't leave his Florida politics aside and just decided to go with this. You know, he might come off as this smart fella.
What makes sense?
Him basically. You're cutting off. Ben, I can't hear you.
Breaking news.
What makes sense?
The United States not even removing the sanctions and just doing what Trump wanted to do in the first place. Because any other Secretary of State outside of Marco Rubio maybe would have taken a different approach. So I'm arguing that because Marco couldn't set aside his Florida politics, he decided to kind of take it a step further.
Yeah, I think oil narrative ran away from Marco Rubio and it became kind of a Trump thing and it became how to sell it as a narrative and that's where you get all of this weirdness.
What was the breaking news, Liam?
Oh yeah, Dubai airport has reportedly been hit in the latest Iranian attack against UAE.
Oh yeah, I saw that shit. That shit was blown up.
To the tourism sector.
UN Security Council, I'm not sure we want to listen to it because it's going to be a lot of posturing. It's ongoing now.
Who's speaking? Is it Russia? What country speaking?
Well, I don't remember all the non-permanent members of the Security Council, but let me see. Apparently it's
to shoulder its responsibility in these violations and adopting a firm position to end these.
Bahrain, its opening statement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that country was hit today, right? They were like,
oh yeah,
that was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I felt bad for them.
That's the Abraham Accords. You in the Abraham Accords? If you in the Abraham Accords, it's on like popcorn for you.
Yeah, I want to see what Saudi Arabia is gonna do. Are they going? I mean, maybe they did strike back yet. If I haven't seen anything, I've been doing some work outside, so I've been away from the TV. So.
Did we want to go back to the news?
Well, what you got the latest? I'm seeing on Fox 40 top leaders killed. What is the latest you got?
Oh, they're talking about people in Iran celebrating.
Breaking news: some Europeans are condemning Israeli and the United States strikes on Iran, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and Spain.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty. That's pretty. I want to see what France is. France. I think Germany would probably jump in and be like, we can. They'd probably do the same. But France and UK might be with America, right? For the most part. Now, this might be a question for y'all. So if they do Article 5, let's say something happens. That means that these countries got to jump in, right? That means they got to.
If United States does Article 5 in context of Iran?
Yeah.
No. It's not a self-defense war. So there's no self-defense argument for Article 5 being voted.
So I was mischaracterized earlier when I used the word liberal, neoliberal's name. I was being characterized as saying something other than what I was saying. I was referring to liberal as in neo.
super irrelevant in the scheme of things. But I was talking about like if they did attack America or something happened, that's what I was referring to. So,
well, like if Iran retaliates,
right?
Yeah,
Let's say they hit New York City or something, or they do something like a suicide bomber or some shit like that, right?
I don't think there is a valid Article 5 in that case. Like that may not matter politically, they may come to aid, right? But they don't have to under Article 5. This is like blatantly illegal what the United States and Israel are doing.
That's fair. I don't know why people care if you're a scholar or not. I mean, if you're successful in life, it doesn't matter if you're a scholar or not. I mean, I don't even pretend to be a scholar. I'm not one of these people that come.
Don't respond. Don't respond, because it was a fine question. Now everybody hears it. It was a fine question. Some people know about Article 5. Some people didn't know the self-defense thing. You have people who can't contribute, like Brother Messi, and so and Raja. And so they just hate from the goo. And so all they can do is troll and hate from the goo. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. Brother Messi was getting buck broke last night by a bunch of people talking about religion, not knowing what it was. Just ignore them. It was a good question, brother. Hey, Brother Mail, how you doing, man?
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Wow.
Good news.
I had a question. So Trump in his earlier speech spoke about giving the Iranians immunity if they lay down their arms. Can the president do that? And like, when he mentions immunity, what does he actually mean?
What was the question?
Trump said.
I'm sorry. No.
Trump said he was telling the Iranian military that he would give them immunity.
I don't know what that means. That was just.
I mean, I can brainwash and speculate what it means, but I don't think Trump knows what lustration means. But generally, if you're doing a regime change and you want to bring like an internal division and foment division, and so people side with you, right? Like lustration is one of the ways to do that, which is like a procedure in the new government of dividing between people who would have immunity and people who would not, right? Like, and going through that process so that some people can get immunity, but that's kind of a discussion for a new government. So again, this is saying washing Trump, but lustration is one of those ways to do that.
But that's fair. I just had no idea what he could possibly be speaking about. Like, did he mean like, if you ended up, pressing the button and sending the drone to go strike the Iranian hotel, does he give you immunity from prosecution for the new, government that they form? Is he going to give you immunity as it relates to Americans going in and like trying to enforce some traditional law? Is he going to give you immunity when it comes to, some human rights council going in and trying to prosecute Iranian officials? I have no idea.
One of the odd things about, yes, it's like now all of a sudden they believe in some kind of international law. So they're going to go to, I don't know, the courts that Trump is trying to break up and sanction and give them immunity of those courts. It's kind of all over the place. He just kind of talks. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe it's a Nuremberg style thing they're going to have in Iran and try to give the people immunity. It makes no sense. One thing I find so fascinating about today is regime change as a trope is something we only get in our common tongue because of the neocons. Anybody ever thought about that? Now, all the America First
I have to
people.
disagree with you.
All right, go ahead, Toad. When do we use? Go ahead. Okay. We only use that term, that phrase only entered our common parlance because of the neocons, regime change. That's the only reason why we as regular people would use the term. And it's odd because regime change, being against regime change, was one of the rallying cries. And so what's fascinating to me is I'm interested in hearing from the MAGA people and other people on the right who were against foreign wars, why this regime change was necessary from an America First standpoint. From an Israel First standpoint, I understand. But if I were America First, I'd be searching because I don't see it. You see, so it's fascinating days because, you know, didn't Trump say, neoliberal, that Iran was close to developing some sort of intercontinental missile system that would hit the American homeland?
Mm.
Yes, Cap.
That's totally insane.
I don't know, dude, in a Hoolitzer or Horwitzer or who drinks white wine spritzers. But I know that shit is not true. I don't know if it's a warhead, an airhead, or a Laffy Taffy. Shout out to Candies from the 90s. But I know that's not true. That's what I know. And at a certain point, push is going to have to come to shove. And what's so frustrating about this, and this is going to be slightly strange, I'm going to say this. The people who gave us Iraq and Afghanistan, they were alive and had to deal with whatever psychic, psychological, and emotional demons for decades. A lot of these people are going to be dead in 5 years. We have to live with these boomers. I'm about to just must go. No one should be voting for anybody at this point over the age, for president in particular, over the age of 60 years old. I'm sorry, this is bad. It's bad. It's really, really bad. In 2028, because of this, the neocon wing is going to find itself palatable again. There's a new right-wing front around regime change. Drop bombs and then doubts. We haven't gotten anything from whose life is changed. There's still Venezuelans in America. They all didn't flood back after Maduro left. Oh, we got to get rid of Maduro. All the Venezuelans flee because it was so terrible there. They're going to flee back. They're not leaving the United States unless you force them back. Remember, that was one of the arguments for regime change. I heard from an America First perspective, Israel First for sure. From an America First perspective, the justification of this action. I'm actually really open to it. I'd like to hear it. Can anybody give it? Neoliberal, you're our sane washer. You do it for a living when you have to sane wash Soviet and post-Soviet policies and discourses. Can you say?
I mean, it's hard. It's getting harder, right? To get to sane wash any of it, but they would say they're not going to, like, the regime change is bluster, right? Like using that argument that whatever is convenient of what Trump is saying and people around him are saying, it is bluster. And the actual strategy is Libya. Like, basically create chaos, and then we don't care what regime comes in as long as they are responding to the pressures, constraints, and the experience that the previous regime went through, and whatever the characters of the regime, if they comply with those parameters, we're fine with them. We don't care about human rights. We don't care about state building, capacity building, developing the country, like any of that stuff. That can be like side narratives, but if it's Libya scenario, we're happy with that too. And the mistake of the Iraq wasn't the regime change. Regime change actually succeeded in Iraq, right? The problem was the nation building after that. Something like that.
You know what's funny about this is the fact that you're the only one that can make this argument. I see no MAGA person responding and articulating this the way you did. That's not what they're saying.
Yeah, the problem with that argument is, why is that in strategic interest of the United States?
That's what I don't get it.
Yeah, you can't answer that.
I actually thought, and people say I always hate on the MAGA, which I do, but I actually give them credit from my perspective when I give them credit. I thought one of the best things about the MAGA movement was the ways in which it moved people to be more honest and open, frank and explicit and candid and direct and conspicuous in the ways in which they hated on America being the police in the world. I thought that was one of the things that they did a good job, because you'd have Democrats, center left, center right, Democrats and Republicans kind of, tiptoe, looking like they're doing a little soft shoe from T for two or two for T, just me for you and me for me, just me for you and you for me alone, and doing a little soft shoe. I mean, yeah, it was bad, but Saddam Hussein was bad. And what they did was, which is great, they had Americans, they created a permission structure. By the way, this is going to be Andrew Yang's longest legacy, even more decades, the use of permission structures. Create permission for people to say, leave it alone, we'll support people how we can, but we shouldn't do regime change, we shouldn't do nation building, and so on and so on. I actually respected that about them, and I thought it was healthy, because the Democrats weren't doing it, mainstream Republicans weren't doing it, the far left wasn't doing it to the degree, well, nobody listens to the far left anyway. And this was actually a big thing with a critical mass of people. They can't say that anymore. Instead, they're in here, not in here, but people are trying to defend it. And I don't see the U.S. Advantage that they get. So now you open yourselves up to all kinds of terroristic reprisals. So your claim is that these people are the number one funders of terror in the world. Cool. So you take a bunch of them and their family members out and think the people that they've activated, that they've gotten active, you think they're just going to what? Go to the Baskin Robbins and get pralines and cream like the one I used to get in Parkchester all the time, right around the Hollywood video? Like, what's going on? You don't get it, man. It's a weird foreign policy. And I mean so with respect to Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump likes the bluster. I think he likes being out front. I think he likes now in the history books, if the guy's dead, he's going to get it when he's dead. So, but I'm going to be honest with you. Donald Trump is listening to people like Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham. These are neocons. This is a government that is captured by neocons, not MAGA people. They're mad at MTG because with the Epstein files, that was the core of MAGA. Now they don't like her, and MAGA anymore. So instead, he's golfing with Lindsey Graham. I thought MAGA hated Lindsey Graham. I thought they hated the ideas that Lindsey Graham embodied alongside, what's the man's name? He died, John McCain. Did y'all see Meghan McCain's tweet this morning? It was dead on. It was a dead on tweet, reminding people about how her dad used to be this neocon bomb. Bomb on Mama Ran was the joke. She's like, well, now it's all of us. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the party, pal. Y'all know about that. It's from Die Hard 1. It's a mess, y'all. I don't want to go on and on. Y'all do your thing.
Explain your. Now I'm going to take you to task. Explain your fascination with Leo Strauss.
Wow. This is not the room to do that. But I will say, Leo Strauss's mind was a legendary mind.
I mean, I can agree with that, but the consequences of that mind
are horrific. They're horrific. To a degree, academics can do that, but this is not the space for this. I don't know why you would subject these people to this.
Just a teaser.
I mean, I also think that, Burke is the best political writer in the history of the English language, if you don't include Whitman. So, I don't agree with their ideas, but I can still respect them.
Yeah, I think the collapse of MAGA back into neoconservatism is very easily explained by their shared Straussian disposition, combined with a healthy dose of Nazi Jurism. Why am I blanking on his name? What's his name? Oh, God.
I think the reason they're circulating this news about the Supreme Leader being dead, I just read multiple very conflicting statements. Trump said he's dead. Now is the time for Iranian people to come out and overthrow their government. And then an Israeli official has said, we will decide the time and when to share the images of his dead body. Now, this is not me disputing the fact that he might be dead, but the fact is it possible they're trying to use this as a ploy to see if the Iranians will take a bait and record a video to actually get to the man himself? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know. We don't know. I mean, he could have been in there. We were told by Trent, who now is in here, that he was in Russia. Remember that? Remember gone to Russia with the family a couple months ago? Could have been right about that. I don't know if that's a body double. I don't know if they had bodies down there to blow up, and this is all an elaborate ruse. I have no idea. Yes, Trent, you said they were on a plane to Russia. This was maybe back in December or November. You may have said that in Johnny Walker Hayes, but you did say it. Yeah, the family. Okay, maybe not him. Okay, the family. That's fair. They were killed today. I mean, they do that. But I have no idea. But again, it's not an individual who holds up this stuff. So I don't know. It's a mess. Go ahead, Trent. What do you think?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a mess, but it is a spectacular day for the people of Iran who've been looking forward to this moment. I just got off the phone with one of my Iranian friends in Austin, and
Were they in Austin, Tehran, or Austin, Texas?
Austin, Texas.
Who have you talked to in Iran? Because it's pretty fucked up there right now.
Iran's fucked up. I mean, he's got family in Iran still.
Oh, okay.
But I believe he's dead, because I believe at this point, I mean, he was supposed to make a speech in minutes, 6-7 hours ago. And I think he would have, to put this to bed, I think the Iranians would have brought him out. So I don't think that this is a lie at this point. But I think this is a tremendous day for not for everybody, but for a lot of Americans like myself who did but no
for you.
How is it for you?
You're Persian.
You say such things like this is.
Hold on, Lando. Hold on.
Let him answer. How's it a good day for you? That confused me.
I said this is a good day for Americans like myself who found this theocracy to be a terrible thing, and all of the protesters and people who wanted freedom from this country for years. I am glad to see this.
So the theocracy is over?
I think it is. I think we'll see the crumble of this regime.
Wait, why do you think it's over?
Why would the theocracy be over because of one guy? Like kings have died in battle throughout history, for example, oftentimes on the battlefield, and then I don't know if you know the very famous the king is dead, long live the king. It's the next sentence. As soon as someone dies, there's other people. How do you know the theocracy's over? Like, how do you know these things? I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm asking, how do you know the theocracy's over?
I look at this one very similar to since you're you know who you are. I look at this very similar to the
to who?
The Tsar of Russia.
This in 1917?
In 1917, yeah.
This is nothing like the Tsar of Russia. Oh my God. Are you doing this to trigger me? Are you joking? Okay, he's joking.
No, he's not. He's not. You can't say he's joking. He's not. He's actually very serious.
No, I'm very. I'm looking at this in the same way, and then we can look at the way that the Saddam regime was toppled. Now, whether or not the
which one was the second one? I didn't hear. What was the second one he said?
The Saddam Hussein regime was toppled.
All right, do Nicholas II. Do Nicholas II first before we go to Saddam. Just break that down for us. How's this like Nicholas II?
In the sense that there was fealty and loyalty to one person, one person was put above everyone else, and as that person was displaced, the system, the monarchy system crumbled, and that's a little bit to me. You can do it if you want, it's okay. I'm just trying
to understand. So you're saying that there was in Russia, there was all this fealty to. What about how do you account for the Duma?
The Duma?
You think he knows what the Duma is?
Well, let him answer. I mean, because he brought it up, so you should know about the instruction of the Duma and the Socialist Workers Party. And what about the Octobers and the Decembers of 1905? What would the parallel be there?
I don't know. But,
okay. What about the Duma?
Okay, we gotta have a history lesson.
Yes, you're the one that brought it. So this okay. We're having a chill room, bro. Okay, you can't come in here and hold on a second, Trent. We're having a cool room. Hold on a second, Trent. Let me moderate the space. You can't come in here and make a claim and make the historical case, and then when we ask basic questions about the case you made, pretend to be insouciantly outraged.
So listen, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, Professor, I understand. But I'm just making a statement that
a condescending laugh again.
I don't agree or disagree. I'm asking. Hold on, bro. I don't agree or disagree. I'm almost done, bro. I'm almost done. I'm asking. It's not whether I agree or disagree. I thought it was interesting, so I wanted you to make the connections. I'm not quizzing you. You couldn't afford the tuition where I work. So again, and you certainly wouldn't get in. So again, I'll ask you again. What is the connection to 1917? That was your point.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I can get in. You're right. I don't know if I could get it. I don't know if I can get into some of those East Coast colleges. I probably don't have.
It's a university. But keep going. So I'm just asking how it's like that one, because that one kind of threw me off, because that was internal. There was also the World War that was going on. Like it was a whole different thing. They had extended themselves. Excuse me, Nichols had extended themselves. He was command stuff. Rasputin was creating all kinds of shit back on the domestic front. You had the stuff from 05. It's like I don't see the parallels. So I was just asking.
The parallels that I'm making is there was loyalty towards one individual, right? I mean, I think there was just loyalty towards Tsar Nicholas, and once that person fell, it created the power vacuum, which allowed Lenin and others. And I can't go through the whole Bolshevik revolution, so I don't remember it all. But
you talking about Trotsky people?
Trotsky and Lenin's people. So if I could just go back to where I was at, because I wasn't ready to debate, all of Russia. But I do think that this is going to create a power vacuum. Now, what I would question, I don't know without ground forces, whether or not you can dethrone, similar to like what's happening in Venezuela, whether or not you can dethrone the regime. But the forces that I see in there, the amount of destruction that has happened to the apparatus and the military, I don't foresee this bureaucracy continuing with this amount of destruction to their military capabilities.
What destruction? What has been? So, what reports are you seeing? What destruction are you? What capabilities have been destroyed?
From what I've seen, they're within a day of losing total air supremacy. We in conjunction with Israel, basically have near air dominance. If they can't control the Strait of Hormuz, which I don't think they will be able to. It's hard to fund the regime. It's hard for them economically to stay up. And the protests against the regime were massive. So I just don't foresee somebody else being able to step up into the echelon and maintain the type of control that Khomeini was able to command.
Okay, so on air supremacy, Iran isn't even attempting to maintain air supremacy. Like everybody knows that, right? So when somebody says the United States and Israel have reached air supremacy over Iran, they do not attempt. The Iranians do not attempt to maintain air supremacy. They didn't attempt it during the last time either.
I mean, the fall of the Tsar, it was totally how would you, I don't know, man. It's hard to get my mind around it. That's fine. People want to know, do you know there's been more than one Ayatollah?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, do you not think they have a succession plan in place? Everybody knows the HBO show.
I don't think what we've seen over the past 3 months in Iran, and it's not just the Ayatollah that's been killed. The defense minister is dead. The leader of the army is dead. I mean, they have wiped out. They wiped out some of the family. They killed the son-in-law. They killed the daughter-in-law. It's just a decimation of their forces, not only from the strike from last year, but till today. And I don't know who would even want to take the throne when if you can't protect the Ayatollah. I mean, what makes you think you can protect yourself? I mean, it's kind of same thing with the cartel. I mean, if you can't lead, then you got to make a deal. And I don't foresee this bureaucracy maintaining the force that it's had. It's been exposed.
Okay.
You taught at a university.
Can you explain why it's similar to Saddam Hussein?
I don't teach anywhere. I teach on Clubhouse. Go ahead.
I thought you were a Rutgers.
No, I'm not. Go ahead.
explaining why the Iranian operation is similar to the Saddam Hussein operation, the actual sequence of events?
It's good to see. It's good to see though.
Trina, are you in the Matrix? Mel just asked you a question.
I probably am a little bit in the Matrix. Can you say it again, though? It's good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too, Trent. So you mentioned, sorry, you compared the Ayatollah's death today to Nicholas in Russia and also Saddam Hussein. Do you mind breaking down the comparison to Saddam Hussein?
Yeah, same thing. Like with they one by one picked up the leadership in Iraq. You had a power vacuum, and they had to reconvene under things that were favorable to the United States. Now, of course, the difference, me and you both know the difference. There was ground forces. There was total control over Baghdad and Tikrit and Fallujah. All their cities. They couldn't access the oil. So there was no income to come in. But I think we're seeing the same scenario. I don't know what country can maintain without air security.
Recently, I was at a protest that some Iraqi people were doing in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Parthenon there. And they were saying that some of their family members back in Iraq, this is just a couple years ago, their family members still didn't have electricity. The Americans had put a totally corrupt regime in. They were extorting money out of everything. It made their life there in Iraq even worse. So they were trying to get people's attention. I think it was 2020, around that time.
Sorry, I was away from my phone. Yeah, so Trent, like in one breath, like you say that there's this like, there's like this focus on loyalty, right? And in another breath, you're speaking to the distinct differences as it relates to like there being a ground campaign, there being tons of military people, boots on the ground. I don't really see the Saddam Hussein comparison just yet. I don't know. I guess we'll see in a couple of days. But I'm struggling a bit to make the connection right now.
Saddam also didn't have tens of thousands of people prior to the invasion of the United States protesting his regime, trying to get his overthrow outside of the Kurds, I think, in the north. But there was pretty much total control of the nation. This was already a nation that was influxed, and there was already a desire for a revolution. So I just when you got the police in the city, when the police force is with the protesters, I don't see how anybody can maintain this. But we'll see.
So you don't believe the reports that 20 to 30,000 or whatever the number is of people were killed over the past few months?
Yeah, no, I do believe that. I do believe those reports. I believe it's 20 to 30,000. Yes.
Okay. But the police didn't. So okay.
All right. Maybe you didn't understand. Maybe you didn't hear me. What I said, when the police in some places were also seen participating or being hands off with these protesters for quite some time. I won't say participating, but they were not going in and trying to make arrests because they feel some of the same things too. I just don't think you can maintain it. And when you cut off the lights, when you cut off the money, people change.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to sound Islamophobic. I don't want to sound like a New World subject.
I was gonna say.
What's up?
I was gonna say. Maybe I don't know what I was gonna say, but I was gonna say just. I also don't want to sound Islamophobic, but like there's this like rallying, like I guess solidifying effect that religion has on people that allows them to like, you know, go through the dungeons and like go through all the bullshit, right? And so in my mind at least, like there's something to Islam that would in my head at least allow the Iranians to like, you know, dig their heels in a way that wouldn't necessarily be true for other countries.
I think a lot of people imagine the people of Iran to be represent that. Excuse me. Many people believe that the Iranians abroad in the so-called diaspora are representative of a critical mass, perhaps even the majority of the people in the country. And I'm not an expert enough to know if that's true, but my suspicion makes me feel like that's not true. The other thing, relatedly, I think a lot of times people in moments like this, they project themselves or their subjectivity or our sort of Western subjectivity onto people in other parts of the world that don't have that subjectivity. And it is possible that there are people in Iran, I would probably argue a critical mass of them, who did not like the regime, but also don't like the United States or Israel. Those people are never accounted for in these conversations, ever. And I don't know what the future looks like with them. They might be the plurality. I have no idea. But the binaristic thinking, because, you know, you're under the sway of a president in the bully pulpit who only thinks in binaries. Speaking of which, did you all see those tonsil stones that were flying out of the back of his mouth during the State of the Union? Absolutely disgusting. About 7 tonsil stones during the State of the Union flew out of the back of Donald Trump's mouth while he was speaking. And people have zoomed in. You could see it land on the podium and where they kept the book with the speech. And you all know what tonsil stones are. I don't know if there's anything more disgusting than tonsil stones that come out of the human body. I mean, that all things considered, blood, shit, feces, splooge, squirt, urine, etc. Tonsil stones are absolutely, at least, I saw videos, at least 7 tonsil stones float out of his mouth if it's not AI. Absolutely disgusting. Okay. So I don't know why people forget there's another category of people who don't like the regime, but they also don't like Israel and the United States doing this. And the way the Israelis, but Netanyahu in particular, they might actually not have an issue with Israelis. They just don't like people like Netanyahu. Like that speech he gives, this is your moment, your rallying cry, we're the lions and all that stuff. These are people that are bombing their homeland. I don't know. I think that these analyses are too simplistic, but maybe you guys are right.
And all that, like, threat levels to bring them together to consolidate, like, oh, we're all in this, like, we're the victims, you know. And remember back in 2020, like, they were some of the most compliant people, but then a few of them started to rise up and gonna question the government in Israel. Then the whole thing with Palestine broke out, and then, you know, we've never gotten any kind of resolution or justice for anything that the police state's done here, much less anywhere else. No one seems like they're going to.
So, and I just got this from Rachel Scott from ABC News.
President Trump just told me he believes the Supreme Leader is dead. When I asked if the Supreme Leader is dead, the president said, we believe so. I asked if he knew definitively. He said, I don't want to say anything definitively until I see things, but we believe he is. And much of their leaders are gone, not only from the one side, but the other 2 sides that we attacked. We had great intelligence, and so we think much of the leadership is gone.
So I just saw across my screen Trump, Iran Supreme Leader is dead. So that's the statement that he made. It's 5:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the breaking news.
Hey, man, I've been wanting you to ask a question, and just pardon me for my ignorance. Can you explain for me, the slow people in the room, what is the UAE connection? Why they catching strays?
Oh, it's just anybody, anybody that is allied with the United States. There are U.S. assets there. Neil, but they're Sunni, right? Mm-hmm. And UAE, they're Sunni. Yeah. Yes. That always helps too. What? Iran's not Sunni.
No, not Iran. I'm talking about Saudi and all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that doesn't hurt either. You get a little twofer. And so there's a bunch of assets, bases, installations, etc. And they've been tearing up Bahrain. My best friend's brother's in Bahrain. Hey, he's nervous. He could die. I mean, this is going all off all around him. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. So, that's what it is. It's that they're their partners. And they said they were going to do this. They said they were going to. They said it would be a regional, if you do something like this, not hit the so-and-so. They said they would do it. And they've done it, just like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When he said these things would come to pass, they came to pass.
Yes, it's that's I stay out of this kind of stuff because you guys know way more than me. But when you start hitting resorts and stuff like that, now it's costing people that don't care what you have to say money at this point.
Well, the problem is these are the repercussions when you have when you have a quote preemptive strike. You weren't preempting anything. Look, Donald Trump gave a speech last night, and he said that he said troops, that people could die. They don't give a shit. Boomer brain. And he does the bidding of Benjamin Netanyahu, and he wants to go in history as the guy that killed, whatever. They don't care. So, yeah, they're going to blow up the malls, the airports. They're going to blow up a bunch of shit. They can't reach the United States, notwithstanding the propaganda that they have some missile system that could cross the ocean. And that's kind of stupid. But they don't care. I don't know why. One second, G. I don't know why you guys are so enamored with vacationing in that part of the world. This shit could pop off at any moment. I would not. I gotta go to Dubai. I gotta go see somebody get shot on. You can do that shit in Atlantic City. You can do it in Columbia, South Carolina. You could do it in Nevada. You don't need to go over there and do that. If you want to see somebody get shot on and play some blackjack and drink alcohol, you could do that here. I don't know why people want to go to that desert. I don't get it at all. I'll never go to the Middle East in my life. Hello?
Columbia, South Carolina is the king of getting shitted on.
Well, the reason why I asked the question, Bam, is because, I don't know whether it's verified. Possibly, but I heard that the Palm Resort Hotel, the Palm Hotel and Resorts got hit. I'm like, is that a military installation? Does that, or is it just lashing out? Hey, everybody can get it.
So
I don't know whether that's verified. It is
verified, but here's what's happening. They can't hit like Ben said, they can't hit Israel, they can't hit the American targets.
What do you mean they can't hit Israel? Are you seeing the videos?
Of course they can hit Israel. They're hitting Israel as we speak.
All right, let me finish. So they have to expend so much to try to hit Israel, and because of the Iron Dome and the American targets, that they're going after the soft targets. And what landed in front of the Bahrain Hotel? Well, it didn't get hit. It got hit in the front. It wasn't like a major strike. You got one strike on the Kuwait airport, and so it's here and there. But to me, all it's done is unite, Saudi Arabia and the UAE and these other countries against them. And I actually think that their biggest the biggest miscalculation.
So it's pretty much what I said. Everybody can get it.
Yes, everybody, and they told you.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody can get it, and they told you. We knew this was going to happen last night because that it was going to happen, or 2 days ago, whenever it was, because Huckabee, Ambassador Huckabee, in between channeling Jesus and misreading Genesis, told all his people to get out of there. So we knew it was going to happen then.
Yeah, this is what happens. They don't have. I don't think they have their command and control. I don't think they know what to do.
Trent, stop this. You don't think they have their command and control? How are they responding?
So
do you think they're doing it from Clubhouse? Like it's just bombs flying from anywhere? What are you saying, bro?
What I'm saying is their top leadership, right, has been eliminated, and so I don't think they have their best in mind at the helm, because I didn't understand the attacks on the
I really think, here's what I think. I think it's very helpful sometimes before we open our mouths, we really think about what we're saying, especially in a room full of people, because the individuals will jump at the opportunity to make you look stupid. Like, come on, bro.
Baku, Azerbaijan, I don't know if I'm saying that right, I'm probably way off. The former Trump Tower Baku project is the closest Trump-branded development to Iran. It's located approximately 180 miles north of the Iranian border. So y'all know they got missiles that could hit that. Why aren't they doing it?
No one cares about the Trump Hotel in Azerbaijan.
It's just a name on the hotel, like
it's
branded. It's not even a Trump Hotel. It's just a brand. It's not even on the hotel. It's just branded. Who else is next? Come on, y'all. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. So to what Trent was saying previously, if you count the number of missiles from different statements of U.S. government, which said something like CENTCOM said it fielded 300 missiles, Bahrain said 100. If you combine all of those statements together, you get a number that is approaching in one day more missiles than, and this is the reported one, more missiles than in all of the 12-day war combined. Which means, and we're still getting the news, right, from the airport strike, and then drones are not counted in any of those statements. This points to that Iran was ready, and it was retaliating with quite a large capacity.
Like Trump hotels would be a good place for human trafficking, though, people.
I'm just trying to look through all of the rhetoric, trying to see behind the rhetoric and see, because I know that real estate investors invested heavy in Dubai because it's where a lot of money is. I'm trying to figure out what's the play, because I know that I know people have got to be losing money. It's just like anything else. If you even though that particular hotel is owned by the whatever, the royal family or whatever, it's privately owned. If it goes to crap, everything around it loses value, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the play.
The play, I'll tell you, to lose value. I think that would be the play. Why are you bombing?
Just make it a smart city rebuild like they do every.
No, that's what I'm saying, because a lot of people that support Trump also have investments heavily over there. So if they're saying, yeah, Trump, go do this, and they're going to retaliate and bomb places where we are heavily invested and we're going to lose money, there has to be something behind that. There has to be a play behind it.
Yeah, the play is stay away from the Middle East. Dan said it right.
Okay, you're not hearing my point, man. Jeez, you're not hearing my point. Geet said, I'm not emotional at all. If they support Trump to actually do what he's doing, knowing Iran is going to say anybody can get it, and they have heavy investments in the Middle East already and have for a long time. The real estate is a great investment over there. They have been putting money over there. I own REITs and things over there. My point is, what is the play to say, yeah, Trump, go do this. Iran is going to hit everybody around there. They may hit Dubai. We're going to lose money. There has to be a play after that.
Remember the Bin Laden family got a lot of money in construction when stuff got fucked up in the Middle East already?
I'm sorry, what is the play with tariffs? You can do with every Trump policy, which seems to be counter economic prosperity of the United States. Like, why would his foreign policy be pro-business? Is tariff policy pro-business? Have you seen what he's doing with Anthropic, the AI company? Is that pro-business? Why are we expecting pro-business foreign policy from Donald Trump? Or economic development of Middle East from Donald Trump? If you read the statements from Qatar and like everybody else, the second line is about this harms the economic development of the region. Like they're all complaining about it.
GA, you need to move your money out to Dubai, brother.
There's nothing to move now. It's blown up.
So they're gonna kill the Ayatollah and bring in some dude
property
who never lived in Iran, and he's just gonna be accepted as the fucking president?
I mean, it's the strangest thing. Well, maybe it'd be prime minister. I don't know. No, king. No, they want a constitutional monarchy. He would be the king. And Miss Queen, Miss Queen, the Bin Laden family, it was his Bin Laden's daddy. They were really, 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 really wealthy long before what you're talking about. In fact, if I recall correctly, they were responsible for the refurbishments and building up of the holy cities, Mecca and Medina. They were massive construction and building company along all of that. So you're off only by about 30 years, maybe 40 years. Otherwise, I take it.
What got their business going now?
Well, yeah, they still have some business. I mean, Osama was kicked out. He was involved in the businesses. I believe he had holdings and did some work when he was in Khartoum. I'm doing this from memory. I apologize. I think he was in Khartoum.
They're destroying their shit over there. They could build it back, I guess, and get, like, if you're like, who's benefiting out of it?
Israel. That's who benefiting.
I don't know how they're benefiting. I really don't. I understand.
They want that temple rebuilt, and now like, please fuck us up so we can rebuild this temple. Like, what do you think? Like, I really think it has a lot to do with this smart city, all this build back better stuff, building, all that kind of.
Smart city, build back better. That's a crossover.
Wait, smart city? You think that you think the new temple for the Jews is going to be a smart city? Herodotus couldn't have written about that.
Everybody consolidated in these small spaces, so they can just they flooded Nashville and then they built it back better, a smart city. And they just built lots of places. Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee. I think they're doing this all over the world. They're just fucking shit up so they can get construction going.
You said the temple, though. What's it got to do with the temple?
To be fair, the temple is a little bit of a smart city because they need a genetically engineered heifer, like a red heifer. So that part is smart.
Not just any red heifer, one from Texas, by the way.
Exactly.
Can they just throw some paint on it, some bear paint on it?
No, then it won't work. It has to be an original.
Like a white hair on it.
You know, I used to know a red heifer once. I called her Candy. I met her in Southeast D.C. She was a docent at the Frederick Douglass Museum. Yeah, she was a red heifer. That's...
Earlier, you got interrupted. You were talking about something interesting, and you asked a question. Yes, he was in Khartoum.
Yeah, he was in Khartoum in Sudan. Yep. Yeah, they had big holdings there. It was a very big, definitely his monies, the money he got from there definitely helped finance Al-Qaeda, or the base, as it was known, from early on, for sure.
Yeah, and what we know from the remaining bin Laden family, especially the niece of Osama bin Laden, Noor bin Laden, she is at least a rabid Donald Trump supporter and is part of the MAGA movement and is into QAnon.
It's all coming full circle now.
Yes, the bin Ladens love Trump. I don't know. People probably don't know that. Yeah, they love Trump.
To benefit all the things like getting destroyed, people that gotta be in constructing stuff back in its open property like that,
They're CEOs and neoliberal here, and I'd love for you to explain your theory. How does Iran maintain its missile drone complex? By the way, they just destroyed the piece. We don't mind clean up the piece. They just destroyed the ballistic missile complex in Iran. So how, without air superiority, does Iran refuel and resupply its drones and missile complex?
You put the missiles on a Toyota Hilux and you launch them from there.
Yeah, so Trent, I don't have a theory. All I said was, up to this point, if you combine the number of missiles that have been circulating in media, like Bahrain said, they so many missiles were launched from Iran on Bahrain, and then the United States says 300. They fielded 300 missiles, and you combine all of those things, it shows that at least for the majority of the day, right, Iran maintained the capability to launch those missiles, which, if you count them, would be approaching the total number of missiles they launched during the 12-day war, which means the capability, at least for today, was there. And given that majority of the strikes occurred simultaneously on Iranian time in the morning, right, it means that those strikes, majority of them, still, whatever capability they destroyed, they maintained enough to make that type of a show of force.
Well, I mean, Mel, I thought you were joking. Like, to me, the problem is once you lose air superiority, very similar to trying to deliver drugs across the ocean. Once those Reaper drones are out and they can hit you at any moment, it gets really difficult. Plus, I would assume that Mossad has tremendous amounts of intel, and I think the populace will begin to rat out the other folks, and they'll start to have people traitors to the regime. Because to be honest, I don't know what they're serving at this point. I don't know that, without Khamenei, I don't know who you're serving, what you're serving.
Who were they serving before?
That's a great question. It reminds me of the Nazis. I don't.
Wait now.
No, so let me finish what I'm saying. It reminds me of Yeah, so what I'm saying is it reminds me of the Nazis in 1945, how they continued to put up a fight, even especially like February 45, when it was clear that the war was lost and there was nothing to fight for outside of killing people.
This is terrible minutes.
Trent doesn't really say anything, bro. Many groups.
I don't know what these people are. I don't know what the people serving the old theocracy of the old theocracy of Iran are fighting for. I don't know.
Monty, I appreciate the pause, but
It's
kind of dope. I kind of like it though. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, let it cook. Let's go. It's giving like Miami Vice / Middle East.
Iranian regime is kaput. Thanks. Trent, Nazi comparison was absolutely insane and doesn't really tell us anything, right? Because throughout history, like many groups, will continue to fight for a particular idea or institution, even though, the survivability of institution can be called into question.
Well, wait, hold on. You're wrong because, there were still monarchists after the American Revolution.
Well, again, deal with me on the analogy. January 1945, February 45. It's very clear that Germany going to lose. However, people still go out and sacrifice themselves, for Hitler. But I think once Hitler was gone, right? I don't know what these people are serving. So that's I think the psychological thought of when you lose your leader. I think it's the factor.
Because it's not just the leader; it's also the idea of strength.
Yeah.
Right. And
I don't think they agree. So no, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they agree with the ideals of the regime. Because that's why they have the protests. You know what I'm saying?
But what proportion of the population, is agrees with the protests? And then secondly, what proportion of the population, who may agree with the protest but disagree with foreign intervention? Like, just because they're with the protest doesn't mean that they're going to be gung-ho about the U.S. coming and dictating terms to them.
100%. I don't disagree with you there at all. I would love to hear from neoliberals closest. I've heard estimations that it's 30 to 40% of the population that is vehemently against the regime, but I'd love to, these are American figures. I'd love to know what he thinks.
But he said you were closest because, like Iranians, you're a fake Asian.
I mean, how can we believe any numbers that are coming out about favorability or whatever in Iran? I just don't trust it at all. The Shah was looking pretty popular too, and then a bunch of fucking people in rural communities came in and they fucked them up. We don't know how popular the Ayatollah is in Iran.
Then we don't know how popular the protests are either. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how people, I think Big Sister put in check. Everybody on the internet is now an expert in Iran. Wouldn't know Farsi if it came out of their ass with a farty. But all of a sudden, everybody knows everything about Iran. It's insane.
By virtue of geographical placement, I have a higher ontological access to Iranian protests.
That's what I was surmising. I would think that you.
That was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah, I know it was a joke. I would say you would know more than me because, again, I will take, like what everybody's saying, protests and videos can sometimes be misleading to, what the actual majority is. But I would love to know what, you think as far as what do most people think?
I don't. That's why I'm not making forecasts. That's why I'm surprised you're making
The only
forecasts.
people that I had come into contact with that were protesting anything about over there were Iraqis that are relocated in Nashville, Tennessee area, and they were protesting
at the Parthenon. Yeah, the Parthenon.
Parthenon, yeah. And they gave me one of the flyers, and on the flyer it talks about they still, after all these years of war, they still don't got electricity back. All this horrible stuff, like people can't make any money. They're starving still, and they corrupt people in power and left everything up to corrupt.
Hey, what's up, Trent?
Mark, good to see you, man.
You too.
I do have to say some of the Trump tweets about Obama attacking Iran before an election, there really is a tweet for everything. I know that's a cliche, but it's totally insane to look at some of the tweets of what he said about Obama and attacking Iran.
And that's when he was
even Stephen Miller from a year and a half ago,
Yeah, he was like, if you vote for Kamala, it's going to send your kids to die in Iran or something like that, right?
Yeah, MAGA is, okay, we're America first, but when Trump changes and comes up with a new initiative, whether right or wrong,
they're MAGA first.
Yeah, we just recalibrate whatever beliefs or principles we had to align with whatever Trump says, and that changes by the minute. So he could turn around 2 days from now and say, you know what, okay, the whole bombing campaign in Iran is done. We've achieved some victory, and MAGA will be like, yeah, you don't mess with Donald Trump, you know? We now have a Trump doctrine. We had TC come in here earlier, tell us about a Trump doctrine and use Nigeria as an example. He hadn't read a damn thing about the Nigeria thing. What else, man?
Let's steel man, as the Black Muses and other debate bros, failed debate bros and failed podcasters say, let's steel man. So let's say the regime was hated, and the regime and the leader of the regime and his top captains and lieutenants are dead. Hey man, this should be over in a week.
No. Was the Iraq war over in a week after you captured Saddam Hussein?
The military part of it was more than a week. I think
it's not the military part that has to be considered as of right now. Military part is always easy for the USA. It's the part that comes later.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do after you are done with them?
So I completely concur with you on that. The insurgency, the internal strife.
You created ISIS because you toppled Saddam. ISIS, whatever you want to call that.
One in Iraq was ISIL.
Daesh fighters were created out of ex-Iraqi army.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is when does Iran lose its capability to fire off missiles and drones and threaten its neighbor?
A week at most.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say a week. They would lose the capability to fire any kind of missiles and drones into Israel or any Arab state.
Yeah, that's about what I think as well.
So here's the thing, and people. So this, I'm with y'all. All right, I'm with you. All right. So there was a fear, and there were intelligence and everything that said Iran has these capabilities. They have these terror networks that Hezbollah, that Hamas has pretty much done that. But they have Hezbollah and these other terror networks, and this. And the reason for not doing what they did today, last night and today, is so they wouldn't unleash that stuff.
That's the fall.
One second.
Yes.
And so 1 second. And so they were holding back. Now there's no need to hold back. So either two things are true. Either all the reports were wrong and they were a lot weaker and not nearly as threatening as everybody said. That's a real possibility, by the way. Let me get through the two options. Can I get through the two options?
Please.
Cool. One, and that's a possibility. Or two, it's still coming. So let's say, they blew out the, how you pronounce it, Shahaz, or how you pronounce it. They blew out the ballistic missiles, all that stuff. Apparently, although they have terrorist cells all over the country,
I'll tell you.
Not over the country, all over the world, excuse me. All over the world?
After October 7th, 2023.
All over the world? Huh?
Israel started to unravel all of the Iranian.
How do I do this? I can't even understand what you're saying. What language are you speaking?
You don't understand me.
What language are you speaking?
It's called English. Do you understand me?
Start over. I understand that. I can understand. Start over.
After the 7th October attacks on Israel, Israel started to unravel the Iranian proxies all over the world. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, the Syrian rebels. They were all the part of the great axis created by Iranians.
But the proxies were only in the Middle East? I thought they were all over the world.
No, they were only in the Middle East. They do not have proxies all over the world. Nobody has proxies all over the world.
Oh, so this was America doesn't have proxies all over the world? What are you saying? The British don't have proxies all over the world? No. France doesn't have proxies all over the world?
What proxies do you think they have in India?
China doesn't have any proxies all over the world?
Starbucks is a proxy of the United States.
You gotta keep.
Yeah, the two options. I think to get back to the idea of quote unquote straw manning, I think best case scenario is IRGC taking, if the leadership is dead, whatever IRGC leadership might be dead, they are easily replaced. IRGC takes over and it becomes something like a more military dominated state like Pakistan, right? I'm speaking.
Please.
Shah of Iran doesn't matter. I did the Harris thing, sorry. Yeah, and it becomes Pakistan type of a state where the United States does not necessarily have a good relationship, but it has good enough a relationship on intelligence level, and IRGC accommodates it in that sense, right? Because it's maybe their best interest, and the only problem for that is the nuclear weapon thing that become more of a reality than not.
Yeah.
Because the person blocking the nuclear weapons development was the fatwa by the supreme leader.
Can you imagine Trump's legacy if him killing the Ayatollah leads to a world where the IRGC invests as much as they can to developing nukes and they get a nuke in 15, 20 years?
Yeah, I mean, whether it is Ayatollah or not Ayatollah, isn't that like what every state is currently thinking?
But neoliberal, what's stopping them from becoming more like maybe Saudi Arabia as well, and maybe some of those other countries that are?
You mean more monarchist?
Well, I mean, just like now they're starting to have more tourism, and they seem to be, I would say, normal, where it just seems like one of those chill, Middle East countries.
Just want to say that Saudi Arabia is not normal. It's a shithole. Don't go. But continue.
I mean, I see people.
I think that Trump will buy the property when it gets to.
Hold on, Queen. Hold on. Allow me to continue.
I'm saying I see people going out to Saudi Arabia. I got friends who've been to Saudi Arabia multiple times. I don't really have people, at least in my world, that say like, hey, you know what, we want to go to Iran. But people want to go to Dubai. People want to go to these other, Middle East countries. I'm saying what's stopping Iran from just
U.S. sanctions.
U.S. sanctions. Okay, well, maybe the new government will.
The people, if sanctions were not there, the people who would go to Saudi Arabia would have no problem going to Iran.
They prefer going to Iran.
Yeah, but you got to understand that Iran is ancient Persia. This thing is not. I think a lot of people's heads are hurting at this conversation because it's like, what are we really even talking about? This has already been prophesied about. Iran is actually Persia, and the Persians.
Can you explain the exonym and antonym differences between
Hold on.
Iran and Persia?
Not the exonym in English.
Yeah, we're not going to do it all.
Good.
What I'm saying is
what's the difference?
All of this stuff is already been prophesied, right? The people who read the stars, whatever your religion is, if you read the stars, you look at the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever. Yeah, at the end of the day, we got to understand that war is inevitable because war is profitable.
Okay, so if it's all for a theme, then we shouldn't do anything. Like, shouldn't talk about it. It's all just going to happen.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question, if you guys don't mind. And,
the sun and moon.
And it was some good words by Banning. I enjoyed listening to you, bro. It sounds like you got a lot of knowledge on your shoulders. I want to ask just anybody, and you can have a discussion, I'll just listen. Do you think this really would start World War III? I know a lot of people just saying things like North Korea may jump in, but I haven't seen anything. Or they may attack Japan, or China might make an attempt at Taiwan. Like, what do you think of, like, the world? Are they going to react to America in this way? Or
I think they're just going to buy the property once it gets devalued and redeveloped.
Can we stop on the property, please?
I really believe that's the core of it.
Yeah, of course.
It depends what's in their best interest economically.
I mean, there is a pathway.
Building back.
There is a pathway to like escalation into a regional war, but it's unlikely, right? Like if mostly because the regional actors, despite somewhat like either being neutral or slightly siding with the United States or giving both sides statements, the real regional player is Turkey, right? Turkey is very pissed about what the United States is doing. They consider it attack on Iran. It's very different from every other statement that other countries issued, right? In their statement, Turkey said that they consider this attack an attack on their sovereignty, not only Iranian sovereignty, but on their sovereignty. So this is also a challenge to Turkey's rise as the preeminent regional player, right? And they went through this stuff with Syria, right? And Syrian refugees and destabilization in Syria. They just recently basically succeeded with al-Shara government in Syria of stabilizing this situation. They don't want the repeat of that in Iran, right? So the pathway to World War III is constrained by, on one side, Azerbaijan, the other side, Turkey, that are probably not really interested in regional escalation. But so
when you say that, is it because Turkey was the leader of the last caliphate? It was the Sunni caliphate, which was under or the leading of the Ottoman Empire. And no, brother said something about prophecy. I'm in, I'm into theology and stuff, but I don't want to bring that into the mix. I just want to talk about the politics side and the event side of it. But do you think that Turkey may have an interest in retaliating more than any other country in the region, even Iran itself, because of that?
Everybody other than Israel and the United States are interested in regional stability.
Yeah, I didn't think Turkey would, have any type of response with that. Israel, Iran are, and as far as I know, with this how this is going, I mean, it's really crazy, and to the point where Iran and Israel can actually take care, and Iraq can take care of themselves to the point they don't need America. I don't even know why. And I'm trying to figure out what America has to do with any of this, rather than what we need to be doing here. But I'm getting people telling me America's trying to take over Iran, Iraq, Trump, whatever, and then I'm getting people telling me, because of the oil and all that. Then I got people telling me, no, we're trying to help Iran, Iraq, or whatever. But if they can help themselves, because they're rich, they have money. Matter of fact, we're dealing with them personally with that level. I know that for a fact. But I mean, are people Americans really concerned about the deaths that are going out there, or is this really about taking over?
Well, some Americans are concerned about the death, but I'd like to answer Evan's question.
Okay, breaking news, Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei will speak within minutes. Iran followed on TV reports after Trump Netanyahu claimed he was killed in ongoing U.S.
I thought they said that minutes ago, like hours ago, though.
They've been saying he's going to speak for
a while now. Like.
I'm still waiting on. So the answer.
What I'm reading was 2 minutes ago. Within.
I get it, but they've been saying since literally 7
official U.S. Official Iranian news channel saying it.
Yeah, I think it came out. Is it Con News? Is that the? I don't know the abbreviation, but they have been saying. I think their foreign minister was on this morning on saying that the minister was going to speak. Like again, they've been saying that for a while now. I'll believe it when I see it. But to answer Kevin's question on what could happen, now I will say I don't think I agree with neoliberal. I think the chances of a true regional conflict are unlikely, just because Iran doesn't have the fighting power, and Russia's already tied up in Ukraine, and China really hasn't come to their great aid. But I do think it could possibly happen. I think we've opened the door for China now to attack Taiwan. They would have the justification, just based upon the way the United States has carried itself as well as Russia, and I think they could make that move just based upon those things. I'm not going to say that it's
so now Taiwan is in it, right?
Well, no. So Taiwan has always been the interest of China.
Oh my God! So we're just creating World War III, basically, right? I mean, like this is what's going on. Y'all can hit all the politics. I'm thinking what I do. I've been in politics too long and dealt with shit, but everybody doesn't want to everybody wants to go around like real shit. Everybody wants to make all this political bullshit and stuff. Just be simple about it. I mean, America's going for them, Iran, Iraq for the oil, for the riches, and pretty much we're not helping them. We're just pretty much trying to control those two countries, right? I know you're ready for World War III. Of course, I heard that. Yeah, the comment we're ready for. Everybody's ready for World War III because it's going to happen. I mean, people want it to happen because it's ridiculous, dude.
It's both oil and World War III.
Why do we keep talking about that? So basically, come on, man. Stop.
Maybe I don't think that there is going to be a world war. I don't think this is going to spark
Dude, we've been saying that for like 2 years. I don't think it's gonna be, but every freaking time, each year, y'all don't even think about it. It's another president or something. Yeah, it's about to be another World War III. We might end up going to World War III. That's all I'm fucking concerned about. Because in that case, I want to get my family friends out of here. I don't care about the politics of this bullshit that everybody's getting on and dealing with it. That's so ignorant that we can just talk this shit out. Really, we really can. Compared to what country is trying to take over another country because they either feel they're more powerful or we're looking for fucking their oil. We trying to grab this shit. I care about my fucking family and shit and shit like that. If the shit's gonna happen, I want to know. I don't care about
Bruce. Hey, Bruce, I got bad news for you, bro. This is World War V, bro. World War III was COVID. Like, you gotta understand that.
No, you know what? You can get all that dumb shit. Okay, all that.
I'm just saying, bro.
That's a disease. That's a disease. You get all that stupid ass shit.
You said World War.
Come on, dude.
COVID was a World War.
It wasn't a world war, nigga. It was just something.
It was a world war.
It's not a world war. It was just something.
COVID was a world war.
Oh my God, kill yourself. Kill yourself right now, dude.
I ain't gotta listen. Bro, I'm not trying to come against you. I'm not trying to come against you, bro. I just think that you're late. World War III's already been passed.
Come on, man.
We're in World War V.
See, I don't want to talk to you. Dude, you're not making any sense. That's a disease. You're not even, shut up, dude. Shit don't even make sense what you're saying.
Hey, did we miss World War IV?
You're late, bro. Bro, you got a ticket in the room. Bruce, you got a ticket, bro. You got a ticket, bro. You're talking to me crazy. You got a ticket. You got a ticket.
You were.
I'm telling you.
I got a ticket. I'm talking to you, nigga.
Listen. Bruce, calm down. You calm down. You
loud niggas. You loud niggas. You kill yourself. You mute up.
We're not in World War III.
I know you hear me saying one mic.
Go down.
One mic. I'm gonna drop you. All right, Bruce and Galen.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Y'all gotta go one at a time, bro. We don't want to. Okay, I'm talking.
I was walking.
Oh my! I'm gonna drop you. Please, sir, respectfully. I'm trying to maintain order. Please. Go ahead, man.
Neoliberals are breaking news in the chat. Looks like we have a new leader of Iran. Neoliberal, you want to break that?
Yeah, President is assuming power during the wartime. But again, still no confirmation of the Supreme Leader either way.
What about the president? They have the government.
Yeah, that's the question. Where is the Pezeshkian currently? Also unanswered.
It's so funny too because I remember the Iranian president, even with sanctions and everything, used to have a pretty visible presence in the West. I don't know if y'all remember Ahmadinejad. He would always come to the U.S. all the time. So this is interesting. So maybe the Ayatollah is dead and the president is dead. There you go.
And I got a question. So just another. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Ben, I was going to tell you in 2006, I prayed at the same masjid with Ahmadinejad and got my ass whooped for calling out a soldier because he walked into the masjid with his shoes on. He was one of the representatives for the AU summit that was held in Banjul. And you're not used to seeing them, basically. Not his people, I'm talking about Gambian soldiers. And I almost got my ass whooped for that because I had the audacity to tell the guy, take off your fucking shoes, you're walking by stuff. And immediately after that, it didn't take long. His regime went away. But one of the things he did was actually, from that region, was help some of those so-called friendly governments to get training, military training, to Iran. Now, I don't know what their rationale behind it was, but I don't think it's kind of produced any sort of benefit, because I don't think any of those so-called militaries will come out and help them. But that was some funny, weird thing. You brought up his name, and I just remembered that thing. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm with you guys. Is it true that Israel got hit as well?
Yeah, they made the time today.
Can I put my 2 cents in, if you guys don't mind? I believe it's about China. The war is about China becoming powerful and Russia.
I mean, if you're saying that,
let me give him some change. Hold on, Neil. Because if he thinks that was 2 cents, that was no more than a cent. Here's a penny back, bro. Your 2 cents weren't even worth the 2 pennies, bro. Like, that's all you got? It's about China, it's about Russia, that's it? Like how, in what way? Explain how it's about them. Like,
Iran is getting a lot of resources. All right. Okay.
Can I get my 2 cents on the issue?
Well, China and U.S., they've been in a war. They've been to, technology war. They've been to a lot already. And then they're both using each other. Russia already defeated the NATO. They're defeating them on the other side,
No.
America understands.
Russia's not fighting what? Russia's not fighting NATO.
What do you think of war in Ukraine? Is it defeating NATO?
It's not NATO because there are no NATO troops. Hold on, bro. Calm down. There are no NATO troops involved. Now, there are NATO countries and non-NATO countries that are giving weapons and money to.
China's becoming number 1 country in this earth,
No, bro. I think you're so disconnected from geopolitics.
It's power.
No, it has nothing to do with that. So the situation with Russia and Ukraine, it goes back historically, because Russia actually started with the native land, Rus Kiev. So it is also about the former USSR and the former surrounding and border of countries that actually separated, because Russia's not good strategically from a military standpoint. They're landlocked, and pretty much like any invasion from what they would call the threat of Western Europe was very easy. Russia, historically, under the USSR, was under the comfort of having bordering countries that actually kept them from being invaded or having to deal with the politics, but the loyalty was still to Russia. So when the Ukraine war actually got started, which really goes back to 2013, 2014, it was to obtain those 3 territories in Ukraine. But then eventually there's this historical claim back to Rus Kiev, because Kiev, which is the capital of Ukraine, used to be the center of the Slavic empire, if you want to call it that. So it's just trying to get back to a form of USSR, a form of loyalty with bordering countries like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Latvia, Estonia. Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania already switched over to the NATO. I mean, Russia didn't attack them, so then that theory kind of goes out the window, that they're at war with NATO. So what it is more so is just getting back ground and an advantage back in Western Europe. And Russia doesn't like the sphere of influence of the Western Europe to be that close. That's just pretty much it on that.
That's a great assessment. If I can chime in, because to neoliberals news, you said it? Oh yeah. And then I think you're gonna find this interesting, because Trump just made a very telling statement saying a lot of the Iranian leadership is dead. We know, we don't know it all, but a lot of it is. It was a very powerful strike. But we have a very good idea who the next leader will be. Which I don't want to read. Well, I'm gonna read into that because I know Masada thinks far ahead. There may be a possibility the reason why this vice president was spared, but we'll see.
Trent, it's very beautiful to see contorting that you do with any use of information. Well, okay, so this is some type of a 3D chess plan, and this vice president specifically is Delcy Rodriguez. Okay.
Well,
what do you know about the what do you know about RF?
I don't know anything about it.
So how are you making that judgment?
How am I making that judgment?
Yes.
I don't know anything about Iraq, but I know about Trump, and Trump is he just makes statements that like you kind of his hints. He drops hints because he can't keep his mouth closed. And when he says we have a very good idea who the next leader will be, I would not put it past them to have gone in, to have infiltrated the government and tried to find a friend. It's basically what they did in Venezuela.
That could also just mean that they know how power's gonna flow.
Well, they could know the success. Yeah, I'm with you. They could know the succession plan, but I think if you do this, you don't do this without having somebody that you either a general or somebody in power that you can look to gain control. So I don't. Like I said, I'm not going to go too far into it. It's just one statement from Trump, but he always leaves little tidbits.
I mean, if that's true, honestly, that wouldn't be the worst outcome. RF supported the Green Revolution. He's a reformist, but you know what's ridiculous? The rest of the government was also reformist. Like Pezeshkian, who's dead. Well, presumably, since Vice President is taking over the presidency. Both Pezeshkian and RF are reformists. Do you think the reformist movement in Iran will have higher or lower credibility after this? Or the hardliners would have higher credibility?
Can I ask a question that might hurt people feeling? Is the American Empire fall?
Hold on, Flash. Hold on. Chuck, can you answer nearly, but I'm curious what your answer is.
Sorry?
I didn't hear the question.
I'm saying if what you're saying is true, you're reading that situation, that wouldn't be the worst outcome. So I hope it's true. I hope you're right? But both RF and Masoud Pezeshkian, which is presumably dead, that's why Vice President RF was the Vice President, is now assuming presidency and control, right? So let's assume Pezeshkian is dead. Both of them are reformists. RF supported the Green movement, right? So do you think the reformist movement after this war will have higher credibility or lower credibility vis-a-vis the hardliners, let's say, in IRGC?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know enough about Iranian politics to comment to you guys on that. So I couldn't even make it. You would know better than me.
Well, it would be strange to bomb a government that is a reformist to keep the government that is reformist, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot that happened. There's BRICS. There's something that's against dollar. There's a lot that happened.
Please, brother, please.
The petrodollar.
So I had a follow-up question to that, or another question regarding the region. If you guys, I don't know if somebody wanted to just on that question. On that last question, right? Okay, I'll go ahead and ask. Does anybody suspect and I think this is actual real evidence for it, that this has been a long agenda of Israel's with the backing of the U.S. for the idea of greater Israel. And is anyone familiar with the idea of greater Israel?
How you talk about the Zionist movement?
Yeah, so Theodore Herzl, I believe it is, in 1996, wrote about Zionism, and it's been a long agenda that's been for him. Even when you look at some of the Israeli IDF coat of arms and some of the badges they have a map of what they will call Greater Israel, which is pretty much, it will show the region between the two rivers. So the Israeli flag is rumored to portray that artistically, about the two blue lines that you see on the flag, which actually involves the Nile River and the Euphrates River. So there's this idea. So what I'll do, I'll actually post it in my PTR now, and you guys can check it out. So I have it in there now. If you refresh your PTR, you'll see that the lower badge below the flag of Israel, they have this badge that they wear was called the Greater Israel. And this badge actually shows the regions between the two rivers, what encompasses what they will call Greater Israel. My question is, do you guys think that the destabilization of major, I wouldn't say like to say Arab because there's different ethnic groups, and I think that would be unfair to say that, but let's just say Middle Eastern countries, do you think that the fall of these in succession was to achieve the goal of getting this?
No, I do not believe that.
Okay, no problem. I was just wondering, what do you think your opinion is as far as, do you think it's totally about Iran and their enrichment levels and their nuclear program and things like that?
I think that the Israelis have lost their minds and in their heart of hearts believe that, in order to guarantee their security, they need to lord over the region. And in order to do that, they need to put down all of their enemies, for the big enemy being Iran. And to the extent that they and the Americans can work together to, cordon off and restrict Iran, they'll do whatever they can to do that.
I think that what you said was pretty much like a summary and a circumlocution to what it is I just said. You said they do it so that they can have control over the region. And Greater Israel is that.
No. But control from a security standpoint is different from having control of the actual land, right?
You can have peace, and that would be control.
Okay, no, thank you.
But you're welcome.
So like them getting whipping Iran into shape doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go and commandeer or conquer territory from Jordan and Egypt, etc.
No, yeah, I'm not saying occupy it, but whatever the case may be, what I hope though is that Israel is just stopping the nuclear program, allowing the government to reform itself, and then hopefully Iran will turn back to the way it was.
Well, there's no nuclear program to stop because Israel's nuclear program is already done and it's good to go. So
no, we're stopping Iran's nuclear program.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Okay, no problem. No, that's all right. I was just wondering, that's my hope that they allow Iran to get back to the way it was, I think, in the 70s. And I think, because Iran was pretty great in the 70s from what I remember. I think they had their own form of Hollywood. The women were pretty free. Education was really high.
They have fantastic cinema, actually. We could all watch a great Iranian film. I think it's called Wild Cherries. It's beautiful films. Great art, great...
Wait, wasn't...
Great food.
Wasn't the presumed nuclear program stopped by Trump already?
No, they took down the facilities and they delayed it, but they didn't eliminate it.
It was obliterated, right?
No, not necessarily. So a nuclear program is in several parts.
We all understand that America is getting controlled by the Israelis, of course.
Please just listen.
Be controlled. That's okay.
So Iran, I think, is still mining uranium, right? So to make a nuclear weapon,
the word is enriching.
No. So the Trump process. Mining uranium is different. Enrichment is different. Enrichment is when you separate a uranium 235 from 238. The heavier 238 funnels out, and that's via the centrifuge. The center actually sends up to 235. You must get the 235 to 90 plus or 96 plus % for it to be weapons grade. So it's all about removing the heavier elements, and then the idea of making the weapon, whether if it's fission or thermonuclear, that the payload delivery and all that is something they have to figure out altogether on their own. And then it's delivery of the payload. Like they can make a bomb, but can they make an efficient bomb to put in the payload small enough for a rocket to carry a certain? It takes a lot to do that. But the enrichments and the centrifuges we may not. Well, it's not about lying. It may be limited intelligence, but
it's okay, man. You can tell the truth. He exaggerated. It's okay, man. You can say it. It's fine. It's fine.
I
exaggerated. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I think they have some sort of nuclear program still. Like,
so why does IAEA say they don't have a nuclear weapons program?
Well, nuclear weapons program is specific. Nuclear enrichment of uranium is different. Mining and enriching uranium is different.
You just got here and you're talking over everyone. You need to relax. You need to relax. You just got here. People are having a conversation and you're talking over people.
So when you say information, I know more
it's
about
fine. You can't do that without interrupting people.
That's what I'm not interrupting. I'm just adding.
You are interrupting me right now.
People do it.
You're interrupting me right now. Thank you. Okay. So when he said we found it, is it like he and his homies went around and found it? What does that mean? United States owned intelligence said they don't have nuclear weapons program before the 12-day war.
It's different. So nuclear weapons program is military and government intent to weaponize a nuclear weapon. However, mining and enrichment is totally different. That's where the centrifuges are.
Thank you. That was my point. So there is a difference between nuclear weapons program and then enriching uranium, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So U.S. government said that there is no nuclear weapons program. Then Trump said that the nuclear weapons program was decimated and obliterated, right?
No, he said the facilities were decimated, which is true.
Whatever.
Was it?
The facilities of what? The facilities of what?
Facilities would be like centrifuges, so that's what you need, right? So,
okay.
Yeah.
So if they were eliminated and decimated, then what is happening right now?
They reconstituted
it in what time period?
In the period since June.
Oh, do we have any non-Israeli intelligence for that?
Yes.
Because it seems just now, right? A senior U.S. official when speaking to Fox News said the reason for this attack has nothing to do with nuclear weapons threat. It's about ballistic.
That's inaccurate. That's one of the major acts.
Yeah, that's actually not.
Let me just work with neoliberal's point here. So that's the PR story you're saying about the nuclear program. But this was a regime change thing. I mean, like, why are we playing games? Like, it's fine, right? And maybe, hold on, let me make this point. And maybe if this exact war plan had been presented to Biden and it said we can take out senior leadership in 12 hours, I don't know, maybe Biden would have went for that. Right?
This a regime
but we
change
don't need to hide. But we don't need to hide and say it was a nuclear program. That's like very, very secondary. Very, very, very secondary.
Wait, hold on. How is this a regime change? How has the regime been changed?
You've taken out senior leadership. You've taken people to do this. Yeah.
It's not regime change.
So you're saying, okay, so I just want to get this right. You're saying taking out 10 of the highest ranking people in one government is not a regime change strategy? Then what the hell is it? What the hell is it?
Okay,
decapitation.
That's command and control. You could say decapitation or command and control.
Yeah, it's not a regime change if a deputy just step in and have the same plans and the same aims.
Correct.
Hold on now. What Trump said in his speech overnight is that this is about regime change. I completely agree with you.
Correct.
It is about regime change, but the question is, did regime change take place?
Yes.
That's not what we were talking about. We talked about what the purpose of it was. We said what the purpose of the strike was.
The purpose of
Kevin, let me just say
one at a time. Trent, go. Then who wants to speak next?
If you took out the entire cabinet, basically, right? You took out the cabinet of the Trump administration, including Trump, and the only person left was J.D. Vance. Then I would call that regime. We would call that a regime.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Just
Eric Trump or Donner could step in.
no, just killing the top guys doesn't mean it's a regime change.
Why did he say it? So he said it.
Because Trump
He said
wanted
it
to start.
with a purpose.
Trump's statements was in regards to the goal, the telos of the entire mission. The airstrikes and everything is not the thing that actually brought regime change, but it's the start or the mechanism to bring a future regime change.
Correct.
If you
Correct. Oh my God. Oh, you're just being semantic.
No,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Everyone is being semantic right
Yeah,
now.
Okay,
I don't disagree with you. You don't even have to make your point. I don't disagree.
No. It's not about that. I just wanted to say to Trent's point is that when you take out, let's say, the whole cabinet, for example, in 1947 we have the Presidential Succession Act, right? So it's not like things are not in place that if, let's say, a whole cabinet or leadership were to be eliminated, that all of a sudden now the government will fall apart and that'll be it. There are succession plans. And to act as if Iran does not have one will be kind of a big deal.
Well, Trent, can I just say why? Hold on one second. Just one second, Trent, one second. So y'all work too hard to disagree. Okay, I'm in agreement. This was to put the ball in motion for regime change. Okay, do we have disagreement?
We don't.
That is one of the goals. Yes, to offer the Persian people the opportunity for that. But taking out the ballistic missiles and taking out the nuclear facilities are also key. If at any point they had agreed that they wouldn't develop a nuclear weapon, that might have prevented what happened overnight.
Okay, I have a question. So what comes after it? First it was nuclear, then it was ballistic, then are you going to take away their guns? Like I'm
No, that's not on the list.
working through the ladder, what's interesting? What comes after the ballistic weapons?
It's about interest.
Does AK-47s qualify as
It's not on the list. Let's listen to the speech. These are on the list. AKs are not.
Yeah, I think that's kind of jumping the gun.
Well, ballistic weapons weren't on the list when the conversation was about the nuclear weapons.
Ballistic weapons are on the list.
So,
ballistic missiles are not.
They are on the list now. They weren't on the list before.
They were part of the negotiation. Yes, they've always been part.
No, they weren't.
Because
They weren't. It was about the nuclear weapons program.
Yeah, they are.
Exactly.
They've always
Well,
been.
now they are, but before they weren't.
You might not
So
know.
neoliberals.
I'm just interested what comes on the list after the ballistic weapon.
They would never have a nuclear weapon. They would never do that. They say that's in the religion. They would never do that.
Correct. There is a.
But it's about interest because
There's a big conflict over that because they're clearly developing them. That's what the centrifuge is.
Oh man, I don't think that's the thing at all. I think what the U.S. and Israel is trying to do.
I thought they bombed it a few months ago, 8 months ago, right?
Hold on, bro. Let me
Yeah,
just get
they
this.
bombed some of those sites, not all of them.
No, it's a lie.
Is speaking, so let's have.
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick, right? So I just think that they're decapitated the government. I think they want to shift from a direct war to a proxy war at this point. If the public of Iran form some type of rebellion, and they're going to arm the rebels, they're not going to go in there themselves, and they're going to allow the rebels and probably some of the people from the military and the higher echelons of the military to pretty much say we turn our backs on the former government and we're going to force a regime change. American Israel is not going to touch that. They're just going to support a proxy war. That's all they're going to do at that point.
We're falling into a real-time strategy game.
I'm after neoliberal.
It's a domestic uprising, not a proxy war.
Okay,
So,
can we
neoliberal. Go ahead.
can we please stop with the
Domestic uprising and
Time
proxy war
strategy.
are not mutually
Can we
exclusive.
stop
Can we
speaking out of turn? neoliberal, and I'm going quickly.
Age of Empires, real-time strategy, fantasy scenarios.
You know, you picked the Japanese and like that.
Okay, neoliberal, you don't?
Yes.
Okay, cool. If we want to keep it all the way, real,
God bless Trump.
Oh my God, just stop. If we want to keep it all the way real, the real reason Trump did this was for his ego, to show that he could do something the other presidents before him said was a goal and never got done. So if we want to keep it all the way real, that was the true motivation.
Well, you're doing a psychological avowal, which is personal, but he actually does want to get things done that other people said they wanted to do and couldn't. We've been struggling with this since 1979. I just want to correct you on Greater Israel or Israel Gadol or Big Israel. So the whole idea of the patches, I see it's an AI thing and it's a myth. The real Greater Israel is including what some people call the West Bank, which we call Judea and Samaria through Gaza. That's the Greater Israel that's referred to. And it's considered an extreme position, but it's certainly not off the table. The river is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean. That's the Greater Israel, and it includes the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. And the Golan Heights, by the way, and of course, East Jerusalem.
Like I said,
So
it's about China. It's about resources.
Yeah, it's about China. It's the petrodollar. Norm, what are the current borders of Israel?
Well, the current borders of Israel are the green line to the Mediterranean, not including Gaza, and then there's some disputed territory between Jordan, which occupied Judea and Samaria from 48 to 67. There is land that's disputed between the Jordan and, say, Jerusalem going north to south. So that area.
What about?
Hang on. That area was offered to people who emerged as calling themselves Palestinians during a series of negotiations. That area was offered to them, but they never accepted it. In 1988, Jordan withdrew from that region, some people call the West Bank, and canceled the passports. Until 1988, they had Jordanian passports.
Can you answer my question? What are the current borders?
You didn't hear my answer?
Well, you didn't. You went through a historical soliloquy. I want to answer.
You didn't hear
You answered on the Gaza side. So East West Bank.
You didn't hear the very first sentence?
So is the West Bank part of Israel or not?
Parts of the West Bank have been settled by Israelis. They're not officially part of Israel, but because it's disputed.
What about Golan Heights?
You're interrupting. You may have heard, yes, the Golan Heights have been annexed. That's officially part of Israel. But you may have heard me mention that disputed area we've offered to the Palestinians, they have not accepted it, except in Oslo. So under Oslo area.
I'm just interested. I don't care about the history. I'm just interested in the borders.
That's where the borders are.
It's the geography.
I'm literally telling you where the borders are. You don't really want to know because you're cutting me off. Because I'm literally giving it to you. So East Jerusalem.
Giving me a historical lesson.
No, I'm not giving you historical. I'm telling you where the borders are. Unless you have the map.
So where are they?
I did.
So where are they?
You want me to start over?
Start
from the beginning again?
Well, just point as if somebody's at a gas station and ask for directions. Don't give the history.
Yeah.
It's not the history. You have to understand what I'm referring to. So, for example,
is it hard to answer the
question?
question?
No, it's only hard because you cut me off 4 times.
It seems really hard for another reason.
No, it's easy if you don't interrupt. Are you willing to not interrupt? I'm happy to give it to you.
Since
you asked, since you've asked, I'll try again to indulge your slowness or willingness to hear.
I'm very slow. I did a map.
It's very slow. So Israel, it is most capable of this.
Israel is the U.S. most capable ally.
Yeah,
the only democracy.
You're insane.
So the only democracy is what the Trump said. You can disagree with him.
Israel is the most capable ally of the U.S. in the world.
Yes, that's regionally rated. Yeah, because the European allies don't have armies. And they're not willing to use it.
Okay, no. Okay, no.
So anyway, Golan Heights have been annexed.
So
East Jerusalem.
So if Golan Heights was annexed, how is that to the question about Greater Israel?
Right. So
how is Golan Heights annexed?
Right, good point. And the thing about it is, I was going to ask him, can you read Hebrew? I can a little bit. The badge there on the bottom, he says, "Oh, that's not talking about the two rivers. It's not true." The badge there on the bottom literally says, "Eretz Israel, Ha-Meshiv Kaf." Or if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, somebody can correct my pronunciation. But Ha-Muftakat actually means the promised land of Israel. That's literally what it says. That's the little translation of the badge below that. It says the promised land of Israel, right? So now, why do soldiers have this flag or this badge that shows from the Nile River all the way encompassing Iraq, even going far as Iran, and then it's called the promised land of Israel? If it's not, that's why I asked the question. It's just a question. It's not anti-Semitic. It's not anything. It's just I've seen this badge. I recognize this symbol a lot, and I'm just asking about it.
Well, there is an argument that the symbol is anti-Semitic, but whatever. It's very strange when people crash from a simple answer of what are the borders of the country.
I'm crashing. He literally was trying to answer your question.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he wasn't answering it, though. That was a problem.
I'll say this. I'm hard pressed to find a more formidable ally past 25 years.
The Canadians.
What?
The Europeans.
The Europeans? Which country?
I don't know, France, the UK. Like, why do you believe that Israeli military is of all militaries that are allied with the US, the Israeli military stands ahead and above?
Because they have the best Air Force. Outside of the United States, they have the best Air Force.
Good question. That's a great question.
Outside of the...
It's not a silly statement. I'm not sure it's accurate, but it's not a ridiculous statement.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, look, yes, France may be the strongest military-wise out of all our allies, but formidable. If you use that term, the one that you don't want to cross over the past 26 years, Israel.
Formidable because the Israelis have. Oh my God! Formidable because the Israelis are fighting what? Hamas and some kids and some young adults. What are we talking about?
What are you talking about? Oh, they really got those kids up and going hides in Hezbollah. Like, what are we doing?
Black men saying this is insane.
Name another U.S. ally. Name another U.S. ally.
You know, there's some people that want to know why you waste.
J-Fish, hold on, J-Fish.
1 second. Trent, name another ally that has a regional conflict at its border, that has signed a deal that has internationalized that conflict with its own enemies. Right? Egypt, Turkey are not friends of Israel, right? Name another U.S. ally that has signed a deal that has internationalized a conflict at its own borders, on which the guarantors to that deal are its own enemies or adversaries.
Maybe Korea.
How is that formidable? How in any world is that formidable?
I'll tell you how. Maybe South Korea.
No, absolutely not. U.S. bases are the bulk of South Korea's force.
Okay, so he was asking about something about borders, another ally that has something similar to Israel, and I guess for his own, I can think close. But anyway, formidable. The term formidable.
Yeah, how is that formidable? France
it's a sixth-ranked Air Force, not the whole military, but they have the sixth-ranked Air Force.
So what? Hold on. The claim was that the Israeli military is the. Hold on, Trent. I'm just going to reiterate it. The claim was that Israel was the most formidable ally of the United States of America.
That's not true.
That was the claim.
So, and here's what I'm going to say.
Is that why they're spying on us over there? Or not?
Here's what I'm going to say. Considering Mossad, if I look back to the Iraq War, and partly who got us into the Iraq War, it is Israel. So if you look at Iraq and the regime change that happened in Iraq, and now I look at today, the country that I would least like to have a problem with is Israel.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, we can just do it easy. Here's rankings, right? Israel's ranked 14th overall. The Air Force is ranked 6th. So,
who's above Israel and Air Force?
Hold on, let me just answer his question. So U.S., Russia, India, China, and Japan.
Okay, so hold on one second. CEO, who does the voting for the rankings? Is it the coaches?
No, it's a media outlet.
No, it's U.S. News and World Report. U.S. News and World Report.
No. Israel probably have
that was a good one.
They're probably number 2 as far as Air Force. You got to understand, when you're doing sorties as much as Israel does, with air to ground, air superiority is like the thing now. If you don't have air superiority, you might as well just check out. Like if Israel alone, just the country alone, can go and wipe out all of Iran's anti-air, all of that, they can do it alone.
Then if they can do it alone, why would it begin crying to the U.S. about who should strike first? Like, I never get this point where, like, Israel, on one hand, has such a great military and they're all-stars, and on the other hand, Israel is so weak and they're so bullied.
You know the answer, Mel. You know the answer. Don't ask questions. You know the answer. Like, why are you playing with us? You know the answer.
They do control the U.S. They control the... They control the... We're not on like anti-Semitism right now. Please stop.
Yeah, what I'm saying in terms of formidable, if we look at what has happened in Iraq and then look at now what has happened in Iran in the last, 25 to 30 years, it would be, I don't remember us getting into a war with Ukraine.
That's called influence. That's called influence.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying formidable, right? I'm not saying they got the most powerful military. The Mossad and the Air Force, to whoever said that point, is true. But if there is an enemy that I would not like to be an enemy of in terms of country, it would be Israel. Because I don't think Canada's ever gotten us into a war.
So you think they got us into Iran?
Oh my God, what is this, yo?
What is
what? Common sense. Why are we talking about this? Israel control American politics. Common sense. Everything. Money-wise, everything.
J-Fresh, please.
Yes, commissions
everywhere. Influence, just say influence doesn't control, it influences. No need to be hyperbolic.
No, I'm not being hyperbolic. But the formidable is a great term. Now, yes, I think France is probably the most powerful of our military allies, but who had the influence and capability to push regime change in Iraq and partially Syria. I forgot about Syria. Basically, our entire Middle East strategy over the past 25 years has been heavily driven in conjunction with Israel and Mossad, and today is probably the culmination of it.
So if Israel wasn't there in the Middle East, then America wouldn't be involved in any of this. Iraq war, Iran, Kuwait, none of that.
Probably not.
That's facts. That's true.
No, you're all wrong. Okay, just proved my point.
That's a interesting hypothetical spirit.
I'm ready to go ahead. Drill down on it, you wizards. Let's go, foreign policy analysts.
I'm just going to clear up one thing. When you guys talk about capability as far as Air Force is concerned, and y'all say Israel is number 2, they do have F-35s like Britain and the other countries. Their pilots are very much capable. But as far as the best pilots outside of the United States, they're not. South Korea beats them. And I know that because I used to go to joint exercises with a lot of them. And Singapore beats them. Singapore has a pretty capable Air Force. So the Saudis, they're flying against stationary targets in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Doesn't make them our best ally or more capable ally. Some of our allies are nuclear, even though Israel is undeclared. England has more capable. They have submarines, they have aircraft carriers. And so
Thank you, ML. Thank you. I'm just so tired.
Hold on, J-Fresh.
How are they formidable? They don't have aircraft carriers, and they definitely don't have.
So here's the
thing. They
thing.
only have aircraft.
Yeah, when you're talking about joint extra,
they're not North Korea alone, right?
Yeah, when you're talking about
South Korea has a pretty capable air force because we train them and they train with us.
Okay, so ML, so when you're talking about joint exercises, you're talking about like dogfighting.
Yeah, a joint exercise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Air Force really doesn't shine in dogfighting. The dogfighting is just a deterrent.
Oh, come on. New topic. I can't.
Bro, hold on. Okay, so Air Force is not really rated in its dogfighting capabilities. That's just competition or taking over air to air. Air Force is really measured by its ability to gain air superiority in ground combat. Like for example,
how do you measure that? Okay, when did Israel gain air superiority? What? Because Gaza doesn't have an air force?
No, so it's the repetition.
So they have air superiority? What are you talking about? I'm curious.
It's because the pilots have more hours in repetitive, regular sorties of ground attacks.
I don't think they're more formidable.
You gotta understand how that works.
Okay, the Saudi pilots have the most hours in the world. They spend a limited amount of money on airtime. Are they some of the better pilots?
No, so
they suck.
What kind of sorties do they do?
The Saudi pilots were...
They bomb. They do bomb raids.
Yeah, they're bombing Yemen.
To practice. And they suck as pilots. You telling somebody who lived in Saudi Arabia, who lived in South Korea, and who went to a lot of those joint exercises. Yes, they suck. Because I was...
No, bro, so here's what I'm trying to get at, right? So it's about intelligence gathering, it's about intelligence gathering, targeting. Like America has the best when it comes to targeting. I'm being able to identify targets and things like that.
I'm so sorry, but the Israelis bombing some young adults. Hold on, ML. Hold on. I'm so sorry, but people citing the Israelis bombing Gaza and Hamas as some pin on their capabilities does not impress me.
Yeah, I agree. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
Yeah, and that's so now.
And I'm not saying that Israeli military is not capable, but they're kind of a one-dimensional military, well, two-dimensional. They have pretty good foot soldiers, and they have a pretty capable air force. They're two-dimensional. So how they're the most formidable if they have two avenues of failure. That's it. But when you look at the British, you look at the French, even the Japanese has a
Japanese,
military. You know that, It's South Korea. So when you talk about allies, Canada has more capable military.
I believe every country should have a nuclear weapon.
Ukraine. It's good.
Ukraine definitely has a pretty capable military now.
Again, when I'm talking about formidable, and somebody said it, I don't know who said it. I think Kuwait in 1991 happens whether Israel exists or not. But I don't know. I don't know if the second Iraq War happens, and I think absolutely not. Does today happen if there's not an Israel?
So that has nothing to do with...
So that means that 9/11 wouldn't have happened if Israel didn't exist in the Middle East, and therefore we wouldn't have gone to Afghanistan and Iraq and all of that. Okay, cool. Go ahead, I'll yield to the experts. Go ahead.
Can we move on from this? Like, this is not super interesting.
New topic.
I gotta give you that. That's an excellent question that I'd really have to think about.
It was satire. Go ahead, think about it on me.
You have to think about whether Israel is in some way connected to 9/11.
No.
Okay, moving on.
No. What? Well, I mean, it's a difficult question because one of the reasons that Osama bin Laden uses is our support for Israel. So that's a difficult question for me to or for anybody to contemplate.
Are they still striking each other?
Yeah, Tehran Iran is being bombed right now.
Iran.
Iran is being bombed right now. As about 27 minutes ago, and there are celebrations all around Iran. Mass celebrations.
Do you have some type of feed that
Hey, right by the video I have.
one-sided information? There are videos of Israel.
To be honest, let's be facts. Let's not think about media. The rest by the video I have, 100%. You know,
why is speaking over dude? What are you doing?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
No, go ahead, neoliberal. Go ahead.
But there are videos of bombing of all types of places, including.
The US doesn't have enough.
Just go ahead.
Weapons over there. They're gonna have to come back. Iran by the bomb over and over non-stop from China. Watch, just watch. They're gonna come lie to you on social media. Thank you, Jay Flash. Neoliberal, what were you asking? Sorry.
Oh no. Anyway, does anybody have any news?
No, it's Jay Fresh when the answer is because you seem like the only person that can wrangle him together.
I have my third eye open right now, so I can communicate with my African brothers.
Okay, so you're his wrangler. I get it. Now y'all can continue. Y'all was worked up today from the show.
Hey, Brooklyn. I'm Brooklyn.
I experienced. I just been listening.
Yeah. I'm just saying what other bullshit can be spewed, but go on.
There's plenty of breaking news. There are, obviously
I'm
still
sure you back. They was looking for you, Trent. Don't let these people Trent, don't let these people make it seem like they ain't fuck with you, because they was looking for you when you was growing.
I just want you guys, Trent is the highest ranking military expert in Clubhouse. His track record beats all y'all.
And foreign policy, and economics, and cause, and AI, and extraterrestrial. We got everything covered.
No, he got a pretty good record on his military strength.
No, he does not.
And the border, yeah, the border. They was looking for you. They was looking for you. So don't let them make it seem like they don't want you around. They want you around, Trent. That's it.
I told everybody that you were embedded over in the Middle East. Getting intel.
No, Trump is politically corrects Christiana Mampour, so take.
You're welcome, and thank you, Brooklyn. I was Scotty. I don't know
I
how.
didn't say none of those things about you, Trent. Because you
Alright,
drop a dime, my
So Scotty, who is more right? Hold on, Scotty, who was more right on Clubhouse over the last two Iran skirmishes and Venezuela than Trump? Name the person.
Let's take Iran. If you say something like, I think we're going to bomb Iran, and it was 8 months ago, that doesn't apply for 8 months. Like he said 48 hours, then he said next week. So you don't get like 8 months of leeway on this. So the Venezuela thing, I don't really know, but I bought a little Chevron stock. I'm up about $100. So that's
yeah. So
I say Trent predicted.
So you don't deny Trent his flowers for calling this war.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at my Facebook and you can see it. But Scotty, so yes, I was about 3 weeks off.
You're still on Facebook.
Huh?
Why are you still on Facebook?
You don't got no Facebook account, neoliberal? Like you actually don't have
Because
one?
this is what he makes neoliberal. This is where he makes his predictions.
No,
Facebook
is not allowed in this country.
That time when Trump bombed Iran 8 months ago, Israel got 12 days of work of non-stopping. They will never report the truth. They're going to lie to you regardless of what. And they have to make peace agreement.
Jay Fresh, what the fuck are you talking about?
Brooklyn, if you can figure it out, let us know. Will you be his translator, Brooklyn?
I never know what the fuck.
CEO, you're Trump's translator. Come on, you should be able to translate this dude too.
No, Mel is his translator. And I don't know what he's saying, Mel. What is he talking about?
So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. So what I'll say this.
Israel got to work. America could drop the bomb and dip, but Israel got to work for 12 days straight.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me translate. JFS is saying that the Americans can go in and, you know, spank Iran on their butt, but Israel has to deal with the consequences.
And that's what happened. That's what happened 12 years. It's called 12 days war. Israel, they run out of weapons, you know, because America provide Israel with weapons. They run out of weapons, and they have to like sign agreement for not do it again. And they just lie to you on social media. They lie to you.
Hey, Jay Fresh, what country are you in right now?
He's in the People's Republic of Minnesota.
Okay.
You trying to kill me? I'm on my way to Arizona. I'm going back home.
I just wanted to know the country. I didn't ask you where. I didn't say drop your fucking pen. Y'all kill me. I don't care about y'all so much to be trying to stop none of y'all. Just know that.
I pay attention to politics. I do have a degree in political science, and I pay attention to politics. I know, but when bully becomes bully, it's too much. You know, I don't understand why they're doing this.
Yeah, so to address Scotty, you are correct. I was 3 weeks off on the strikes in Iran.
These flowers.
You really want credit, Trent. That's okay.
Let me.
It's all you. Thank you, Richard Engel. I really appreciate.
If you allow me to.
You predicted it.
He predicted both Iran's and Venezuela.
Brooklyn, you better go check his news.
He didn't predict them. That was in the news.
I didn't predict them. I just looked at.
He had the best analysis.
No, what are you talking?
So what I was wrong. What I didn't take into account was the second aircraft carrier in the Gerald Ford that would have to come in. So that's what made it off. But if you had, the reason I'm saying this, and I don't bet on war. I don't agree with betting on war. It's just like a thing with me. But if you had taken the poly market today on
no.
Just listen, man. Why are you so amped up? You have the most. If you'd have taken that poly market that had commodity going out of power, I think earlier this month, it was like at 17%.
I fucked up.
You dropped 500 on that.
I fucked up on that one.
Yeah, you'd be making some money. So I'll just win right there.
That's why I'm looking at Kim Jong.
This is why it's not funny. Because you guys report and gleefully come on stage and talk about numbers and this amount of people died and these places were hit, and it's the cavalier attitude of this that for me it's personally really fucking disgusting. And I know you're joking about the bets and everything, but it's really fucking disgusting.
Who's joking about the bets?
Dead and people are dying, and you're joking about making bets and then running and saying, "Oh, breaking news! 4 more people died here. 100 people here. Some were children. This was happening." It's violent.
Wait a minute, Scott.
No, that's sick.
Are they really betting on the war if it's going to be a war night?
Yes.
Is that a
100%. And I do agree with Scotty. I think it's pretty foul. It is pretty foul to bet on something.
Yeah, I think y'all can at least keep that part a secret. If y'all going to do that, you can do it silently.
Well, no one's betting on kids dying. We're just betting on who's going to get.
I'm pretty sure I can find a market for that.
We're talking about the leader.
You said
We're talking about the leader coming out. The leader being removed.
No. You said you wish you'd had some $500 on it.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
The bet is would Kamani still be in power through 2027? That was the bet. that doesn't mean that there's going to be U.S. strikes or Israel strikes. That could be people inside the country overthrowing commodities. It's just, do you think he could maintain power throughout the rest of the year? And had you put that bet, actually almost probably that bet, had you put that bet that he would be out, I would have made a substantial amount of money today.
I do think it's one of the great signs of how society has evolved that there is even a market like that and people wait around.
Shit is sick like back in Roman times when they used to bet on who gonna die in the fucking arena.
That is a good point, actually. Yeah.
Let me say, hold up, C-Down. Let's not act like that hasn't been happening for years. You just haven't had access. We, as regular people, haven't had access to that market. But that has been happening through the stock market for quite some time.
Okay. But how do I? So one, even if that's true, I kind of expected from like a small group of people, but the fact that it's gone mainstream and people are comfortable with it, that is my issue.
The fact that the elites can benefit, but regular people can't. Okay.
Benefit from
No, it's that most people are pigs. I expect them to be pigs. There's always going to be.
If that war continue, America will fall. Inflation is coming.
As long as the pigs is a small group of people, I'm good because there's depravity in society, right? But the fact that that is now mainstream, that is a problem.
I agree.
Like Trump impeachment is like 91% right now.
Yeah.
On poly markets. Like that was, a Captain Obvious bet.
Yeah, that's an excellent bet. What is the Republicans taking the House and Senate? Like 52% now, right? 47%.
I haven't checked that one.
A lot higher than it was. I know that.
The crazy part, there's no point. It doesn't make sense.
Shit, they got Trump. It's up 14% that Trump will be impeached by 20 before the Democrats take over. It's crazy.
I don't think we need to be on that person. Trump is evil. He's ready to invest in all these countries. Him and his family, they're ready to invest in these countries, Arab countries. He's doing it for his own interest.
That's
I don't think he really cares about
He shouldn't have been impeached before. What about removed? Where'd I bet that? Who betting on that? Nobody. Y'all scared, see? Why y'all scared to talk about that? Why y'all quiet now?
I'm trying to see that I have one, but we're trying. I think you maybe. I don't know if you're wrong or not, but on the issue in regards to Venezuela, I think you said by April they're going to come out and announce that it's all about the oil. So you got 2 months. You got about a month left. You said about around the first week of April.
No, we don't need to go back on Trump's.
We don't need you to tell us what we need to do, please.
Well, because it sucks because we have a title in the room. Thank you.
We have a title in the room for like 200
This is
hours.
not a Trump prediction room. So he just got back here. Let him breathe.
Yeah, this is from a Scotty make let him breathe room either.
The Trump prediction. What about the aliens? This
time, guys, more of an alien talk this month. We do not need to go down there. Yeah, it was a big month on the alien conversation.
Was it?
I think Iran said that they hacked into it.
So let me get just a 20-second version of it. So Obama came out and said aliens are real, and then he walked it back a few days later and said, "Oh, he was just talking about probabilities." And then Trump said Obama was giving out state secrets and he shouldn't have did that. And maybe I'll release the information so he's not in trouble. And then he later that night announced that he was going to release all the alien-related files at some point.
Why is he trying to release everything? We don't really care that much about it.
Let's be honest, Trump is a racist piece of shit. He was talking about what was born in Kenya, all the fucking weird shit,
Jesus Christ, Jay Fresh. First
He have no morals. Obama have no more. I mean, not Obama. Trump have no morals.
Do you have political Tourette's?
Yeah, can I?
Sorry.
Can
I'm just speaking the.
See, Jay Fresh, can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking right now?
Yes, I hear you. Yes, I hear you.
I didn't get CEO's commentary about aliens. I went to Trent, so go ahead, Trent.
Thank you, Brooklyn. And let me just say one thing to Amari. It's not whether or not I don't know what you said. Take over oil. It was because they've already told you it's all about oil. It's whether or not a major American corporation or a major corporation will begin pumping the oil. There'll be an announcement of contracts in Venezuela by April. That was better. Just so we don't.
Yeah, you said on January 15th. I mean, I was paraphrasing, but I had to go find the notes. On January 15th, you made that statement. So I just wanted to make sure they had.
Wait, you got record keeping notes?
Dang, you got record keeping notes on me.
You're a record keeper for PC?
I'll take. All right.
Yeah, because he make and so I want to make sure if his predictions come true, and if he
the prediction is wrong. And
they have not told me it's all about the oil yet. I have not heard that.
The oil company sitting in the White House didn't tell you it was all about oil. Okay.
But they were invited though. I don't think they said, and in that meeting, if I recall, they said that right now it's not. And I'm paraphrasing that. Right now, it would take them a while to get that oil out. My understanding. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to Venezuela because let's go to aliens because that's what Brooklyn wants to say.
Yes.
So.
Aliens.
And what they're going to release the file like CEO said. NASA has already said that there's nothing in their file. I do not expect.
Yeah, his wife, he got it from Steve.
His
wife, right?
He told me
he does have political.
Yeah, he really does.
I can't remember my thoughts. I don't expect that you're going to see them come out with like evidence of like the U.S. government has interacted with. Who is off my car? What the fuck are you doing?
Wait, what do you mean?
You in the bathroom.
You're asking me.
I'm outside, dude.
Mute up.
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trent.
You said I'm outside. So Brooklyn, I don't expect that we're going to get evidence of aliens. And what I think we are going to end up with, though, is we're going to see some pictures of craft that are more pictures of craft and more things that are unexplainable. But I don't think that the world is ready for an announcement that we've interacted with alien craft. However, the last thing I'll say, Laura Trump, which is Trump's CEO, the daughter-in-law? She's the daughter-in-law, right? Not the actual daughter. She says that Trump has a speech prepared to announce alien presence or interactions on July 4th or somewhere around there on the nation's birthday. I'll land right there.
Oh, so we doing the Independence Day this week?
Amari, did you record that one, Amari?
I did not. How am I going to? I'm doing a change request on the project. What did he say?
He said alien announcement around July 4th.
Okay, on the birthday. Gotcha.
Yeah, Independence Day. And to be clear, you don't mean like illegal aliens. You mean like outer space aliens, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Got it.
All right, cool. Just wanted to sorry, I already write that down.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my name.
Why somebody made a joke and said that they should have the illegal aliens go after like child predators and name the series Aliens versus Predators. That shit was funny as hell when they said it. It's not funny when I say it though.
Another ballistic missile just hit Bahrain.
Sleep most of the time.
Love you guys, man. You guys making my day. I was smiling the whole time.
Wow, what did we do?
Jay, first you that bastard man They yelled out nigga in the middle of the thing. Because you just keep talking for no reason.
We know Trump. We know. I can't say nothing a lot, but they just he's funny.
And then what? What else happened? Come on, political niggas, let's go.
What is there to say when we know, it's going to be all the people that love him, they're going to protect him, but we know his behavior, We know everything about Trump is true,
Man, fuck it. Go USA. Congratulations, Donald Trump. I'm proud of everything.
We know he's a pedophile, too, So he's a pedophile 100%. Wait till Iran start leaking his stuff.
All right. Okay, all right. Jesus. Here's a question. Are we hearing anything about Khomeini loyalists? Because yes, we know that Khomeini, the leader of Iran, I'm sure he had a following. Not everybody wants this, right? We know this.
Fuck him.
Shit. Okay.
I'm going on here. They need to blow his ass up next. Congratulations, USA.
Is that Gemini?
No, it's Trump. What you know about what happened today? Tell us.
All I know is them niggas hit the school. All of us was first goddamn happy, and then everybody started crying. So I'm confused. But I don't give a damn. I know he hit their ass, and their ass is motherfucking gone. Congratulations, USA. I'm about to go get
you celebrating a bunch of little girls dying today.
I'm about to go get a red, white, and blue Nike Tech. Buy me a new motherfucking Glock and come outside and show them I'm American. Fuck them niggas.
This is the political analysis we need.
And Devon, there is some news on the walls.
That's baby Gemini right there, y'all.
In North
Not baby Gemini.
It sounded like it's not him, but it sounds like him. Trap, are you from Southern California, bitch?
No, he's from South Carolina.
I'm from the South.
North Carolina. One of them Carolina.
Fuck that. Trump come down to the Carolina, you know what we do?
Brooklyn, this is your boyfriend?
No.
Nigga, what? That nigga my son.
Come to the Carolina. We all get motherfucking crab and motherfucking shrimp, and we got down, set a table up and wait for him. And guess what? When he come across, we all start clapping. Everybody. Hands all in the air. Go Trump. Motherfuckers, yes, Lord. Y'all gotta stop this shit.
That white wife. You speak, that white wife be talking through you, boy. I swear to God. Why would you say that? That's just crazy.
And he got a white wife too, Brooklyn?
I am American, and y'all not American. Y'all must be from Iran.
Trump is the only president that actually has the black community's best interest in mind.
Nigga, you better shut up talking fast.
Thank you, Kyle with Zero Friends.
Because I'll let your stupid ass come up here and then you better shut the fuck up.
What?
I know why people don't like Trump. He's too nigga. He's too nigga for
y'all. Campaign, let's make it great again. It's not about you. It ain't talking about black people. It's talking about his race,
No, dog.
And then Marco Rubio went in there. Let's colonize the world again.
Get him,
Like last month.
Get him.
I know you might be from Africa, so when they say make America great again,
Jay Fresh.
yeah, your ass
Don't let him talk to you like that, son.
I'm not gonna talk shit, but Marco Rubio last month in EU and Germany, what do you say? He said, let's colonize the world again. We're not gonna lose our civilization.
Yeah, colonize.
He's gonna let him talk trash to you, Fresh.
Our Western civilization.
Fresh, don't let him.
I'm not trying to change that. But I have a question. I don't know, this dude's giving me like love while locked up vibes. I don't know something about it.
He a warehouse worker. Just wait.
No, I work with a DJ. I'm literally a white collar worker while
Oh, Lord, man.
All right. Hold on. Trent, you said you had some news about Khomeini loyalists. Can you wake that up, or was that Omari?
Dude, I'm trying to stop the crash. I've been waiting for this.
I can't take it. No, I can't take it. Come on.
So two things. I don't know if we've reported the first death. I don't know if anybody's who said that. If you have, but the first death in Tel Aviv has not been reported. It is a woman in her 40s. And the second thing to the loyalists, they seem to be allowing celebrations in both North and South Iran. I can't read these names of these provinces. One's called Fars. But you can see the celebrations. They're pretty massive, and the police are not anymore trying to stop it.
Yeah, I literally just came here and said that. I told y'all that they was happy. Like y'all are more upset than them, realistically.
Yes, you were as specific as Trent was. You're right. You gave us all those details.
Okay, but who's upset? We get information.
Americans more upset at what happened to Iran than Iran.
So let me ask you a question, Trent. Because maybe you don't worry about it in the warehouse.
I don't work at a warehouse. I work with a PKI. Like if you have a house, if you have a house, Brooklyn, I can get you.
Are you concerned? Are you concerned that Iran will try to get some retaliation?
No, man. That shit happen. Listen, see, look, the way I see this shit is when blood gets shed, the niggas get upset.
So why are you not concerned and the government is concerned?
I'm not concerned because listen, if it happens, guess what's gonna happen? That red, white, and blue that I'm over here telling y'all I love so much is gonna put belt to ass.
So at 20, so you're 21, right? So you know you're still in the age range to get drafted.
Listen, he a sellout. He a sellout.
Be drafted. Wait. At 21, wait. At 21, you in the age range to be drafted with 22.
So Brooklyn, you a cougar with
that age range to be nigga. What you stop? See, mute up.
Yeah, they draft me, Brooklyn. Yeah, they draft me, Brooklyn. They got
you ready to fight? You ready to go to war?
Yeah, they draft me. And if I decide not to go, guess what? I'm a
citizen. So you can't. It ain't no decide not to go.
Yes, you can, because you're a citizen.
What you gonna do? How you gonna do that?
You'll sit in a jail cell for a little while. You think
you gonna go to jail?
Yeah, I'm
go red, white, blue. You'd rather go to jail than go to fight for your country.
Go red, white, blue, sitting in the jail, sitting watching their ass on
TV.
Hey, Brooklyn.
What my name?
This is Orlando. Somebody that fought for this country.
I was a sellout.
This somebody that did fight for this country. That's an interesting question because I do hear him.
Tell us, Orlando. Tell us your take. Good.
But he too old to go back.
You might have to wait a minute because he done did it already. So he gonna tell you what to do when you have to get drafted.
They not calling you. No arthritis.
But no, young man.
Not calling him.
Young man.
He hate old
when the bullets, when the bullets.
Yes, sir.
Young man.
Oh man.
When the
don't pay him.
Young man, when the bullets were flying, for you to be able to call me old man. When the bullets was flying, for you to be able to say that with freedom, it wasn't very nice. But for you to be with such bravado to say, we'll go over there with belt to ass, and not be willing to say, I will not go, that's asinine.
Wake it up.
Factimony, baby. That's factimony. Well, clearly, if you heard what I said, I first initially said I don't have a problem going. But even if I decided not to, the most that they could do to me is give me jail time. And I would still sit there and say, go red, white, and blue.
Nobody that even when I did go, I didn't want to go.
Your president, Trump didn't want to go to war. It's okay. No, it's a lot of niggas that do want to go. Like, it's a lot of Americans that do want to go. Trump, your president.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody want to go till the bullets start flying.
Bro, we are from America. This shit happened in your local neighborhood, bro. What are you talking about? See, look, here's the difference between you old niggas and a lot of us young.
Talking about America, the president
you old niggas is crazy, bro. Because he wanted.
Excuse me, young man. I grew up in the hood.
Orlando.
I grew up in the hood. So what are you talking about? I grew up in the hood.
Okay, Orlando.
What are you talking about?
How desensitized the people are right now compared to then is going to change. You can see the change. We don't give a fuck about a little blood right now. You think we tripping off the little nigga over there dead? No, we've been
This is 50 Cent versus T.I. Son battle. Let this go.
Yeah. We've been seeing this shit since little kids. You wanted us to cry about the little girls and shit. We over here to understand that we got little girls getting snatched every fucking day. We're desensitized as fuck. So you are expecting a certain reaction from it. You're expecting a certain nigga. No,
it's called decency.
No,
it's called decency.
What I'm telling you,
it's called decency. It's called humanity.
Oh well, I'm sorry. Humanity died a while ago. Did you not realize it? Like, this what it was like. What the fuck?
It did.
Yes. I don't understand it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What are we?
We are still humanity, but the humanity that we're walking through right now, y'all don't like it because it's desensitized. Like I said, we desensitized as fuck. Y'all don't like the desensitized version of humanity.
But when it comes, I hear the bravado. But when it comes to putting some skin in the game, I don't hear that. I hear a lot of bravado.
Bruh, oh my God, this man saying bravado because he don't hear me saying, hey, I got a medal for shooting 40 niggas. I didn't hear me say that I'm a Purple Heart or something. Nigga, nobody talk. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Hear whichever you're hearing.
You probably ain't even been to jail, let alone done anything else.
Oh my gosh, bro. Nigga, how you know what I
mean? Even if
I have, that don't stop what I'm saying from being true. It's niggas.
You ain't been to jail, you ain't been to war. You still got some of that around your mouth, but you got all this bravado.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now, again, like I said, before you continue to keep talking about
still got Similac on his breath. What you talking about?
Brooklyn, you ain't too much older than me, Brooklyn.
I'm way older than you. You could be my son. You could be my son. Literally, you could be my son.
Brooklyn, you're literally not too much older than me. Calm down.
I'm so young. I'm really not. But hey.
So again, there's the state that America is in. We're watching these crimes happen, even if it's not on this extreme scale. We're watching these crimes happen all the time. Like niggas in New York, a nigga in New York right now is going to hear about this shit that happened and just be like,
don't let the top left person here talk about New York. You don't get the Gemini treatment.
Yeah, nigga in Chicago gonna hear this shit and say, like Florida nigga gonna hear this shit, some of them might smile and smirk a little bit because, like, nigga, what
part of Florida? What part of Florida? Because I'm from Miami and I was raised in Miami. So what are you talking about?
So either way it goes, I don't give a damn. Miami has been Miami for a while and it's only increasing.
So when Miami had the cocaine situation and all that, I was in the midst of that. So what are you talking about, young man?
You've been in the midst of a couple of things. You're a veteran and that's okay. You're an OG vet at the game, but the game has changed. And I'm telling you, when you walked outside...
What are you doing to change the game?
When you walked outside scared, vet, a lot of these...
Scared of what?
A lot of these new rookies walking outside smiling and cheering don't give a fuck. Clutching on the motherfucking guns, smiling. This is what I'm telling you. You walked outside...
Just because you strapped don't mean you know how to use it.
You walked outside scared. Orlando, being from my...
You lost your ever left of you a young man with a lot of talk.
Oh, man. Well, I'm telling you, it's a lot of the young niggas out here with the same shit. And not only do they got talk, a lot of these niggas got guns. And not only do they got guns, a lot of these niggas got heart. When you put all three of them bitches together, ooh, that sounds like a motherfucking problem to me. That sounds like a motherfucking problem to me.
Bro, you sound kind of weird, bro. Like, I respect all of you. You don't sound good, you know.
You African, so that's the reason why you hate the fact that America flexing their muscle right now. Sit back.
Oh, don't let us talk to you like that, Jay Frank.
You know you're wrong. I have Africa, but you know you're wrong. You know?
No, you're African.
Just listen to people that know better than you. Listen to OGs.
Africa and y'all motherfucking people will flex y'all muscle like this. No, we're American.
He think we all old and stupid with his dumb ass.
Brooklyn, I don't think you're old. Like,
do you want to give some facts before? Let me go ahead. About the wonderful American military you're talking about. So, Devon, I just put it in the chat, but it is very telling. There have been 137 ballistic missiles. This is from the UAE defense industry. 137 ballistic missiles launched by Iran on the Emirates. and 132 of them were destroyed by their air defenses. 5 went into the Gulf, so it's basically saying none of them hit. 209 attack drones were launched by Iran. 195 of them were intercepted, and 14 fell into the Gulf and a few into the UAE territory. So, that's about like 98%, of their munitions not making it into these territories. So the reason why I'm bringing this up before I go, the reason why that's significant is, first of all, the air defenses are working, and Iran is depleting its munitions. Instead of firing, I mean, they have tried to hit, U.S. bases, but instead of trying to overwhelm American defenses like the aircraft carrier, they're wasting their resources trying to fire at targets like the UAE and soft targets. And I think that's been a huge mistake by them in doing this. And this is why I think this regime's going to fall apart, because they're going to run out of missiles at some point quite soon. And I'm going to put, Mark, you want to write this down? I'm going to give this less than a week. And I think there's full regime change.
What's going to happen? We gonna rush back in that bitch.
Less than a week.
Somebody in the chat asked, "Did you have on yoga pants in your PTR?"
Do I got yoga pants on my PTR?
Yeah, like church pants.
Are y'all looking at these pants?
That's what they asked. They wanted to know because they look tight. That's what they said. I didn't say it.
So you can look at those pants and get yoga pants. Come on, bro. All right. So.
That's what these YNs be. I thought these YNs be rough to Brooklyn. The skinny jeans.
That's what I was afraid of America being there. Because you're gonna run on a missile, do you have to come back and get the new missile? Like,
man, Jay Fresh. Americans talking. They should have made that out. Fuck Jay Fresh. Don't you got some cool nigga? Like, nigga, with these niggas. I gotta stop letting these Africans come in this bitch talking about American shit. They don't know what the fuck they talking about.
What do you have? Africa, we have our own problems. I'm not gonna speak about our problems.
Yeah, you need to go worry about y'all goddamn problems. You need to go over there. Like, nigga, y'all got.
I'm going back. I'll came back and go back, but we have our own problems. And when you need African American, we need the good ones. We need the good one with the smart brain to come and help us back. We don't need your dumbass, we need the good ones.
Man, but these niggas still dressing like 2016 because they just got the clothes. That's what I'm telling y'all. You need to go sit it down.
You just get ready to vote when
they said 2016. That's crazy.
You just get ready to vote in your second
Orlando.
Just get ready to vote for the second time in your life.
Orlando.
The second time.
I'm not trying to style on you, but I know I got better style than you.
She said you got the Versace.
Way better style than you. Way better style.
Bro, come on, bro. Don't
get him, Jay Fresh.
Don't piss me off, bro.
You see his name is Jay Fresh, nigga. What you talking about?
His dumbass can't smell me. He can barely smell me.
Yeah. He got to turn him all that.
I think I would even work the area right there.
Which one you, Jay Fresh?
I'm the one. I am that one.
He the one.
He didn't want him to rap that.
Nigga, you don't even know shit about style. You from New York, right?
But I'm a peak. I'm no hating nigga, bro. The only nigga that's fresh in this picture is the nigga with hat. Like, that's the only nigga that's fresh. The nigga with
There's two niggas with red hats.
No, the one with the bucket hat on. Like, that's the only fresh nigga does.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I tell you right there. I'm styling you. For real. In real life, I'm styling you.
Tell him, Jay Fresh. He don't know.
No. Whoever the fuck this is with the white and black goddamn shirt on underneath that.
Checking the picture out.
That shit look ridiculous. The nigga with the fucking Air Forces on.
It's not about us, bro. I don't want to speak. Let's speak about the real shit going on about the world.
It is kind of funny drinking Coronas on the LA River. It's crazy work.
The niggas is crazy because these niggas is like, what the fuck? Y'all mixing African goddamn clothes with American clothes. Like, that's mixing designers to a whole new extent. everybody drinking Modelo.
You probably can't even name what
Why does it matter? Like, why does it matter? Like, what I'm dressing? Like,
you talking about? You don't even know.
Man, my suit game is crazy. My suit game, not even a regular clothes. Suit game. I wear suits.
Oh my God. Niggas go to motherfucking TJ Maxx and get shirts and now they busting. Oh my God.
That chicken game is crazy too.
Niggas drink a fucking suit from
He
TJ
got a
Maxx.
talent, nigga. What you talking about? You still shop at Ross.
Oh my God. Well, at least I can shop at Ross. I'm American, right? Good
You
Lord.
act like he's in America, dickhead.
Man, no.
You are just as stupid.
No.
When the last time you left North Carolina, Drake?
I stay in Atlanta. Why you keep talking about the
Oh, now you live in Atlanta.
Man, I'm from the Carolinas, nigga. Okay.
All right. Okay. Oh my God, I know y'all hear me. All right.
I barely hear you, Devon.
I bet you can hear me now.
All right. Tell them, Devon.
Lord have mercy. Y'all talk about going on a tangent. Come on, can we bring it back?
Yeah.
No crashing. We had war. We had war. Let's bring it back to the events of the day. Somebody bring it back. Please.
You want to put us back to sleep?
You're not
All right, go.
Lord. Okay, I do.
Thank you, Devon.
In the words of being, hey, I do.
Trying this thing. Let me find it. Where is it at? Hold on.
Okay, Devon, were you out protesting with Mom Donnie?
Hell no. I was out taking care of my mother today. So,
because you're being a motherfucking American.
Ain't nobody worry about that, man. Let me read something. Hold on.
You got what he was protesting for, Scotty?
Oh, there you go. Hold on. Let me read something real quick. We don't talk about Mom Donnie.
Wow.
We're going to be all right. I don't want to focus on New York.
And plus, I got the Obama walk, you know?
All right, Bob. We heard about enough for you. All right.
I got the Obama walk.
Get fresh.
Oh, my God.
Not too much.
Yeah, Jay Fresh. Shout out to you. So I'm gonna read some of this. We know most of this, but I'm just trying to put the train back on the tracks. All right, U.S. and Israeli forces have launched large-scale coordinated strikes across Iran, targeting leadership, missile infrastructure, and naval assets in what President Donald Trump termed a major combat operation aimed at regime change and elimination of Iran's missile and maritime capabilities. Explosions and reported Tomahawk impacts have hit multiple sites in Tehran, with satellite imagery and initial U.S. claims indicating severe damage to compounds associated with Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, whom Trump has publicly asserted was killed in the strikes through independent verification and remains incomplete and contested. Well, it seems a lot of American news are saying he's dead. It says this is incomplete, so I don't know. Don't know what to believe. Iran has responded with ballistic missile and drone attacks on U.S. and allied targets across the Gulf, including the U.S. Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain, Dubai, and Kuwait City, prompting wide-scale airspace closures and the evacuation of key civilian infrastructure such as Burj Khalifa. Damn. France has called for an emergency UN Security Council session, while regional and European actors warn of systemic risks to global energy markets, maritime security, and non-proliferation governance arising from explicit U.S.-Israeli pursuit of overt regime change objectives in Tehran. So, it seems that U.S. and Israel, the rest of the world seems to be chiming in. The UN is meeting. Like I said, let's try to discuss today's events. I'm going to pass the mic. Let's go.
That shit sound amazing to me, man. That shit sound like music to my ears. Keep going, Trump. Go U.S. fucking goddamn military. Do something. Goddamn. That's probably, look at that. That's probably my brothers in them trying to tell me about the war. Let's hear it.
His brothers is trying to tell him about the.
Wait, you know my brother actually worked for the military.
Nigga,
Hey, Nick.
I don't care.
My brother,
He didn't say nothing about your brother though.
Hey, Nick, no, my brother actively inside the military right now. Like, I know y'all can hear me. Nick, what's going on inside DC right now, nigga? Like, you actively down there right now, right?
We don't care.
Who's Nick,
brother?
by the way? Does anyone?
Nick, what's going on? Nick is
his brother.
Hold on, stop. Y'all don't
Nick,
y'all not in the military, so y'all don't know anything that's going on. Calm y'all little asses down.
We don't give a fuck.
Nick, right now, he's deployed in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. If none of you niggas are Brooklyn is not, then that means
why is your little brother
Nick, what's going on?
helping Nick? That's the question.
You mean he's like patrolling the streets? He's deployed to every time I say
Why is your little brother adult feeling Nick? That's the question.
Yeah.
So ML, I don't think I heard from you, ML. If you did speak, I want to hear from you again. We know you're a man with certain experiences.
No,
you're well traveled.
I want to divulge my resume because apparently that offense go.
No, it's going to be used against you, sir.
No, I'm not gonna. Don't say your resume, but I want to know your thoughts on today's event.
Well, I am in Brooklyn. I'm in the Bronx right now. Just left Brooklyn.
Okay. Did you go via the Frog's Neck?
The Frog's Neck Bridge, yeah.
Avoid the Frog's Neck today. That's the only one I have to go to Long Island.
Right. Take the Frog's
That's right. That was a test anyway. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I'm learning the city day by day.
Yeah, if you're coming into the boroughs, you take the Tri-Borough or the RFK Bridge, as they call it now.
No, we call it the Tri-Borough. Come on.
Yeah, we do call it the Tri-Borough. But no, ML, what are your thoughts on today's events, bro? I mean, militarily speaking.
I mean, we always knew Trump was bustering to attack Iran, and it happened. I mean, we all think when Bibi flew down to Mar-a-Lago and was talking to Trump, you think they didn't hash out a plan? Because Bibi has been trying to get us to take out Iran for a while now. And Trump is just the right patsy to do that. Yeah, he's just the right patsy to do that.
And hold on, Jay Fresh. ML, what do you say to people that say, they don't need the U.S.? Israel has a strong enough army. They could take out Iran 1, 2, 3, no problem.
Israel could bomb the shit out of Iran. That is a fact because they have advanced. They have fucking awesome intel about Iran. The thing about Iran and Israel is that there are a lot of Jews that lived in Iran. So therefore, the intel the Jews have on Iran has always been so fucking exact. So they could bomb Iran to oblivion. They could take out all the leaders of the different factions of the military leadership because they know exactly where those people live. They know all their family members. Israel is good at that. Government, the intelligence service in Israel is actually one of the best in the world. But they could bomb the shit out of them, but they could never take Iran. The only country who could take Iran is us, and that's what they need us for. But I don't think Trump is going to put boots on the ground because he needs Congress's authorization for that. So I don't think that's going to happen, and that's my 2 cents.
One more question.
That's not 2 cents. You're 2 shekels. Get it right. Israel controls America.
One more question, Emma. What do you say to the fact that the rest of the world is kind of like looking at us side-eyed for doing this?
What is your consideration of the rest of the world?
Well, I just read in that said, France is like, hey, are you the only? Why is it just you and Israel? Like when we did Iraq, remember the quote unquote coalition of the willing? Exactly. Yeah. There's no coalition in this case, so I mean,
because they don't have there's not a broad consensus that Iran is near the ability to actually field a bomb. Anything about Israel, obviously that's the arch nemesis. And Israel is like, fuck it. This is a perfect opportunity. We can try to take those motherfuckers out to be king in the region. But the thing about the other Arab countries and the other Middle Eastern countries, they're fucking hypocrites because they all want Iran to bow down too. So don't just blame Israel like Israel wanted this. Israel wants this as much as fucking Saudi Arabia wants it. And I think Saudi Arabia even wants it a little fucking more than Israel for the regime to fall in Iran. So they're a bunch of fucking hypocrites in the region. They're all kneeling down with Israel against Iran. And that's the coalition right there. The fucking countries that have military bases in American military and they're bombing, those are all the co-conspirators in all of this. They all colluded to actually to make this happen. And they all pushed Trump to make this happen. Come on, MBS was prowling Trump's endurance and Trump's every other fucking week to make this happen. But Israel is the one that's going to take majority of the backlash for this.
Thank you, brother. I'm going to invite. I'm just trying to say like that's what y'all want to do. Oh wait, Spirit, I do want to know about the Mondami protest today. Briefly, what happened?
I don't know. I wasn't following. I know he only tweeted out about the war and anti-war stuff, and we shouldn't be attacking, and then other people went back and forth. I don't really care about that stuff. That's to be expected anyway.
Right.
All I know is that it was 54 degrees in the city today, and people were acting like it was 80, and everybody was wearing shorts. So all the white guys. All the white guys.
White guys with t-shirts.
Spirit from yesterday, I saw white guys with shorts on.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's how you know it's spring. It's not the groundhog. It's the white guys with shorts.
95, and I'm so proud.
What's going on there?
Hey, Devon, since Trump did this, do you believe that Greenland is off the plate? Or do you think since he did this, he might just do that?
I don't know.
What country bombed Greenland that Trump needs to get involved in?
Jeez.
Greenland have
a lot of resources.
But Denmark already bended the knee. It's not like we got anything extra that we didn't have. We literally have control of Greenland already. The fact is that, the way Trump was acting, Trump wanted full control so he could extract the resources natural resources from the country. But that doesn't mean we can't now. So it's like, I don't understand why Trump was doing all of this. I think it was more of a distraction for you guys to make sure, TDS, and for Trump to throw off the Epstein files. That's what Trump is doing. Trump is continuing to find distractions so you guys don't talk about the Epstein files. And invading Iran is another distraction.
100%.
Trump's brilliant. I give him that. He follows the Steve Bannon playbook like a good student he is.
And them not releasing the files all at once is some type of psychological warfare, it feels like. Like there's a strategy behind this.
I think the next couple of months is going to be crazy. It's going to be really crazy. But just prepare for it.
Well, maybe it's time to leave America. Because that's what everybody's doing now. There's been a huge... Man, so many people are like... There's an article last week about it. So many people actually leaving America and actually moving to other countries. They're like, fuck it, I'm done.
I mean, did you hear about, you probably know this because of what you do, Europe had something with Visa, like they no longer accept like Visa card readers or something. There's something going on that I came across. That would make me want to move to Europe personally.
Wait, why? What? Oh yeah,
he said it's moving to Europe.
In there. They're gonna make it where you can't use Visa and MasterCard in Europe.
Like they cancel
Yes.
or whatever.
Oh, I thought you meant traveling visas.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
like that.
No, Visa and MasterCard.
Not visas. Visas
Wait,
are-
what?
Yeah, they cover. They got their own.
What's the beef with Visa and MasterCard? The Euro card?
Now they
Something like the
realized
E
that.
card or something like that.
Wait,
Yeah,
is it
they
going to
realized.
be? Was it going to be a charge card or revolving credit
NS
card?
Club again? Or what?
We were back to Diners Club L.
I mean, they get it kicked out of Africa.
It's a
Hold
credit
on.
card.
Hold on, let me try to clarify. So they realized that the U.S. kind of had a corner on the market when it came to Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah.
And also that we had the ability to kind of sanction individuals, just like we sanction Russia, right? We could do this to anyone in any European nation. So they went, and you have to Google it, ML. I don't know what it's called, but they started their own version of Visa/MasterCard for Europeans only, and millions and millions and millions of Europeans have run over to sign up for it.
Wait, but this doesn't mean Americans can't use Visa, MasterCard in Europe, right?
That's what it
I
means.
don't.
You're not
I
gonna be
don't
able to use
know.
it.
No, that would be shooting themselves in the foot. That doesn't even make sense.
No,
because
you're not gonna be able to use it.
because everybody who travels, it's not. Oh wait, you might have to get some travelers checks. That's how people.
We're not going back to traveler checks. It would kill. It would kill every European city that Americans travel to. That's stupid.
Whoever
It's not
knows the
gonna-
details, please speak on it. I don't have all the detail. Ifani, come in.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, raise your hand, Ifani. Come to the stage.
We're not going back to traveler's checks, guys. That was the worst thing in the world. I don't know if anybody had to go through
I hate it. I hated travelers checks. Hey, we like aging ourselves.
Yeah, traveler's checks are a hassle.
It's not fucking 1980. It's called.
I think we can still use ours over there, but they're going to have their own version of it. I didn't hear that they won't take it.
They're like, we gonna make them, instead of paying you guys all the money, we're gonna come up with our own version. Is that what they're doing?
That makes more sense.
Yes, that was my understanding. Yeah.
Because all those networks, all those networks in the world.
True.
You look about the SWIFT network, you talk about Visa, MasterCard. All those are a bunch of networks in America. Well, the SWIFT is international, but Luxembourg, I think that's where its headquarters are. And but MasterCard and Visa is one of the two richest corporations in the world, and for good reason. They have a monopoly on charge. Well, you have American Express, and I guess you still have Discovery. Is Discovery still a thing?
It is.
I thought they went backwards.
It's called Discover. It's called
Discover. Yeah. Who owns that? Didn't Sears own that at one time? I'm like aging myself.
God, you're really aging yourself, bro.
I know.
No, I think you're talking about the Marshall Fields card, but nobody knows about it.
But crazy time. Anything extra exciting happening again apart from the war? Anything else? Any tidbit news? I've been involved in other stuff. I've been trying to keep up on the news lately.
I feel like that's about it. Since we got up today, that's what it's been all about all day. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Stabilization in the region.
It is the last day of Black History Month today. That's not really news.
Patty, what was we talking about yesterday? Man, my short term is gone. This water took over everything.
Trapper's going crazy in the goo.
Who's going crazy in the goo? Trent?
Trap.
What is Trent doing? Trent, what are you doing?
What Trent talking about? He said Trap ML, not Trent Trap.
No,
Trap. Trap, where's Nick? Did you get a hold of Nick so he could tell us about his deployment in DC?
Yeah, bro. I was trying to figure out who Instagram. But my brother said that they hit Dubai yesterday. I told y'all he's actively inside the military still. So yeah, he's inside DC, but one of his homies is in Dubai, so he got first-hand video of them hitting Dubai. Like he was sitting on one of the little resorts, walking around, and he seen the shit hit. My brother is actually one of these dudes that these niggas on stage be acting like they are. You feel me? Like he's in DC right now. You feel me? He just got down. He just came from the goddamn bars and the clubs and shit. Like he wears uniform and shit. You can see his little light skin eyes. Yeah, my brother, one of those big dogs, man. That's what I'm telling y'all. I'm not worried because he's not worried.
No,
he's not worried.
That's funny.
Your brother's a big dog and he's not worried?
Yeah, my brother a big dog, man, and he ain't worried, man. Like, that's what I'm telling y'all. So,
He's probably pretending to be. That's what he said, Daddy.
Body.
You know, he's a big dog.
Who can I send this to, though? Because I want y'all to see the same thing that I seen. I mean, I thought it was pretty interesting.
Your brother's a big dog, and somebody from so your brother's a big dog. He's in the military, and somebody from Qatar or Qatar sent him a video of incoming.
What's this? I'm at the PTR with you.
He said Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai. Yeah, this was yesterday.
What would happen to you as a big dog if somebody sent you videos from overseas?
Man, ain't nobody
during the light of action.
Man, ain't nobody care about all that shit, man.
But your brother's a big dog, though, right?
Yes, he is. He's a big dog, man. That's what I keep telling you.
You mean is he stationed in DC or is deployed to DC? Which one?
Bro, he's stationed in DC.
Okay, you said deployed.
Why is he in the army if he's a big dog? What do you mean? Why is he in the army? Because I mean, my brother have all type of shit going on.
What's your brother's rank?
Nick, what's your rank?
Little Bow Wow, he ain't no big dog.
Yeah, Nick to get on the phone.
Nick, what's your rank? He on the phone talking with my other brother.
In the kitchen to nobody. He ain't no Nick.
Nigga, I swear to God, my brother's on the phone. Nigga, what the hell? Both of my brothers on the phone. It's not crazy.
Give him some grace, man. It's Trap. You know Trap's entertaining this.
Why do y'all always think I be lying like y'all?
Asking brother.
Look. He's an E3 and he works in. What you said, Nick?
He's E3. I knew he was an E3.
What you said, Nick?
Only a private would send some dumbass.
You were telling about
the investigation. How about that? Only a private would do some dumbass shit like that and be put under investigation.
Nah, okay, so y'all see my PTR? Y'all see my PTR?
What's his rank? Trap. No. Trap. What's his rank? Ask him his rank.
Nick, what's your rank? E4.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense too.
Hey, he's a big dog.
And that makes sense, doesn't it, ML?
Yep.
That's a real big dog. That sounds like a chihuahua.
Could you imagine that fucking video while you were back in
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's a yes, sir, man.
He one of those.
Hey, man, what were you? What were you, man?
People be on TikTok.
You were E1, man.
On TikTok.
ML wasn't
Oh, man, Nick, you just gotta tell these old niggas to calm down, man. They know what's going on. They think
I was an E nothing.
He said y'all boys don't got shit to worry about, nigga. This is what he telling me.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, E4. That's why he said you ain't got shit to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
Because they don't know specific fatty.
I'm sorry. Was Dubai bombed yesterday? Is that what I heard?
Yes. He acting like he telling us something we don't already know.
Y'all don't got the video. Y'all ain't seen it. Did y'all see how the spy got bombed? Let me see one bomb that y'all had. That y'all see.
Bro, it's on Twitter, bro. It's on Twitter. You ain't got no top secret information.
The Twitter video look like my video?
Divine, it's a different video. Why y'all can't give Trap his grace? Come on.
Exactly, the Twitter one look like
Trap for the shit.
Patty, when the last time you had to consult an E4 for some information?
But what is an E4? What is
all
an
the
E4?
time. The E4 is equivalent to a corner boy.
It's like E4. What is an E4? I'm listening to people who are not inside of the military right now saying what
E4 is nobody. E4 is not even a commissioned officer.
hasn't even been boarded. Like he.
And what do
I'm gonna eat.
You ain't shit.
What kind of y'all ET?
She's a civilian sitting at home getting ready to go to Walmart or some shit. Sit your ass down. What the
You
hell?
are content. You know you are content and you don't even know that you're content. This shit is hilarious.
Man, y'all talking about content. I'm over here learning new shit.
Trap, she's a civilian. She's a civilian that if she knew your brother's name, he'll be in the brig before the night is out.
Man, no, he won't, bro. Y'all don't understand. Y'all slow.
Yeah, don't be putting that out there like that. I don't know.
We ain't slower than you.
Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is. Yes, y'all is. Y'all see my PTR though. Y'all see I'm not playing. I'm not playing around. Y'all need the one over here trying to get the information. I just got picked up a phone.
Get some real education instead of.
You don't know shit. Y'all don't know shit. That's going on.
Real education.
Y'all only think y'all know. Y'all only think I actually know. I actually know. I don't even gotta do shit but pick up the phone. See? Congratulations, me.
Aww.
And he actively inside DC right now.
Yeah,
he's in DC.
Grass, or he's probably.
He probably my brother just was with the president not too long ago, literally.
He probably mopping up the captain's office right now.
Nah, he was
with the president less than 30 days ago.
And so Trump, when you gonna visit him in DC?
I can go visit him anytime I got down want to. Why y'all worry about my motherfucking brother? Like, what did y'all worry about him for? Y'all don't want to go see my brother. My brother, although he's in the military,
What branch is he? What branch is his brother in?
He's in the army.
Thank you.
In the reserves, please.
Yes, I'm a very proud brother. Yes.
Man's active duty, man. Give the man his flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, active duty. I'm not one of them niggas that's sitting on the couch.
So who get the congratulations?
Not one of those dudes sitting on the couch because he got arthritis.
Who get the congratulations? You and your brother.
Shit, both of us.
Hold on, breaking news. Breaking news, Trent in the chat. Bahrain airport with a direct hit. You know he got the inside track.
I know. Frank is
How did that happen?
Nobody knows what's going on.
We know China is watching everything. Like
it's Trent there.
It's gonna get ugly and ugly.
Trent there. He there.
Hey, tell Iran, don't be fucking in Bahrain. That's one of my favorite places to go drink.
That's where I used to live.
Hey, Patty, it's lovely. Man, I used to cross that bridge. I'm like, yes, freedom.
But I only one for like a week. That shit used to suck.
How you say it, Bara?
I mean, I wish America gets get to the point. China's the one providing all the fucking.
Jay, Fresh, nigga, you an African, bro. I done told you a million times, calm down.
All right, What's that mean?
Yes, I am African. What's that mean?
The trap show is over now. Who's that? The Jay Fresh show is over now. My brother Rambo is here. We gotta catch him up.
Man, look, I'm hearing the analysis. I mean, I know what it is. And so I'm just trying to listen to the conversation, man. I promise you, I'm just listening.
He don't know shit about politics. He's not even that level. He's just...
So anyway, yeah, I'm chilling, y'all. I'm just listening.
Rambo about to crash.
Nah, I ain't gonna do it. I'm just chilling. But earlier the room, I love that trend. I love that what was pointed out earlier about neocons. Like, because MAGA has written, first they rode the coattails of the Republican Party, then they were doing their own thing, and then now the neocons have splintered off from them. So this is very unique. But I know a lot of MAGA dudes, and I put it in the chat earlier. They are upset for two reasons. Number one, global strife. They're against that. And number two, the Epstein file. That's another thing. So yeah, they're not happy right now. So I'm just gonna sit back and watch this unfold. This shit is a mess.
Rambo, you mean the Democratic hoax? That's not real.
Well, I didn't say that, but if you, I said what I said. But yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yo, ML, man. I'm so chill right now, man. Like, so part of me.
You had a puff session.
Smoking.
No. I'm just chilling.
Yo, man. Hey, everywhere I go in New York, people just be asleep. Marijuana is everywhere, y'all. I swear.
What? What did you say? They be what?
Everywhere I go in New York, people just be smoking. You can just smell the weed. You're driving.
Where do you go, bro?
Everywhere. Yo, when I'm in the Bronx. No, when I'm in the Bronx, even in Manhattan, when I'm down in Manhattan, I smell it too. I like it smells like weed.
Bro, we gotta do lunch next week. I'll get me up, man.
Well, I don't go to the office because my job is 100% remote. I only go to the office for end of end of month. So the next time I'll be
tomorrow.
The next time after the month closes, next time I'll be in the office probably around the 10th or the 11th. I need to check my schedule.
Hey, my brother said unless you an E5 and above, shut the fuck up talking to him. You want to know who the fuck is this telling him that he is not who he is? Like, you want to know
hey, tell him Rambo.
Even care about
First blood on me, cuz.
No, because y'all tried to say he was a little nigga. Y'all tried to say he was a little nigga, and I had to relay the message. You said unless you was an E5 and above, shut the fuck up. I'm just telling you.
He's an E4.
So
He's an E4. That's nobody.
Trap, can you speak for yourself, though?
He's somebody. He's somebody. He a worker bee.
You go in the
What's a worker bee, Patty? What's a worker bee, Patty?
He makes shit happen. He the one that shoot movies.
Who want to go tell another man that? Yes, sir.
They act like they in the military.
Yeah, man.
They act like they in the
military. We want to know
military.
what you think, Trap. We're like,
Hey, he said, answer him. Are y'all in the military?
Niggas don't come.
There's too much technology down for you to go to another man. Yes,
All
sir.
y'all in the military.
tell them to come to the phone.
A serious question.
About to lose that clearance. Tell him I'm a W1 in Call of Duty.
You can't hear him with multiple people talking.
Tell him to download the app and come in the room. Tell him come on over.
Download for a lot.
Study science. Study something that's going to change the world.
He said he ain't getting on it. He said he ain't getting on it.
Yeah, I got a serious question.
Let me get on yours real quick.
I got a serious
Nick,
question.
At the same time.
They got to put 5 and above to say that they're anything, right?
Can I ask ML and Patty a serious question?
Yeah.
Please. ML and Patty. Patty, it's good to see you, sweetheart.
Hey, man.
What in the fuck do we have that could drop 30 bombs and not be detected in broad daylight? How did that happen?
Where'd you go?
I'm from here.
Wait, hold on, Iran. What was you saying?
What do we have in our arsenal that dropped 30 bombs on the presidential or the Ayatollah's compound in broad daylight and wasn't able to be detected? How could they fly that far and those people not be able to get out?
The new kamikaze drones.
How far do you think Iran is from?
I think they're sitting ducks, you know? I don't even think it's worth it.
I mean, they went for the fake out.
I'm asking the military people. I'm not military people.
Before they answer, I knew the game, man. Remember they had them over here?
No. Let the military people answer.
I'm not answering that question. I'm gonna let the military people. But what I'm saying is, they had everyone thinking everything was gonna be cool. You know, their reps are here working it out, and they fell for that shit. I did not. I said it.
Seriously,
for that.
I'm asking the military people a serious
I know.
question.
I'm waiting for them to respond.
Yeah.
In the meantime, they will respond, brother. I'm just doing filler, Trent. Relax.
Yeah, but I'm just asking real quick, like, how in the world did in broad daylight we have something that they couldn't detect? I mean, what the fuck is that? And what was that orb last night, ML, that was in the air?
Okay, so see the silence that you're getting? That's why I was talking, because if anyone had begun to respond to you, I just would have let them speak. That's why I was doing some filler. So it makes sense now, Trent. All right.
You crazy right now, man.
I'm just saying, like, sheesh.
Yeah, Trey, you hear that silence, you hear that little gap in the conversation. Yeah, that's all.
We always listen to people who are subject matter experts in this room. We shut the fuck up when somebody like is doing what they do. Nobody's gotten off the mic and done that. So I'm curious too. How they get it? How were they that asleep?
Do you want to let them answer? You can let them answer. It's okay. If they want it, it's kind of a weird question, but that's a.
Yeah.
Go to silence again.
Well, Patty opened her mic. Hey, Patty. Hey. You might answer Patty or no? Because it seemed like you don't want to. I missed the whole question, so I don't even know.
I'm trying to gauge like that.
You want to know me? There's no such thing.
Said there's no such thing. So that's the response, Trent. I don't know if you heard her. She said there's no such thing.
My app's not working, so there was no such thing that can't be detected?
No. You talking about as far as missiles? No. You can fly them low. Like sometimes, like the ones that come to the fog and we don't detect them, that's because of they flew low. There's no such thing. They give off heat signatures.
Yeah. Again, this is our technology. I'm not talking about what I
Yeah, I'm talking about our technology too. There's nothing.
What was that orb that was in? Do you have any idea what that orb was in the sky last night? Was that a drone?
What sky? Where?
There was an orb over Tehran last night.
Oh, you talking about the UFO? Yeah, it was a UFO. You ain't heard about the UFO?
Come on, man. They don't want to get into it. Come on, Trent.
We don't want to talk about the UFO.
Yeah, we obviously got some technology that is.
Well, you now got some scholars on the stage, Trent, so they gonna help you.
Nope.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Victor.
Hi, thanks a lot. Accepting to speak with you. I'm born in Iran and I live in Washington. And I just want to say thank you lots of times. You support the Iran, but do you support also Iranian people or not? This is my question I just want to ask. Do you support Iranian people? I'm happy.
Do Iranian people support black people?
Of course, down of the Iran, Abadan, Bandar, Abbas, all they are black.
Victor, are there black people in Iran?
Glad this thing is being transcribed because I do not understand what.
We have many black people in Iran, but it's not means to just come from another country. We have black people. The weather, how the was in down Iran is not really a small country. We have different with blue eyes.
Yeah, but I'm asking, do they support the black people?
Yeah, we have many black people. Even in another town, when they go, or they are with the blue eyes, when they see first, they don't know from which country they come, but when they talk same language, they understand, oh, you're from same country. Say, yeah, many things we have. Don't think when we see some black people, I have. Because there is not anything about the color of your skin, anything. We are all the human and we talking. I just want to talk about the...
Victor, is that you in the picture though? Is that you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, right on.
Yeah, I am. So, I just want to say, because of, I don't know who joined me in the group, but war with Iran, it means, do you support Iranian people or you look at the political view to the Iran? I like to hear your answer Iran as a support Iranian people, or you support Iranian leader. This is important for me. I just want to hear what you told me about the Iran.
I'm a little nauseated by someone asking that question.
So you're asking us?
Come on, man.
I need some clarity, Norris. Wait. So you said, do we support Iranian people or do we support the leaders?
Yes, exactly. Yes, please.
I don't really know, to be honest. Personally, me, I hope for the best for all of the people around the world that I'm black.
Okay. Come on.
Again, I'm black too. I'm black too.
Because you're black, you're different. We are all the same.
I see that.
That's right. All lives matter.
That's the conversation.
My father is black. My mother is white.
What? Wait a minute now.
So where did Gonzalez come from? Looking at your name, and I'm like, Gonzalez?
I'm from Iran.
That's not a fancy name.
Yes, I'm from Iran. And I'm originally from Israel. Yes,
the plot thickens, y'all.
Okay. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
I'm Black American, and I don't have.
My father's many years.
Salam alaikum. One mic on Chaya. Tell them Chaya. What happened now?
No, I think Iran is going to win. You know, God sometime against, you know.
If I can,
it's God word right now.
If that's the problem, I might just
She's spoken up, brother. Let that lady
because of my
word. Victor, hold on a second. Let Chaya trying to speak. You're not letting her speak. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry for that. I keep off the voice microphone.
All right.
Just
hold on a second. Okay. All right. Kaya, is it Chaya or Kaya?
Chaya is Kia. No, it's Kia. Kia. It's in my phone. I don't have anything. I don't have anything smart to say. I really don't have anything smart to say. I just was a little irritated by support black people, but I really just came off in the midst of this Iranian war. It could be the beginning of World War III, but someone said that they saw a UFO, and I'm just like, black people, get ready, pack up, because they're coming to get us. Let the dumb shit happen on Earth, because we got some.
How do you think that we should keep on? We made space for that. That's what we made space. Kia, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So, Kia, how do you think black people should feel during this time?
Yeah, I think this is not. I think. I'm looking forward to World War III. I'm looking forward to World War III.
Looking forward to it.
Yes, because this shit's got to end at some point. Most black people are waiting for Jesus to come back, and this is a good time for him to come back.
Jesus comes back.
And he's come back. You got a lot of black people waiting, just sitting around waiting, not doing anything, not participating in the protests, not trying to start revolution, doing nothing but waiting for Jesus to come back. And this is a prime time for Jesus to come back.
I know about 10 people sitting on the sofa right now. I haven't moved in years. Go ahead.
If people are showing up, that's Jesus come back, and that might be a good sign or a bad sign. That's my point.
That's right. Yeah, they sit on the couch. They don't move. They just been waiting.
They should just wait.
Who been waiting, brother? What?
The black people she was talking about, yeah. Even though this is a government with white folk.
I dream to have one black wife.
That's right. Yeah, it's the black folk who not doing shit. Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm trying to think this.
That's how we got here.
No, we got here because
they've been waiting on Jesus.
We think to ask us black people, do we support the Iranian people or the leaders? Us black people. So I want to know, do y'all black people support the Iranians or the leaders?
Yes.
One mic on you, brother.
Sorry, can I tell?
Let Victor, the African American Iranian, speak.
Right. Born in Israel, hangs out in Bulgarian clubhouse.
Right, our next version of
I can talk Bulgarian language also, if anybody wants to talk it.
What's your first language, Victor?
You are from Bulgaria, or you can talk Bulgarian?
I can talk Bulgarian.
Ama аз знам много добре български език. I know Turkish, Azerbaijan, Farsi, Arabic.
Multilingual.
Yeah, because of my work. I was in army. That's why, because of my work, we need to learn before the move.
Well, where did you get the name Victor Gonzalez from? Are you trolling us? That's the
I lift
question.
things up and I put them down.
Gonzalez is from
Shut up. Let him answer.
He's a troll. He got zero
Gonzalez. They come from Spain and down our country from Mexico.
Wait, so you was a worldly
in Mexico.
What's happening?
Wait.
It's not making
It's
Well, you talking about the Pangea land bridge. Let's ping in RJ. So we'll talk about the Pangea land bridge.
RJ's in the group.
Yeah, also I
Come on up, RJ.
Pangea.
Pangea, we respect RJ. And this man is a troll. He got zero friends on the earth. How you got zero friends?
Tell us about Pangea. What happened there?
Take a picture of your wristwatch right now and PTR.
I'm just here to give brother what he wants.
Welcome, RJ.
Yeah, I can talk also.
Okay, what you talking about Pangea now? Tell us.
Can I talk Farsi?
RJ, we don't speak Farsi. We Black Americans. We are Black Americans in this room, sir. That's not. We don't speak that.
Mute, please.
Mute her, Victor. Mute her.
I drink to have black.
Rambo mute. Everybody just go on mute.
I'm Black African, South Sudanese.
From South Sudan.
It's the darkest.
Fresh, we heard from you. All right, thank you, sir. RJ's on stage. Where am I going, RJ? How are you, sir?
RJ.
Excuse me, man. I'm from Iran.
Wait, what happened to
RJ? Can I give a shout out to the VPN in Tehran, because all the Iranians are able to get on here despite what's going on, and that VPN is doing great work. Other than that, I'm just here because Brother Messi knows that certain things give me triggered, and I'm here to give him what he wants. He's looking for me to crash out on him. I'm a step closer. I know you have to say.
For real, I'm tired of bullying.
But you still ain't tell us about Pangea. That was the whole point.
I mean, really, this is a great brother, scholar, activist, concrete, who often talks about Pangea. I was just wondering, the man said he was from Israel and from Iran, but when he said his country and you go straight there, you go to Mexico. I figured there was no
worldly, was a world
possible way. I thought maybe the configuration of Pangea at one point might have commingled spaces that made it possible for him to be in Iran and then move to the south, to Mexico. I figured RJ could help us with the scholarship.
My Pangean security chief in the GU has told me not to speak on these matters, so I'm very sorry. I'm going to have to be quiet unless I get permission.
No, then RJ. Victor's back on stage.
conversation.
Excuse me, reason moderator. Can I speak? Can I talk or not?
Charlie, you've been up here this whole time, and now you went. What are you gonna tell us?
Yeah, let's tell you. Go ahead, Teddy. What would you like to say?
Okay, I want to confirm that the Victor said some things about the black and white. It's easy. You have ChatGPT and Google. You can go search about our history and culture.
Where do you live?
We have documents, formal documents from 2005.
Okay, Teddy, where do you live? Where do you live, Teddy?
Every color, every religion is respect for Iranian people. And we have a different area in Iran with a different color. We really don't think about this. Maybe in America you say the black and white and some things. Really, it's all of our culture. What are you saying?
Now let's wake it up now.
It's a joke for us. For Iranian people, it's really joke.
Where do you live, Teddy? Where do you live?
So wait a minute. Hold on.
I live in Europe. I live in Europe, but I'm Iranian. I can speak Farsi with Victor. You are asking me, do you speak Farsi? And you are asking many questions from the Victor.
Do you know why?
Real questions now.
Do you know why we do that? Do you know why we do that, Teddy? Because a lot of people come in here, dozens and dozens, every time there's an Iranian room open, and they do the same thing that y'all do. So that's why we're asking questions. Some people are lying, some are not. So it's just trying to figure out who's real, who's not. That's all.
Sorry, no. If you want to know about who is real and some things, okay, it's another issue. But right now, I saw many clubs and the clubhouse that they are speaking about the war. They don't know what is the facts because they don't live never in Iran. We know what is happening. We have two issues. We have two different issues. One is the Iranian people. One is another one. It's the supreme leader of the Iran and the terrorist groups that they make the very problems in the world. And now we are happy and want to say thank you so much, Mr. President Trump. Yes. And the TV is
they trolling. Maddie, I know you fucking trolling now for real.
One friend.
You know what? It's kind of crazy because we hear all these people from Iran come in here and talk, and nobody talks about what they're facing on the ground. Nobody talks about the water bankruptcy that they're going to and the shortages that they have, and the fact that people don't have food to eat. The fact that their currency is literally worthless. Like, you can't buy anything with it. It takes millions to capture things. But we get to hear about how thankful they are for places to get bombed. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, because they just killed 50,000 Iranians in January. 50,000 Iranian civilians were killed.
Oh my God. Army,
here comes Chino Norm. Go ahead.
Here we go. They were getting manipulated by United States. United States doing all this shit on purpose.
Wait a minute.
It's US doing this shit.
Confused. I'm so confused right now.
Because it's the game. It's manipulation. It's all because of China.
Hold on, Jay Fresh. Hold on. Because now my wheels are turning. So you mean to tell me all day that it's been Iranians and here talking about they thankful for President Trump? How does that even make any sense?
They would never tell you the truth.
Y'all trolling.
Why is it hard to believe that people don't like the Iranian regime? It's been very repressive. I mean, why do you think that? Why is that so hard to compute?
They literally have bigger fish to fry. They don't have clean drinking water. They don't have food to eat.
And the history
that can be fixed, but like a repressive regime.
Iran is diverse.
Why would they sell it to own people?
Everything they've been feeding you is lie.
You that Fresh. Why would they be celebrating their own people being killed? Like today in Monday.
Same thing with Gaddafi. Extreme examples. Same thing with Iran. Something they just lie to you and then destruct. America is there to distrust.
Yeah, right. We're not asking you.
Jay Fresh, you in America. Mute up. What?
Who's that?
Can I talk also? I apologize.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu.
We are happy, we are dancing, Iranian people are dancing on the street. You can open the TV and see.
Teddy, we hate the fucking guy. We hate the fucking guy. So stop with that fucking nonsense.
No, he choked.
Yes.
Didn't the little girls get killed today? Why would he be so?
Oh man, here we go with this shit again.
Yeah, the Ayatollah got killed. That there's a lot of disinformation coming out of Iran. They're gonna blame. They're gonna say.
So the school didn't get involved with the little girls, Randy. That's
I don't have any proof of that, to be really honest. I know Iran wants you to believe that.
Everybody was down on it all day. You don't got proof.
Okay. Now that the Ayatollah has supposedly been killed, what's going to happen?
Hopefully the Iranians will form a new government. Hopefully. You know, I mean, it was impossible to form a new government.
Alright, there's something new. One mic on Victor.
Hey guys. So I can explain a lot of stuff. So I'm half Iranian, half British. Okay. So the reason why the Iranians are happy that Trump has attacked the Iranian regime is that because the Iranians have been oppressed for over 47 years. Basically, Iranians have been held hostage. 90 million Iranians have been held hostage in the country by people that are leading the government. They are the people that are the heads of the government, the regime of Iran. These guys are not even Iranians. If you look at Wikipedia, open Wikipedia, put in every single leader, you see that they've been born in different countries, not even born in Iran. So the reason why everyone's happy is because they want this regime to end. Yes, there's problems in the country, food, currency issues, but this will only be fixed if the Iranian regime falls. If that makes sense.
How does what just happened change a regime or fix anything? They drop some bombs.
Can I just say one thing real quickly? If I could just state the obvious real quickly. There are absolutely Iranians who don't want the regime to exist in Iran. I'm an outsider, I'm an American. I don't like the Ayatollahs. I definitely don't like the IRGC and their treatment of the Iranian people. However, I will say this, there are also millions of Iranians who do support the regime, who do want them to continue to exist, who do see Israel and the United States as their staunch enemy. To say that 90 million people are being held hostage and every single one of them don't want the IRGC or the Ayatollahs. I mean, their entire military.
Nigga, whose side you on, nigga?
Born in Iran.
So let's say 1/3. 1/3 supported, 2/3 are against.
90 million. Okay, 90 million. Okay, that
I'm about to send your ass over there.
That might be
nobody else.
So that 90 million might not be.
I interrupted him.
Right, but.
No, you have to let him. You have to let him finish, and then.
But let me see. The difference between Iran
and
the U.S.
It's not your turn. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Not you, Victor. Yada. Yada. Oh, he know it is.
Thank you for all. First of all, thank you. You accept me in your group. I appreciate. I know all of you. You have the sweet hearts, good hearts.
You're welcome, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I would like to listen all your words, what's going on, what you think. As I say, I'm also, my parents, they are from Iran. I live in Washington. And I would like to say, please, don't think we don't like black or whatever. I dream to like boy. I am still single. I'm almost 40 years old. Never for these things. Now, if we talk about the politics and these things, believe me, there is many people in Iran that died because our country is full of the culture, is full of the things inside, the petrol, the expensive things, but where they spend all, they go to Venezuela, they go to supporting another Arabic country. To what? We want to remove the America and Israel. And if I see someone from America support Iran, it means, come on, do you see the news? What's going on? Iranian leader, they say we want to remove the America. How you can remove the America? People live all over the world. This, look, we are in one town, and few child, they say, I won't kill you all. Come on, what's going on? What do I do wrong with you? And if we feel that anymore, like politics, we understand. Because America say,
wait, hold on, Gonzalez. Mute up for a second. Mute up. Because let me address Agent Pete and Crystal in the audience. I'm the only reason why anybody is talking right now. You two simple ass bitches. Don't get me fucking started today. Because if you want fucking content, it'll be definitely content. I don't have time for this chat banging shit. The only bitch that can talk shit to me is motherfucking Maya, you simple assholes. Y'all better stop fucking playing or I'ma drag you hoes on this motherfucking app. Thank you. Bitches. Y'all talking shit, talking about Brooklyn. Mute up, I wasn't even fucking talking, you simple bitches. Brooklyn, you fine. You fine, Brooklyn. Yeah, you fine, Brooklyn. I wanted to say it and not type it. Because I bang for real, bitches.
No, even Brooklyn, I like even your dog picture. I have also golden retriever. And I born with the dogs from my childhood. I grew up with the dogs.
Okay, Victor, get back on topic, please.
Yeah. So, the thing is, Iranian people they want freedom. Iranian people they don't want some leader come, which they are not Iranian, from another Arabic country, some leader come and they say we want to remove America. Come on, what's going on? All the board heard, because they say, he just bullshit. But now, when they want to get like an atomic bomb, we understand, no, this is going to be serious. So it's time to remove them. That was all. And now, the Iranian leader, Khamenei, is killed. Iranian people may celebrate, so we know all the world is going safe. How you can understand? Somebody come say, oh, we want to remove Israel and USA. Come on, for what? For what? And people even do not understand for what you want to remove. Some other country, people living inside, they want to remove because, you know why? Because they want to make their own bigger.
Mute that. Enough of this. Enough of this right the fuck now, because we don't even know what you talk about. And I'm in the chat reading these simple bitches keep talking shit. Y'all talking shit about me, and I ain't even saying nothing, but this nigga Gonzalez is rambling and y'all not complaining. Y'all really want some shit, and y'all gonna get it tonight, because I got the time, okay? Don't let me tell you my secret. You good, bro. I'm not.
I want to hear full respect for you.
Okay. One second. Want to welcome the movie to the stage. Welcome Anthony to the stage. I see that Christopher. Well, welcome to the stage.
Yes, man.
What's going on? And the movie, what's going on, man? Is that William? And welcome, William, to the movie. What you saw at today's events, brother? The movie, PAT. All right, Anthony, how do you feel about today's events?
Oh man, listen, bro, I'm speechless, bro. Yo. They got Khomeini? They got him? This is wild, man. I really wasn't expecting that. And, you know, initially I was trying to give Iran the benefit of the doubt when they were denying it. But, yo, he's up out of here. You know, he piled up them body bags in the street with them protesters like it was all right, like it was business as usual. You know, like, listen, you can feel however you want to feel about whoever you want to feel that way about. Dude needed to go, and he's gone. I don't know what comes next. I hope it's not worse than him. I pray it's not worse than him.
I have some breaking news. His family members are also gone as well too. So they just confirmed that his daughter, his granddaughter, his son-in-law, and daughter-in-law are dead.
What are your sources?
Go ahead, Anthony.
It's on BBC. It's on.
And one thing, let Anthony finish, and we'll go right to you.
Yo, man. All right, cool. I'm gonna let it slide. I ain't even gonna go in. Yeah. So, listen, man. Ultimately, I'm in awe. I'm shocked. I'm like, yo, we have the potential for something great coming out of it. We also have the potential for something worse coming out of this. All right. But we got possibilities that we didn't have yesterday, that we didn't have last week.
It was possible. What's the possibilities and what's gonna come great out of it?
They're never gonna tell you the truth. Just be careful.
No, seriously. What's gonna come great out of it?
Well, the leading opposition.
She might take hold on, that was for Anthony.
He's not going to answer. Trent, are you there?
Oh my God.
What's up? So, Trent, you said that this is, I want to quote you, probably the greatest. Wait, is RJ on stage? Oh, perfect.
Yes, damn it.
Okay, perfect. This is what Trent said. It is probably the greatest military feat in history.
Yeah, it probably is.
There's no way I believe Trent said that.
One second, Trent. Okay. So, D-Day. Stalingrad.
Context. No. Can you
context? This is what you wrote. You said it is probably the greatest military feat in history. Hannibal.
So if I can, I'll clarify. I'm walking the dog out, and I was typing greatest military strike, single day strike. I mean, the planning and what they've done. It is pretty incredible. I have to agree with Anthony on that. This is
No. What makes it greater? Stop. You said it's the greatest you said that the context here that you gave was history. That's the context, history. And you said military.
Single day. I should have said strike. But I would call it in a 12-hour period. You know, to essentially eliminate the number 15 army or 16 army in the world in less than a 24-hour period.
It doesn't tell me anything.
What do you mean? What doesn't it tell you?
Because one, I don't know where you guys get these rankings from. But two, I don't know if the army's been eliminated. You keep saying the army's been eliminated.
So the heads of the army. So when you've eliminated the defense minister, the leader of the country, and the leader of the army, plus all the installations that have been hit militarily. This is militarily beyond what happened in Venezuela, even beyond what happened in 2003 with shock and awe. This is right now. This is a pretty incredible 12-hour period. I'm just with Anthony on that. You can't, in the middle of the day, to have a strike in the morning that was that successful is quite incredible. The military power capability of the United States.
But what makes it a great feat? I mean, I think it was what they call them, Buster Bunkers or something. I can't remember
the name of the thing. They found the guy was in there and they dropped bombs on him. I can't understand. Are the Iranians still firing at other countries, or they stopped?
Yeah, they are still firing. Here's what I'll say. At 9 a.m. or whatever local time, I think it was 9 a.m. local time in Tehran, in the capital city of one of the most formidable, it's top 20. Iran is definitely top 20 military.
That doesn't tell me anything, because the gap. Let me tell you why it doesn't tell us anything. Because the gap between the number 1 team and the number 20 team doesn't tell me anything, right? So you could be a number 20, but if 8 through the rest are ass, that doesn't tell me anything. I would think number 20. So 1 second. So like, what's number 18? No, but like, what's 18? So we see that we don't have context for. You just giving us rankings off the internet. That doesn't tell me anything.
Man, fuck all that shit. Let's go USA, man. That's what I keep telling these niggas.
Shut up, Trap.
Let's go.
Go ahead, Trap.
Trap, I pray your brother is safe.
Iran's ranked number 16, and just in the middle of the day.
But I'm contextualize that for us. What does that mean?
So in the
let me tell you what I mean. Hold on. Does it mean like the number of people? Does it mean the number of people in the military? Does it mean how much they spend per GDP? Does it mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, just what this number 16?
Oh, what is the 16 ranking?
You just tell us number 16. We don't know what it means.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this is the amount, their total military power ranking. You know, how many people they have, missiles, Air Force, Navy, you know, everything in context. I'm not sure how they put the entire ranking together, but, you know, it's not like Iran is, they're not a small-time military. It's not like Venezuela, who is number 4. Okay, that's a huge difference.
And I understand that, but you watch football. Yeah. There's a big difference between the number 1, number 2 teams and the number 16. So yes. I don't expect number 16, a number 16 team. If you could what? We're trying to get context.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you
context. It was the greatest military feat in history, and now you're changing it to single strike, single day. I retract we'll just meet up. I'll retract my question. I'll retract my question because it was my question to you. Because you just want to gish gallop and rant.
No, I apologize.
I didn't understand what you meant. I'm thinking like, I can think of some battles in the Civil War. I can think of some stuff in ancient history. I can think of stuff in World War II. I maybe can think of some World War I. I have to think about it. I can think of something in lots of things. They killed some military heads through precision strikes. I wouldn't put that up there with the defense of Stalingrad that the Soviets did against the Germans. Now, RJ doesn't know anything about that. That's why he's here to learn from you, Trent. So we'll let RJ stay on me. I love having RJ on stage. And now you're saying they're number 16. A number 1 football team versus number 16 football team literally could be a 28-point spread. So you're not telling me anything. So if the number 1 team handles the number 16 team, no one will ever say that's the greatest win of all time. So that's why I was trying to get the context. But I retract.
Crazy.
No, I retract it. Let them go back to them. No, I retract it. Walk it off.
Sure. Yeah, all right. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. Thank you. You too, buddy.
Strangest crap ever. I don't blame that man for retracting his statement or whatever the hell. America shouldn't find itself in needless wars. We continue to find ourselves in needless wars. And Donald Trump was supposed to be the man to get us out of wars. Instead, we continue to be in them all over, in Mexico, other places. We're bombing boats and all this other stuff. This is not what America should be doing. And I just don't think that this is appropriate. We're not doing this with Congress. What is this? And there has to be answers. There has to be heavy answers. And Iran, because of that, I hope that we're not put into another 10-year war, whatever. Whether Democrat or Republican, but for the Republicans right now, this looks really awful. it just doesn't, it's just not put together right. You know, yes, people got killed and all that other kind of stuff, but it's really, really bad. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. And we don't have the, we don't have the money. We don't have the money. And the people who eat this stuff is the taxpayers that have to continue to crank out hundreds of billions of dollars to feed wars and whatever else that just doesn't make sense. And if Republicans are with this kind of stuff, that throws our country into just heavy debt. It just doesn't make sense. The military, it has the biggest budget in this country. That, man, ladies and gentlemen, is where your money going. You want to know where your taxes going? Slice that pie down, and then you start to find out, man, my god doggone taxes is going to this crap. And we don't need to keep fighting and keep doing stuff if we don't have to. It makes no sense. Ooh, I'm sorry, repeat that again, sir. Come again.
You're kind of you're repeating yourself a little.
Sir, I just think that it's a needless situation for us to be in. We don't have to. So, yeah, I feel you, brother.
Okay. So maybe RJ, you can help me or anybody else who knows. Military history is not my thing. But I don't know, what would the equivalent be in Carthage? So now we have planes and raids. Like, I don't even know how you would make, how does one make that comparison? Like they had a bunch of swords, or, you know, during the War of the Roses, you know, some broadswords and epées, and the Yorks descended on the Lancasters and killed Henry VI. And that, like, what would the equivalent? I don't even understand. RJ, can you help me? Like, what does that mean? And the other thing is, I heard CEO do it today. Where do military rankings come from? I've never heard adults who read. I've never heard adults who read get military rankings. I've never even heard of this before. What does that mean?
I thought the Associated Press was back in business somewhere. I was going to go look.
I was like, is there a committee like for the BCS, like a committee to see who gets in the play? Like they're ranking military. Hey, like it's number 16. Well, I mean, I forget how many countries are in the world, but like a good 80 of them don't have militaries at all. That doesn't tell me anything. It's very strange. I don't know. But what would the pre-modern equivalent be? How do you even compare our technology today to 200 AD, what the Romans would have? I don't know. It's very, very strange. I don't know how people can. Military strength index by country. Yeah, it's rankings. It doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me anything. No one thinks the number 16 country team in the country's going to win the championship. There's still 16. Do you know how relative measure works? You know.
So he thinks it can be defeated in a day. I think that's what.
It's not defeated.
That's a bloody. I mean,
no. People.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree with you that individuals are dead, but it hasn't defeated the military. Did the military surrender?
Not surrendered yet. The military
has not surrendered in a day, buddy. Fella.
Yeah, but go. They have lost their defense minister, their leader, the leader of their army, and the leader of their country in one single strike that they couldn't detect in broad daylight.
Well, I don't know if they couldn't detect it.
That's fucking amazing.
What do you mean they couldn't
detect it in broad
daylight? What do you mean they couldn't detect it?
They couldn't get to the compound. They couldn't get to the compound. They couldn't get escape.
He was in the compound. Oh, so you don't even know the story.
No. I know he was in the compound, but they couldn't get to where they would be safe. And that
what's nowhere to be safe?
Honestly not. And that's the incredible part of the power. This is where Ashton's $960 billion of taxes go to. Creating shit like this.
I mean, you know what's so phony? You know what's so phony about you? You know what's so phony about you?
What's phony about me?
I'm gonna tell you, you spend too much money on military. This is your whole thing, how you hate all the money on military. And then you come on today and give the military such sloppy top that your mouth is now dry and you need extra Gatorade to get some moisture back into it. You're so phony. Let me guess, are you a Trump supporter again?